Chapter 202 Scorching Lamia. Within the brightly lit Flame God's cave, Shifeng advanced further into the cave relentlessly. The lava hound he previously killed had raised his skill proficiencies by quite a bit. However, that was it. In contrast, the EXP the level 25 lava hound gave was much less. However, this was not strange. After all, the monsters within the Flame God's cave had both high attack power and HP but gave out very little EXP. Under normal circumstances, average players would not grind here at all. However, it was a different story once players had the Flaming Sun scripture. With it, they could easily deal with the monsters in the Flame God's cave. Moreover, the monsters here dropped flame crystals. Flame crystals were the main materials used for crafting basic fire resistance potions. By the time the majority of players reached levels between 20 to 30, they would discover that most party and team dungeons required a high fire resistance. Otherwise, they would have no way of raiding these dungeons. The level 25 large-scale team dungeon, the Flame Nest for example, without basic fire resistance potions, players would have absolutely no way of conquering it. Yet this team dungeon had loads of good equipment and items in it. Moreover, out of all the level 25 dungeons, the Flame Nest gave out the most guild reputation. Most importantly, there was a very small chance for players to obtain a Guild Mine certificate and Guild Medicine Garden certificate from the dungeon. These were both items that could allow a guild to develop itself further. Normally, only guilds with their own guild residence would be considered true guilds. Meanwhile, players could establish certain constructs within the guild residence to further aid in the guild's development. Among these facilities, two of the most important constructs were the Medicine Garden and Mine. These two constructs could provide the guild with a fixed amount of herbs and/or on a daily basis, and it could greatly reduce the guild's burden. It could also allow potion makers and forgers to have sufficient resources to increase their lifestyle skill proficiencies. Hence, as long as it was a guild that possessed their own guild residence, they would unhesitatingly raid the Flame Nest regardless of the price they had to pay to obtain these two certificates. As such, plenty of guilds had tried to raid the Flame Nest when their players reached between 20 and 30 levels, causing the basic fire resistance potion to become a high-demand product. Even until now, Shifeng had remembered that the basic fire resistance potions at that time had sold for 50 silver coins per bottle. Meanwhile, a single flame crystal sold for 15 silver coins. Thus, even at the cost of 3 to 4 gold coins, players would willingly purchase the Flaming Sun scripture. After all, they could easily obtain 25 to 30 flame crystals by grinding the Flame God's cave for 2 hours. In the Flame God's cave, a common ranked lava hound had a 3% chance of dropping a flame crystal, 3 times higher than the drop rate of fire-type monsters outside. Meanwhile, the level 25 elite monsters in the Flame God's cave had a 100% chance to drop 1 flame crystal and a 10% chance to drop 2 flame crystals. Of course, these monsters would also drop equipment. As for level 25 special elites, they had a 100% chance of dropping 2 flame crystals, a 20% chance to drop 4 flame crystals, and a 10% chance to drop 5 to 7 flame crystals. Level 25 chieftain bosses were even more rewarding. They had a 100% chance to drop 10 flame crystals, a 30% chance to drop 13 pieces of flame crystals, and 20% chance to drop 20 to 25 flame crystals. Players could easily earn up to 2 gold coins by killing a single chieftain boss. Not to mention these bosses also dropped equipment and tools. Shifeng continuously killed lone level 25 lava hounds as he advanced further into the depths of the Flame God's cave. Even when he met 2 lava hounds at the same time, he still easily dealt with them. Only more time was necessary. The flame breath of the lava hounds could be easily dodged. Players only needed to take note of the lava hound's throat. When its throat glowed and gave off the color of fire, it was about to spit out flames. However, the damage of this move was only a small matter to Shifeng. It dealt about only -100 damage in total to Shifeng. As for the lava hound's other skill, Flame Explosion, it could cause extremely high flame damage to all enemies within an 8-yard radius. Without 120 points in fire resistance and 90% damage reduction to fire-type attacks, MTs of the same level would instantly lose 3/4 of their HP to this single attack. However, the lava hound's actions were obvious before it would cast this skill. It would raise its claws high, then slam them on the ground, creating an explosion of flames. However, the skill's effective range was wide, making it extremely hard to avoid. It was practically a sure-hit skill. Fortunately, Shifeng's fire resistance was extremely high, and he would, at most, receive around -100 damage from the Lava Hound's flame explosion. Shifeng had over 1,800 HP, so this damage was not significant. Another hour or so passed by, and Shifeng finally arrived at the core area of the Flame God's Cave. On his way here, Shifeng had killed many Lava Hounds, and due to the luck +3 provided by the Shadow's blessing he wore, he obtained a bountiful number of flame crystals. He could get 1 flame crystal for every half a dozen or so Lava Hounds he killed. Throughout his journey, Shifeng had killed over 40 Lava Hounds, and obtained a total of 8 flame crystals. His experience had also risen to 37% of level 14. His leveling speed could already be described as flying. His skills, Chop, Thundering Flash and Thunder Flame Explosion, also rose to level 7, level 5 and level 3 respectively. If including the upgrade provided by the Abyssal Blade, these skills would be level 10, level 8 and level 6 respectively. These improvements had pushed Shifeng's damage output to a whole new level once more. Unfortunately, the Lava Hounds Shifeng killed did not drop any equipment. The same went for the forging designs that Shifeng most desired. The core area Shifeng had reached was a large empty lava field. Molten lava flowed throughout the surroundings. At the highest point of the empty field sat plenty of bright crystals reflecting the glow of the lava into the surroundings, illuminating the spacious and empty field. The cooled accumulation of lava formed the land here. This place was more like a swamp than a durable stone road, and players would find it very hard to traverse across this lava field. A single misstep would instantly lead to players' fall into a pit of molten lava. If players did not possess a definite control over their own bodies, they would find themselves at a serious disadvantage when battling here. Meanwhile, on the empty land a short distance away, Shifeng discovered plenty of level 25 elite flame Naga silently guarding. Occasionally he could also spot a few level 25 special elite flame Naga warriors. Compared to the Lava Hound, these monsters possessed much more intelligence. Aside from attacking with flames, they could also deal a substantial amount of physical damage. These monsters also had exceptionally fast reactions, especially the Flame Naga warriors. These warriors wore armor and wielded a shield in one of their hands. They were practically shield warriors and players would find them extremely difficult to deal with. Flame Naga, Elite Rank. Level 25. HP 20,000/20,000. Flame Naga Warrior Special Elite. Level 25. HP 50,000/50,000. Soon after, Shifeng lifted his head and shifted his gaze towards the distant central region of this lava field. Due to the long distance, Shifeng had to squint and focus his eyes for quite some time. Only after activating his extraordinary vision could he discover a beautiful figure laying atop a stone altar. That was a Lamia. Unlike her Naga brethren who possessed the heads and faces of a snake, although the lower half of this Lamia body was a snake's tail, her upper body was that of a human's. This Lamia possessed beauty that even women would envy. Her eyes were like red gemstones giving off a dazzling glow. Her lustrous and seductive black hair was tied into twin ponytails. Exposed to the light of the flames, her delicate white skin shone like supple white jade. The most attractive parts of this Lamia were her elegant temperament and her exotic beauty. The bright silken blouse she wore was especially eye-catching, as it served to accentuate her delicate body and ample breasts further. Just a glance at this Lamia would easily captivate any intruder. It was truly hard to imagine that this delicate and beautiful Lamia was the Scorching Lamia Salou, the level 25 High Lord ranked boss of the Flame God's Cave. Sure enough, the benefits of pioneering a new land are plentiful. I have already found a High Lord rank on this first trip. In Shifeng's previous life, most of the bosses Shifeng had met were chieftain rank, and only rarely could he meet a lord-ranked boss. Only with superb luck could one find a lord-ranked boss. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at Scorching Lamia Salou's attractive appearance. His breathing became slightly hurried. He also grew excited, a never-before-seen resplendent smile appearing on his calm face. Of course, Shifeng wasn't captivated by Sayla's beauty, but the bountiful wealth that a High Lord-ranked boss represented. Not to mention, Sayla was the High Lord of the Flame God's Cave. If he could kill her, he wondered just how much EXP and high-level items and equipment he could obtain. If Blackie and the others knew Shifeng's current thoughts and appearance, they would definitely curse Shifeng for being inhuman. Not sparing even a weak and delicate Lamia, Shifeng was practically a beast. Chapter 203, Scorching Heart. Molten lava slowly flowed across the vast empty field. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia Sayla paid no particular attention to the intruder, Shifeng. She simply swished her tail, slithering to a pool of lava. With a splash, Sayla dove straight into the scorching pool, frolicking with a content expression. If a normal player copied Sayla's actions and jumped into the lava pool, they could lose their lives in a given minute. Even if they activated the Flaming Sun's blessing and received an additional 100 points to their fire resistance, they would still lose 300 HP every second they submerged in the lava pool. Taking a good long look, Shifeng finally decided upon a plan. Scorching Lamia Sayla, High Lord rank. Level 25. HP 500, 000/500, 000. A Lord-ranked boss was not as easy to deal with as a Chieftain-ranked boss. If it were a level 25 Lord-ranked boss, not to mention a 20-man elite team, even a 100-man elite team would still die at the boss's hands. A Lord-ranked boss was simply too powerful. The only way to kill these bosses was to gather thousands of players and use the advantage of numbers to exhaust these bosses to death slowly. Other than that, there was no other way around it. Meanwhile, the scorching Lamia who bathed in the lava pool was even more intimidating than a normal Lord-ranked boss. Without the Flaming Sun scripture, even thousands of players would have zero chances of defeating Sayla. On the other hand, Shifeng had a method of dealing with the scorching Lamia. However, he first needed to clear out the surrounding elite and special elite monsters. Otherwise, he would be similarly helpless against the scorching Lamia. Let's first lure them slowly and clear them bit by bit. Shifeng then randomly looked for a solitary flame naga, boldly walking over to it. He did not intend to use any special means to lure these monsters. As Shifeng was only level 14 right now, when faced with level 25 elites, these elites would all charge at him in a craze as long as he came within 40 yards. Hence he still needed to apply some techniques to lure only one flame naga. Be it a snake-type monster or a naga, both were innately born with exceptional hearing. Hence, players needed to be light on their feet when approaching these naga. If players made even the tiniest disturbance, they would find only their own deaths. Shifeng walked with a strong and steady pace atop the soft and unstable ground, and with relative ease, he attracted the attention of a flame naga. Immediately, Shifeng watched as the flame naga charged at him like a madman. Come, come. Seeing that the naga had taken the bait, Shifeng faintly smiled as he spun around and ran towards a distant rock cliff. The flame naga was well versed in close combat. Meanwhile, its only ranged attack was the raging flame roar, and it belonged to the category of channeling spells. The skill had an effective area of 404 yards, and it needed 3 seconds to channel the skill fully. However, this skill did not pose any threat to Shifeng. On the contrary, melee combat with the flame naga was much more difficult. As the chase continued, although the flame naga was fast, Shifeng was not any slower than it either. The moment Shifeng arrived in front the rock cliff, with no further paths of retreat remaining, Shifeng started climbing up the extremely steep cliff with great ease. When he arrived at the top of the cliff, he stuck out his tongue at the creature as he silently looked down at the flame naga. The flame naga was further incensed by Shifeng's blatant provocation, and it too started frantically climbing the cliff. Although Shifeng was not a ranged class and he could not kite the flame naga, melee battle the flame naga was simply too dangerous. If Shifeng was slightly careless, the flame naga could kill him with just 2 moves. Hence Shifeng intended to fight from a range. Seeing that the flame naga was about to climb the cliff, Shifeng took out a basic frost grenade from his bag. He then threw it at the flame naga. Ice fragments scattered and cold air spread out to the surroundings. The flame naga instantly froze. Due to the Flame Naga's fear of the cold, the basic Frost Grenade managed to deal -300 damage to it. However, the Flame Naga possessed 20,000 HP, so this small amount of damage barely made a scratch. Frozen halfway through its climb up the rock cliff, the Flame Naga's immobile body fell. Two stones, protruding from the rock wall, halted the serpentine beast's fall, sandwiching the Flame Naga's body between the rocks as it hung halfway up the cliff. Be it attacking or dodging, the Flame Naga would find it extremely challenging to do either from its current position. Could not even carry out the simple action of turning its own body right now. Shifeng smiled at this sight. He jumped down from his elevated position, landing on one of the stones trapping his opponent. He then started attacking the Flame Naga from behind. It was extremely easy to kill a Flame Naga that had zero means of retaliating. Shifeng sent a level 10 chop slashing at the Flame Naga's back, earning him a scream of pain coupled with a damage of -168 above the monster's head. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that a level 25 elite was truly amazing. With the level suppression, in addition to the Flame Naga's superior defense, his attack could not even deal -200 damage even with the damage multiplier from the Flaming Sun scripture. Immediately after, Shifeng followed up with Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Double Chop and Thunder Flame Explosion. A series of damages appeared above the Flame Naga's head. However, even with the damage amplification effect inflicted by Thundering Flash, the highest damage Shifeng had dealt with a single attack was barely over -200 points. Though there was the occasional critical hit of over -400 damage, the Flame Naga had a total of 20,000 HP. Aside from Shifeng's skills being capable of causing more than -100 damage to the Flame Naga, his normal attacks could not deal over -50 damage. Moreover, Shifeng had activated the Ice Blue Devil Flames effect before his attacks. Seeing as the freezing effect was about to end, Shifeng threw another basic Frost Grenade at the Flame Naga, freezing his target once more. He then resumed his barrage of attacks. Although the Flame Naga had relatively fast regeneration, neither was the damage Shifeng was causing to it a small amount. 2 minutes later, the Flame Naga's HP finally fell to 20%. Simultaneously, the Flame Naga released a fierce roar. Flames covered its entire body and shortly after, its body started trembling. Shifeng had long since been prepared for it. Immediately, he hid behind the corner of a rock. Boom! Countless flying flame blades shot out from the Flame Naga's body. These flame blades were the beast scales, and their appearance signaled its ultimate move, Flame Bullets. The damage these flame bullets dealt was a combination of physical and fire-type damage. With Shifeng's current HP that was slightly over 1,800 points, these bullets could instantly send him into a critical condition. However, with the iron-like rock blocking these blades for him, Shifeng received no damage at all. After the waves of flame bullets ended, Shifeng threw out another Frost Grenade before resuming his attack. In the end, Shifeng killed the level 25 Flame Naga with relative ease. The instant the Flame Naga died, Shifeng's experience bar increased by a small portion. Shifeng was already level 14, and he needed an extremely large amount of EXP to reach level 15. His experience bar rising by a noticeable chunk showed just how bountiful the EXP the Flame Naga provided was. The Flame Naga also dropped 2 flame crystals, 1 bronze ornament and tens of copper coins. Ornaments were the rarest of all equipment. Compared to jewelry such as rings and necklaces, ornaments were far more valuable. In God's domain, every player could equip 3 ornaments at most. As of this moment, however, Shifeng's ornament window was still a big empty space. He truly did not imagine that he would inadvertently obtain a bronze ornament. His luck was simply too good. Scorching Heart, ornament, bronze rank. Equipment requirement, strength 80. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, endurance plus 10. Fire resistance plus 3. Can be activated to cast a tier 2 flame shield that can absorb a maximum of 1000 flame damage. Although this ornament did not offer a large increase to his attributes, ornaments that could increase one's resistances were extremely rare. Every such ornament was valued at 6 gold coins or more. This is too great. I'm now level 14 and I have 114 points in strength and 131 points in agility. If I equip this Scorching Heart, it will increase both my strength and agility by 10 points, just enough for me to meet the requirements of 120 points in strength and 140 points in agility for the Blazing Meteor. Shifeng was ecstatic as he held the flame-red-colored Scorching Heart. Shifeng did not think that he could equip the pseudo-extraordinary weapon within such a short period after obtaining it. If he could equip the Blazing Meteor right now, his strength would definitely receive an explosive increase. He might even reach the standards of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Chapter 204. Battle Prowess of a Tier 1. If he could increase his strength to the standards of a Tier 1 swordsman, he could easily deal with the High Lord-ranked Scorching Lamia. The Scorching Lamia had 500,000 HP. Possessing the superior battle recovery of a High Lord-ranked boss, the Scorching Lamia could recover 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. If players did not possess a DPS of 2000, Salou was essentially invincible. This was one of the reasons even an elite team of hundreds of players could not exhaust a High Lord to death. Not to mention, the Scorching Lamia possessed frightening attacks and overly powerful skills. If players wanted to raid Salou head-on, it would be no different than seeking their own deaths even with a team of thousands of players. However, it would be a different story if they possessed the Flaming Sun scripture. Previously, before Shifeng obtained the Scorching Heart, he had close to no confidence of successfully soloing the Scorching Lamia. He merely thought of giving it a try. In any case, he would not incur a huge loss. However, he now had some confidence in actually killing Salou. Although Shifeng had never experienced the might of a pseudo-extraordinary weapon, according to Shifeng's estimates, it should grant him the strength of an official Tier 1 swordsman. Immediately, Shifeng retrieved the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, the Blazing Meteor, from his bag, equipping it on himself. Blazing Meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 120, Agility 140. Attack power value is set at player's Strength 2. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 65, Endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate Quadruple Phantom effect, each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate Knockback effect. 5% chance to activate Burning Flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill: Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target, and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. The Blazing Meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger Celiora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The Blazing Meteor can be reforged into an epic-ranked item after gathering epic-ranked fire-type materials. User restriction: Yifeng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. After equipping it, Shifeng's attributes instantly soared. His strength reached 174 points, while agility reached 206 points. He was only a few attribute points away from being able to equip the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which required 200 points in strength and 120 points in intelligence. With the improvements provided by the pseudo-extraordinary weapon, Shifeng's attack power with throwing weapons increased to 696 points, while his melee attack power with his right and left hand were 444 and 426 respectively. The base damage for his ranged attacks far surpassed his melee attacks. In addition, due to the Blazing Meteor ignoring +8 levels, Shifeng would no longer face any level suppressions, which would greatly reduce his damage when dealing with level 25 monsters. As Shifeng's agility attribute reached 200 points, he once again activated one of the hidden passive skills, Basic Disappearance. The passive skill increased Shifeng's movement speed and attack speed by 20% and greatly decreased his stamina consumption during a battle. When he tread water, he could travel a distance of 10 yards with a single leap. His evasion also increased by 10%. With such a boost, Shifeng's confidence increased once more. I can start clearing the place now. Shifeng shifted his gaze towards the distant elites and special elites. Since his ranged attacks were more impressive than his melee attacks now, he would naturally avoid using his previous, inefficient battle techniques. He could simply copy the ranger in his previous life, using the basic kiting method to kill these Naga. That way not only would the battle be swift, but he could also guarantee his own safety. At a spot 43 yards away, 2 level 25 elite flame Naga and 1 special elite flame Naga warrior currently conversed with each other in soft tones. None of them had noticed Shifeng's presence. In contrast, Shifeng, currently covered in deep blue flames, retrieved the flame-red, thin needle-like blazing meteor from his waist. He aimed the blazing meteor at the flame Naga warrior standing between the other 2 flame Naga, initiating his attack. Shio. The blazing meteor shot through the air, transforming into a meteor and instantly piercing the flame Naga warrior's forehead. Simultaneously, the Ignore Target's defense effect and Quadruple Phantom effect both triggered upon impact. Before that flame Naga warrior could even manage a scream, -1526, -758, -758, -758, -758 appeared above its head. Even Shifeng dared not believe his own eyes right now. Although he had the support of the Flaming Sun scripture, the might of this single attack was still too powerful. A single normal attack had destroyed over 4,500 HP from the Flame Naga warrior, which was close to 1/10 of the special elite monster's total HP. Shifeng only needed to repeat this attack 11 more times to kill a level 25 special elite. In the entire God's domain aside from Shifeng, there might not be a second person capable of carrying out such a feat. Replying to Shifeng's brutal attack, the 3 Naga released angry roars. They revealed sinister expressions as they charged towards Shifeng, gradually splitting from the main force of the Naga. When the distance between the 3 Naga and Shifeng had shortened 20 yards, Shifeng threw a basic frost grenade at them. The 3 Naga immediately froze in place, damages of -300 appearing above their heads. Holding nothing back, Shifeng threw the blazing meteor at the 3 Naga relentlessly. The blazing meteor's effects constantly triggered, each attack dealing over -1,000 damage, while the occasional critical hit dealt over -2,000 damage. The 3 Naga were helpless. They could only attack Shifeng using fire-type spells. However, Shifeng always managed to predict the location of their attacks, so he could dodge the attacks beforehand, never letting any of the spells land on him. Before even 2 minutes had passed, the 2 elite and 1 special elite monster died. They contributed a large amount of EXP and multiple flame crystals to Shifeng. Possibly due to the Shadow's Blessings effect, the special elite Naga even dropped a level 22 mysterious iron ranked plate armor. Afterwards, Shifeng repeated this process of luring and killing the elite and special elite Naga. Although the process was mind-bogglingly boring, the fatigue on his spirit lessened greatly when Shifeng thought about the flame crystals and the various level 20 to level 25 equipment he could obtain. Unknowingly, more than 4 hours had passed. Shifeng had cleared out practically all of the Naga present in this lava field. Shifeng had also risen to level 15, and he was only a tad bit away from level 16. While Shifeng rested, he opened the ranking list for White River City. Right now, the first place on the ranking list was occupied by a level 13 player. Shifeng could not help his shock at this sight. How could there be someone leveling so quickly? Not much time had passed since players outside of Shifeng's team had entered White River City. Logically, it would already be amazing for players to reach level 11. Yet there was actually someone that had reached level 13? Was this person hunting monsters of a higher level as well? Shifeng's mouth twitched when he saw the name of this first-ranked player, Lone Tyrant. Who was this person? How come I've never heard this name before? Meanwhile, the snow goddess Gentle Snow occupied the second place on the ranking list. She was level 12 right now. Following closely, another level 12 player possessed the third rank. And level 12 players occupied the remaining top 10 ranks. This situation confounded Shifeng. This leveling speed far surpassed his expectations. Could this be due to the butterfly effect? Shifeng wondered. Although players' leveling speed would indeed increase after entering White River City, it shouldn't increase to such a degree. Meanwhile, the 11th to 50th ranked players on the ranking list were all level 11. Reaching this level was still reasonable. If these players were all level 12 or 13, Shifeng would truly be speechless. Although the first-ranked player had already reached level 13, that player could not even reach Shifeng's shadow. If other players discovered this fact, they would definitely be shocked. After Shifeng reached level 15, he had placed all his free attribute points into intelligence. He had done so to meet the requirements of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath as soon as possible. However, the points he added were only a drop in the bucket. It should be about time to deal with you now. After recovering to perfect condition, Shifeng abruptly stood. He looked at the scorching Lamia still lounging in the pool of lava, a faint smile appearing on his face. Chapter 205 Queen's Rage. Just when Shifeng contemplated raiding the delicate and weak-looking scorching Lamia, the entire White River City region flew into an uproar. The cause was no other than the White River City region's ranking list. A level 13 player actually held the first place. What is this? I've only managed to reach level 10 and enter White River City after much difficulty, yet there's already a level 13 player? What did this bastard eat growing up? I know, right? That lone tyrant fellow previously ranked in the 10s, but he had suddenly shot up to first place, surpassing even the snow goddess. Lone Tyrant is from a guild called Dark Star. Isn't that a third-rate guild? How could they be so strong as to surpass the snow goddess? The official forums were already in a fiery uproar over this matter, and the previous issue relating to Shifeng had become forgotten history. Inside the level 10 10-man team dungeon, the Dark Crow Cave. A black-feathered crow with a 6-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground, a pile of items sitting by its side. Among these items, there were pieces of level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. There were even 2 secret silver-ranked items and a large number of rare materials. Meanwhile, standing beside this black-feathered crow was a fairy. This fairy possessed skin as white as snow and an appearance that could charm any mortal man. Her body was the very definition of absolute perfection. However, this fairy's eyes possessed a penetrating gaze with a boundless and intimidating chill. This woman who seemed to transcend mortal men was none other than Gentle Snow. System: Ouroboros has cleared the hard mode of Black Crow Cave. Rewarding 300 guild reputation. Snow, someone's reached level 13 already. They're a lot faster than we are. Why don't we stop dungeon diving and resume leveling up? Possessing a similarly devilish body, Zhao Yueru pouted as she spoke, displeased. After going to a level 12 monster area while they were only level 9, they quickly discovered that they could constantly improve their battle prowess. Although it was extremely difficult to kill those monsters in the beginning, they rose swiftly after experiencing many near-death situations and long periods of research and self-reflection. With their battle techniques having greatly improved, they felt that killing monsters 3 levels higher was no longer just a pipe dream. They also felt that they could achieve the feats Shifeng had displayed in the past, similarly obtaining an effortless victory over a great number of players. After arriving at White River City, they immediately picked up the daily reputation quests. They then looked for an extremely good leveling spot, grinding there for a period. However, due to their equipment being slightly outdated, they decided to raid a dungeon to upgrade their equipment, making preparations to obtain the first clear of one of the level 10 large-scale team dungeons. Otherwise, a player from a measly third-rate guild wouldn't have surpassed them. Ignore him. Compared to levels, the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon is far more important. Moreover, after exceeding level 15 it won't matter, even if we manage to clear the hell mode of a level 10 large-scale team dungeon. Our equipment should be close to ready now, so let's start with obtaining the first clear of a level 10 party dungeon. When Gentle Snow noticed Lone Tyrant's name occupying the first position on the ranking list, a calm smile appeared on her pure and untainted complexion. Gentle Snow's team members revealed excited smiles when faced with Gentle Snow's decision. They could finally display their prowess for all to see. After all, they had all been experts in the past virtual reality games. Throughout this period they had constantly strived and battled against high-level monsters. During their breaks they would research the videos of experts, especially Shifeng's battle footage. Although the video was short, it held great significance. The more they studied Shifeng's battle, the more shocked they became. Unknowingly, their own battle techniques also began to improve madly. To put it another way, they had started to familiarize themselves with the realistic battle methods of God's domain. Simultaneously, they had also grasped a hold of their body's true strength. The hard mode of a team dungeon could not fully sate their thirst for growth. It was especially true after they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary condition. Right now only Hell mode could truly excite them. Just like when they were in the Hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard, they wished to experience the feeling of having every single cell within their bodies tremble. In the past they believed that their trembling represented fear. In reality, however, that trembling resulted from the excitement that grew in their hearts. Meanwhile, the other large guilds were similarly shocked by the sudden appearance of Lone Tyrant but quickly dismissed this matter from their minds. The average players, however, were astonished. This incident had allowed the apex third-rate guild Dark Star to firmly establish a foothold in White River City. Even the second-rate guild, the Assassins' Alliance, was a step behind them. None of the top 10 players on the ranking list belonged to the Assassins' Alliance. Contrary to expectations, the Assassins' Alliance had 3 members ranked within the top 30. One of them was the guild leader, ranking 18th. The second person was Stabbing Heart, who ranked 26th. Finally, the Assassins' Alliance's top elementalist ranked at 29th. Yet, to the majority of the players within the White River City region, having such a rank was no different than having no rank at all. The fame of having such a rank was worlds apart from that of being in first place. Flame God's Cave. At this moment, Shifeng had lured the level 25 High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia to a corner absent of any lava. Half of the Salah's amazing prowess relied on the presence of lava. Hence, by luring her away from the lava, the raid difficulty of the Scorching Lamia instantly reduced by half. However, even with such a reduction, Salah was still a High Lord ranked boss. She was not something average players could afford to provoke. Kneel before me and receive your punishment of flames. The Scorching Lamia's finger trembled and suddenly, a whip of flames appeared from her finger. She then abruptly cracked her whip towards Shifeng's skull. The flame whip transformed into a streak of flowing light as it swung towards Shifeng's cranium. Queen's Whip. This was the melee skill that the Scorching Lamia often used. If an MT of the same level did not possess the Flaming Sun's blessing, this single whip could instantly kill him. In addition, this skill was a wide-range AoE skill, and it had a maximum attack range of 25 yards. If players wished to use the advantage of numbers to deal with the Scorching Lamia, they would quickly find themselves cremated by her whip. After all, even an MT could not block this attack, let alone the other fragile classes. Faced with the incoming flame whip, Shifeng sprung himself into the air and threw himself to the ground. Although he easily avoided the flame whip, the whip's flaming trail still singed Shifeng, dealing slightly over -70 damage. However, Shifeng took this chance to pull quite a distance away from the Salah. He then jumped and twisted his body in the air, throwing the blazing meteor at the Scorching Lamia. A red glow shot forth, accurately piercing the left arm that the Scorching Lamia was about to lift. The attack activated the rarely seen burning flames effect, immediately causing -754 damage and inflicting a negative status effect that caused -400 flame damage per second for 10 seconds. Simultaneously, the attack also interrupted the rhythm of the Scorching Lamia's next attack. Despicable human. I will capture you and make you my pet. Rage surfaced on the Salah's beautiful face. Immediately she swung her tail with all her might. Her speed abruptly soared, instantly shortening the distance between Shifeng and herself. Almost, Shifeng took a look at the surrounding environment, abruptly halting his steps. He then turned to face the Scorching Lamia, throwing a basic frost grenade at her. Hard, iron-like rocks surrounded their current location. Not a single drop of lava was visible. This terrain would greatly limit the Scorching Lamia's most powerful skill, Queen's Rage. This skill allowed her to command the surrounding lava, transforming it into a wave that engulfed everything in its path. Even if Feng had 123 points of fire resistance, he still couldn't endure this fierce move. The Queen's Rage was the Scorching Lamia's ultimate team wipe skill. Aside from the Queen's Rage, Feng also needed to be careful of the arrows from the Scorching Snake Lady's bow, as this attack caused a combination of physical and flame damage. The Flaming Sun's blessing did not provide any physical damage reduction. Hence, Feng could at most take 2 hits from her arrows before saying goodbye to his life. Hence, he needed to treat them with care. Chapter 206 High Lord Ranked Battle. Due to the Frost Grenade's effects, a layer of snow covered the black, charred land. Meanwhile, the Scorching Lamia's tail had frozen to the ground. Her motions halted as a result. A hint of fury surfaced on her beautiful countenance. She raised her right hand, pointing a finger at Feng. Immediately, a large gathering of violent fire-type mana collected at her tender, jade-like finger. This was one of Salah's skills, Flame Burst. Flame Burst had a 2-second cast time, and it was a continuous attack skill that caused extremely high fire-type damage to the target. It could practically instant-kill a top-tier MT with full HP, and even if that MT possessed the Flaming Sun's blessing, he would still receive a ton of damage. Watching the flames gathering at the Scorching Lamia's fingertip grow more violent, Feng immediately activated Defensive Blade. His eyes focused on the ferocious flames, and the instant she launched her attack, Feng simultaneously attacked with the blazing meteor. He intended to interrupt or at least delay the Scorching Lamia's assault. In God's domain, players could dodge spell attacks. However, they needed an accurate grasp on the timing of the attack. Otherwise, whether dodging a second too late or too early, the attack might land on its target. As casting spells would provide the caster with a lagging advantage, the caster could gain a clear grasp of their target's movements before launching their attacks. If players dodged before the spell released, they would become an easier target. Hence, the best time to dodge a spell was the moment the spell was released. However, once a spell discharged, it would travel to its target with blinding speed, making it extremely challenging to dodge. Of course, if players had very fast movement speeds, they could utilize that speed to their advantage, preventing the enemy caster from getting a firm lock on them. When faced with the High Lord ranked Scorching Lamia, however, it was beneficial to have such thoughts. Feng sent attack after attack with the blazing meteor, causing a series of damages of -743, -1502, -751, and -749. Although the damages looked awesome at first glance to Salah's 500,000 HP, they were just a drop in the bucket. The Scorching Lamia also had a frightening battle recovery, so in reality Feng did not cause any significant damage to her at all. However, as he had triggered the knockback effect of the blazing meteor, Feng managed to interrupt the casting time of the Scorching Lamia's flame burst. "I will burn your soul with the flames of God." The Scorching Lamia's smile was imposing. At this moment, the tip of her jade-like finger suddenly shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the entire cave. The temperature within the cave also increased by several folds. The light on Salah's finger was like a miniature sun. Suddenly, streak after streak of searing, white flames shot out from the Scorching Lamia's fingertip. One streak after another, the flames bombarded Feng like a heavy machine gun. The instant Salah launched her flames, Feng used his evasive maneuvers. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, one of the flames struck him, robbing the defensive blade of one of its limited charges. Although the first streak hit its target, Feng dodged both the second and third. The flames scraped past Feng's clothes, striking the rock wall behind him. Boom! Boom! The wall, which was normally as hard as steel, was as soft as water when struck by the white flames. Not to mention easily piercing through the rock wall, the flames even formed a 1-meter wide and 10-meter deep tunnel into the rock wall. What was even more shocking was that the tunnel seemed polished. The walls of the tunnel were smooth and sparkling, giving it a metallic sheen. This was the result of those molten white flames. If Feng had not used the defensive blade to block that attack, he would have evaporated out of existence. Although this was not the first time Feng had encountered this attack, he would still feel his heart skip a beat each time he witnessed this frightening power. This was the strength of a High Lord. A battle with a High Lord-ranked boss was no ordinary battle. Instead, it was a superhuman battle that could cause the destruction and reformation of the surrounding terrain. When the bombardment ended, Shifeng had exhausted the remaining charges on the defensive blade. However, the Scorching Lamia had halted her steps for quite a while now. Due to Shifeng constantly throwing frost grenades at her, Salou could only take out her bow and attacked with her fire arrows. Compared to the flame burst, these fire arrows were much easier to dodge. Shifeng managed to attack with the blazing meteor while simultaneously dodging the fire arrows, steadily depleting the Scorching Lamia's HP. However, Salou was no fool. She too knew how to dodge. Only, due to her frozen body, very rarely did she manage to dodge or block against an attack. 98%. 95%. 93%. 91%. Over an hour had passed and Shifeng didn't even know how many times he had thrown the blazing meteor. In the meantime, the Scorching Lamia's HP gradually decreased, finally reaching 80%. During this time, the Scorching Lamia had cast up to 9 flame bursts and Queen's Whips, but Shifeng defended against all of them with either defensive blade or parry. At one point, a flame burst nearly killed Shifeng. Fortunately, he quickly used an intermediate recovery potion, replenishing much of his missing HP. Although constantly attacking and dodging made the battle seem tedious, it would still be extremely worthwhile if such a tedious task allowed Shifeng to kill a High Lord-ranked boss. A High Lord-ranked boss's drops were normally bountiful, and at the very minimum, it would drop a fine gold-ranked item. There was even the possibility of dropping several dark gold-ranked items. Fine gold rank or dark gold rank, players at this stage of the game could only dream of possessing either. Not to mention, before Shifeng had even reached level 25, he already had a reliable source for level 25 equipment. After landing attack after attack on the Scorching Lamia, the Burning Flames effect had stacked up to 5 times, causing Salou to lose 2000 HP per second. The damage was just right to combat the Scorching Lamia's battle recovery. Suddenly, the Scorching Lamia's HP started rapidly decreasing. After another 2 hours, the Scorching Lamia's HP fell to 23%. If Shifeng continued with this pace, the battle would conclude in, at most, 1 hour. At that thought, Shifeng's hands moved faster as he further increased his attack rate. At this moment, Shifeng's system communication suddenly rang. The caller was Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. By now, Shifeng had already gotten used to dodging Salou's attacks after repeating the process so many times. Since he had nothing better to do, he accepted the call. "Brother Yifeng, I wonder if I can request your help on a matter?" Stabbing Heart spoke without adding any unnecessary flattery, getting right to the point. However, he immediately felt surprised by his own actions in suddenly seeking Shifeng's help. After all, an expert's time was extremely valuable. Not to mention, the competition in White River City right now was far more intense than the competition in Red Leaf City in the past. After all, when all was said and done, Red Leaf Town only had a player base 20,000 to 30,000 in the past. Meanwhile, White River City had over 1 million players right now. Adding to the fact that plenty of experts had gathered at White River City, the intensity of the competition there had increased by several times. "Help? I wonder what Brother Stabbing Heart needs me to do?" Shifeng asked. "It's like this. I wish to invite you to raid a team dungeon with us. If we have the help of an expert like Brother Yifeng, we will have a very high possibility of clearing the dungeon." Stabbing Heart was clearly embarrassed for asking. "Which team dungeon is it? Don't tell me that you're looking at one of the 3 level 10 large-scale dungeons?" Shifeng was slightly astonished. He did not think that Stabbing Heart would look to him for help with a dungeon. Regarding the 3 large-scale dungeons, Shifeng had no intentions of involving himself with them. After all, it would have a huge impact on the course of history. His first clear of Dark Moon Graveyard had already affected the progression of history. If he helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, God knew if something out of his control would happen in the future. Large-scale team dungeons were worlds apart from normal team dungeons. Their difficulty was directly increased by 2 to 3 levels. Even if Shi Feng gave his help with the current state of the Assassin's Alliance, they could not even clear the normal mode of the dungeon. Chapter 207, Killing the Queen. Shi Feng did not want this timeline to develop out of his control. Stabbing Heart really wanted to raid one of the 3 great dungeons. He could only sternly refuse. Stabbing Heart shook his head, faintly exclaiming, "It isn't one of the 3 great dungeons. It is just one of the 20-man team dungeons, the Beastman Munition Factory. That is a level 10 to level 13 team dungeon, and the equipment dropped there would be of great help to us when we raid the 3 large-scale dungeons. Although we've already cleared the normal mode of that dungeon, the hard mode is simply too difficult. We have been stuck at the first boss all this time, so we wish to seek your aid." Shi Feng's heart was slightly moved when he heard of the words, Beastman Munition Factory. That dungeon did indeed possess a lot of valuable items, especially the basic fire resistance potion recipe and the level 10 swordsman set equipment, Wind Extinguisher. It would not be a bad idea to make a trip there for these items. "Fine, but I have a demand," Shi Feng said. "Brother Yi Feng, there is no need to hold back." Stabbing Heart released a sigh of relief after hearing Shi Feng's agreement. He was deeply afraid that Shi Feng would refuse. "I want all the recipes and forging designs we obtain from the dungeon. In addition, I want priority over all swordsman equipment. If you can agree to these conditions, I will have no problem offering my assistance." Shi Feng listed his demands. Stabbing Heart carefully considered Shi Feng's words. If he were the one leading the team this time, he wouldn't hesitate to agree to Shi Feng's demands. However, the leader of the team this time was the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword. So, Stabbing Heart had no authority to make this decision. "Brother Yi Feng, I have to consult with the guild leader about this matter. Can I give you a reply sometime later?" Stabbing Heart said with less confidence. "Sure." In any case, Shi Feng was not in a hurry. There was still some time before he could kill the Scorching Lamia. After Stabbing Heart disconnected the call, he immediately went up to the guild leader, Cruel Sword. Cruel Sword was currently a short distance away, clearing the monsters in the dungeon. Based on appearance alone, Cruel Sword looked very young, and his tall and robust body seemed full of energy. In actuality, he was already 39 years old. Normally, he wore a stern expression, and he would always look at others with an intimidating and penetrating gaze. His ferocious appearance was just like that of a warrior about to enter a battlefield. In fact, Cruel Sword was a mercenary in reality. However, he had long since retired from his squad. After his retirement, he joined the then-weak Assassin's Alliance, and after enduring over 10 years of hardships, he finally managed to turn the Assassin's Alliance into an apex second-rate guild, gaining plenty of support and sponsors from large corporations. "How did your negotiations with him go?" Cruel Sword turned his head and glanced at Stabbing Heart, asking sternly. Previously, the Assassin's Alliance had been stuck at the first boss of the hard-mode Beastman Munition Factory. Hence, Stabbing Heart suggested recruiting a god-ranked expert to help them. However, Cruel Sword felt that it was beneath him to do such a thing. What god-ranked expert? Everyone's just blindly overestimating him. If it weren't for the fact that Stabbing Heart had performed extremely well in recent days and been promoted to an elder of the guild, Cruel Sword would not have let Stabbing Heart contact Shi Feng at all. He agrees to come, but he has a demand. He wants all of the swordsman equipment and the forging designs and recipes that drop. Stabbing Heart carefully said, "However, I feel that Yi Feng is worth this price. After all, even the snow goddess greatly valued his performance." After listening to these words, Cruel Sword's coarse eyebrows furrowed. He clearly felt dissatisfied about Shi Feng's demands. Boss Cruel Sword, Yi Feng is truly powerful. Without Shi Feng, the snow goddess Gentle Snow might not have even obtained the first clear of the Dark Moon Graveyard, Stabbing Heart hurriedly said. Gentle Snow, is it? Cruel Sword's resolve slightly wavered after hearing this name. Just half an hour ago, Gentle Snow had shocked all players throughout the entire White River City region, Cruel Blade included. Gentle Snow had taken down the first clear of 4 level 10 party dungeons and 2 level 10 small-scale team dungeons. Moreover, it wasn't the first clear of hard mode, but the first clear of hell mode. Simultaneously, her achievements signified the gap between her and the other guilds growing even larger. Moreover, Cruel Sword received information that Gentle Snow had already begun raiding the Hell mode of a 20-man team dungeon. Gentle Snow really succeeded. She would no longer occupy the same playing field as the other guilds within the White River City region. It seems that Yi Feng indeed has some capabilities. Since that is the case, agree to his demands. Cruel Sword was very curious about Shi Feng now. He wondered if Shi Feng was truly as strong as Stabbing Heart described him. In truth, Cruel Sword did not want any outsiders participating in the guild's expedition. However, the Assassins' Alliance's position in White River City was becoming more insignificant as time passed. Ignoring the first-rate guild Ouroboros, even the third-rate guild Dark Star would soon surpass them. The severity of this matter further increased due to the sudden appearance of that lone tyrant, who occupied the first position on the ranking list. Dark Star then continued to successfully raid the hard mode of 2 small-scale team dungeons, greatly increasing their fame and surpassing the other guilds. On the other hand, aside from obtaining the first clear of several normal mode dungeons, the Assassins' Alliance had yet to even obtain the first clear of a single hard mode dungeon. Hence, Cruel Sword had personally organized an elite team to raid the Beastman munition factory. He intended to take this chance to obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon, increasing the guild's influence in White River City and ending the gossip of Assassins' Alliance's inferiority to Dark Star. Hearing Cruel Sword's command, Stabbing Heart immediately contacted Shi Feng, excited. "Brother Yi Feng, our guild leader has agreed to your demands. I wonder if you can come here immediately?" Stabbing Heart asked. At this moment Shi Feng still battled the Scorching Lamia, so how could he possibly leave now? Making a rough estimate, he said, "I still have some matters to attend to right now. I'll need around 2 hours before I can hurry over." "All right. Then let's meet up at the entrance of the Beastman munition factory in 2 hours. Although Stabbing Heart wanted Shi Feng to arrive as soon as possible, Stabbing Heart did not dare insist on the matter since Shi Feng had his own matters to attend. After all, it was already stunning that Shi Feng would willingly help them out. "All right. I'll be there in 2 hours." Shi Feng disconnected the call, resuming his barrage of attacks on Salou. Just after the Scorching Lamia's HP fell below 20%. A change suddenly overcame her previously beautiful appearance. Crimson-red sacred runes suddenly appeared on her jade-white skin, releasing a frightening magic power. Moreover, her red gemstone-like eyes released a brilliant white light. Immediately, the flame god's cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the ground and very quickly, these cracks widened into large fissures that spewed molten magma. The lava formed a river as it moved and spread throughout the ground. This was the Scorching Lamia's strongest skill. Queen's Rage. Fortunately, Shi Feng had long since lured Salou to this location. Otherwise, the lava that spewed from the ground would not be limited to a single river. It would form a great ocean that could instantly turn tens of thousands of players into ashes, becoming fertilizer for this great piece of land. Immediately, Shi Feng activated gravity liberation. He jumped up into the air and like a cannonball he shot forth towards a rock wall some 10 meters away, successfully avoiding the incoming surge of lava. Approximately half a minute passed before the lava fully receded. However, the land was still dyed a crimson red, releasing piping hot steam into the air and the surrounding environment. If an average player set foot on this land, they would lose at least 500 HP every second in the best-case scenario. However, Shi Feng was different. He had 123 points in fire resistance, so he could completely ignore the ground's high temperature. After he landed, he immediately resumed his attacks on the Scorching Lamia. It was extremely exhausting for Salou to cast Queen's Rage. So, after using the skill, she would enter a period of weakness. During this period, she would not have any attack power remaining, and it was the best time for Shi Feng to kill her. If Shi Feng waited for the land to recover its normal state, the Scorching Lamia would have also recovered from her weakened state. In addition, her HP would also recover to 30% or above. The Scorching Lamia in a weakened state stood no chance against Shi Feng. The blazing meteor caused over -1,500 damage to Salou with every strike, with the occasional critical hit causing over -3,000 damage. 10%, 16%, 14%, 12%. By the time the Scorching Lamia had broken away from her weakened state, she only had 10% of her HP remaining. In the end, the Scorching Lamia entered a berserk state, and her damage increased by several folds. However, with Shifeng's frost grenades controlling her movements from beginning to end, Salou could not display her frightening might in melee combat at all. After another 10 minutes or so, the Scorching Lamia released a blood-curdling scream as her body fell to the ground. Instantly, Shifeng's level increased by 1, reaching 17% of level 16. The bountiful EXP even shocked Shifeng. Shifeng then heard the sound of an explosion, and a large amount of flame crystals, equipment and items appeared in place of the Scorching Lamia's body. Chapter 208, Beastman Munition Factory. It really is great to have the Shadow's blessing. Shifeng's eyes slightly twitched as he looked at the shining loot scattered across the ground. It was the first time he truly felt fortunate about the 3 points of luck. It seems that I should get more equipment that increases the luck attribute in the future. I can use it specifically when killing bosses. If he obtained jackpots similar to the Scorching Lamia's as well, accumulating wealth would be a very simple task. In God's domain, the term jackpot only applied to boss monsters, since bosses would give out more loot than usual. Normally, the number of items dropped was double or triple the usual amount, and players looked forward to such situations the most. Unfortunately, aside from obtaining the first clear of a dungeon, the chances of a boss dropping a jackpot were abysmally low. Depending on a player's luck attribute, the chances of obtaining a jackpot would also increase. However, Shifeng did not know the exact value each point of luck provided. He only knew that the higher the luck, the greater were the chances of obtaining a jackpot. If Shifeng's luck increased to 10 points, he might obtain another jackpot if he killed a High Lord-ranked boss in the future. To players, nothing was more exciting than obtaining even more high-level equipment and items. As this was the Flame God's Cave, the Scorching Lamia's jackpot was extremely valuable. It was much more beneficial than killing 2 to 3 High Lord-ranked bosses. This is ridiculous. Just a single Scorching Lamia dropped close to half of my previous harvest of flame crystals. Shifeng was immediately shocked after he collected and arranged all the loot. Previously, he had only obtained a total of 223 flame crystals from killing many level 25 common, elite and special elite monsters. Yet, the Scorching Lamia gave him 102 crystals. If converted to gold coins, that amount would be worth 15 gold, 30 silvers. Moreover, this was only the price of the flame crystals. Compared to the flame crystals, the equipment and forging designs dropped were much more valuable. Aren't these the flame boots? Shifeng noticed a flame-red-colored, delicate pair of boots. There were 3 gorgeous flame crystals embedded into each side, giving the boots a dazzling appearance. Flame boots, plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21, agility plus 30, endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame rush. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Just the value of this piece of equipment exceeded 20 gold. In addition, Salou also dropped a dark gold ranked shield. Light of Day shield, dark gold rank. Level 25. Equipment requirement. Strength 130. Defense plus 665. Block rate, 41%. Defense skill level plus 2. Strength plus 34, agility plus 10, endurance plus 32. Maximum HP plus 15%. Additional passive skill dash. Guardian Heart. Reduces incoming damage from the front by 20%. In addition, all damage received reduced by 10%. Not to mention a shield, equipment meant for MTs was usually abnormally expensive. Moreover, the attributes of this shield were extremely beneficial. If sold, its minimum price would be at least 40 gold. Aside from those 2 dark gold ranked items, there were 7 secret silver ranked items. 3 of them were level 25 mage equipment, 2 were level 25 healer equipment, 1 was level 25 leather armor, and the last was a level 25 two-handed axe. Every piece could sell for at least 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, the most precious of them all was the Raging Flames armor forging design. This was also Shifeng's first time seeing this item. Shifeng was immediately stunned when he read the introduction of this forging design. The Raging Flames armor was a level 25 secret silver ranked plate armor. Although its base attributes were ordinary, it was a very valuable item. It specifically catered to MTs when dealing with fire-type monsters. One could say that the Raging Flames armor was the best level 25 secret silver ranked breastplate. If utilized properly, the value of this forging design could exceed 100 gold. However, flame crystals were necessary to craft the Raging Flames armor. In addition, it also needed a rare secret silver ranked ore, resulting in a high manufacturing cost. However, it would be greatly desired once forged. In particular, when it was used in the level 25 large-scale team dungeon Flame's Nest, it would be frighteningly effective. The Raging Flames breastplate gave 8 points of fire resistance and reduced the user's flame damage received by 20%. No other secret silver equipment could compare to this effect. Aside from the equipment, there was also a flame red-colored skill book. The words, "Flame Burst," decorated the cover. This was the same skill the Scorching Lamia had used on Shifeng. Shifeng had personally witnessed this attack and knew full well the frightening might of that skill. Yet such a skill was unexpectedly a universal skill that any class could learn. Without hesitation, Shifeng chose to learn the skill. He then called out the skill interface. Flame Burst. Level 1, requires 100,000 EXP to upgrade to level 2. Channeling time, 2 seconds. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 300% damage to the target. Attack count, 4 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Compared to other skills that required skill proficiency to level up, Flame Burst belonged to the special skills category. Instead of skill proficiency, it required EXP to level up. Shifeng greatly admired Salou's Flame Burst. If he could possess a similar might to the Scorching Lamia when he used the Flame Burst, he needed only a single move to instant-kill a player of the same level. Just the thought of achieving such a feat invigorated him. However, the skill level was too low right now. He could not achieve such an effect in all. Since his level was relatively high right now and his leveling speed was also very fast, Shifeng did not feel much heartache towards such a small amount of EXP. Hence, he immediately supplied 100,000 EXP to the skill, upgrading it up to level 2. The Flame Burst's damage increased to 350%, while the attack count remained unchanged. There was also no change to its cooldown. This time, 300,000 EXP was needed to upgrade the skill to level 3. However, Shifeng chose to upgrade it without hesitation. He needed several million EXP just to level up now, so 300,000 was not a significant amount. Instantly, Shifeng fell back down to level 15. The damage of the level 3 Flame Burst increased to 380%, while its attack count increased to 5 times, and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes 30 seconds. This was a more noticeable improvement. Meanwhile, it now required 800,000 EXP to upgrade to level 4. Yet Shifeng still chose to upgrade it. The damage of the skill increased to 400%, attack count remained at 5 times and cooldown decreased to 4 minutes. The skill needed 2 million EXP to upgrade to level 5 this time. Shifeng similarly upgraded it to level 5 without hesitation. The damage of Flame Burst increased to 420%, attack count increased to 6 times, and cooldown decreased to 3 minutes 30 seconds. As a result of such a huge increase, however, Shifeng had fallen to level 14. If he wanted to upgrade the skill to level 6, he needed to supply 4 million EXP. Even if he dropped back down to level 0, he could not raise Flame Burst to level 6. It seems that I can only wait until after level 20 before upgrading the Flame Burst again. Shifeng felt it was unfortunate. However, a level 5 Flame Burst was sufficiently amazing already. It was certainly a very useful trump card. Shifeng had spent quite a sum of money on his trip to the Flame God's Cave this time. Not to mention using more than 2 stacks of basic frost grenades, he also used the Flaming Sun scripture. However, with such an astonishing harvest, the losses he incurred were negligible. There's still some time left. I'll get some rest before heading to the Beastman munition factory. Shifeng called out the system clock, discovering that he still had some time before the appointed time. Seizing this chance, he could get some repairs done to his equipment and store his loot into the bank. He would return to the Flame God's Cave again in the future when he had the time. The boss of the Flame God's Cave had a respawn time of 2 days. In other words, Shifeng would return to the Flame God's Cave to kill its boss once every 2 days. Not only could he level up quickly by doing so, but he could also obtain plenty of high-level equipment. This place was sacred ground for players. It was no wonder the ranger, who was the first person to discover this place, made a huge earning. Outside of the Beastman munition factory, Cruel Blade and the others had already gathered at the dungeon's entrance. They currently discussed their strategy to raid the dungeon. During the time they spent waiting for Shifeng, they challenged the dungeon twice more. However, the end result was still the same. Obtaining the first clear of a hard-mode team dungeon was much more difficult than they had imagined. Although they had managed to clear the hard mode of a 10-man team dungeon, some other guild was already a step ahead of them by the time they cleared it. Right now, only the first clears of 20-man hard mode team dungeons were available. However, the hard mode of a 20-man team dungeon was obviously more difficult compared to a 10-man team dungeon. No matter how much thought they put into it, they could not come up with any methods to clear the dungeon. They could only wait for Shifeng's arrival at the dungeon's entrance. This was also a good chance for the team to get some rest. Although Stabbing Heart had continuously recommended Shifeng, Cruel Blade did not place much hope in him. After all, the Assassins' Alliance was an apex second-rate guild. Experts were a dime a dozen within the guild. Meanwhile, they had gathered 20 experts to raid the Beastman munition factory, but they still died under the first boss feat. What difference would an additional, independent player with good techniques make? Guild leader, someone's coming, one of the guild's scouting assassins suddenly spoke in the team chat. Chapter 209, Lone Tyrant. Hearing that someone approached, Stabbing Heart thought that it was Shifeng. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the entrance. However, the person walking over was not Shifeng at all. Moreover, it was not just a single player but a group of players. This was a 20-man team. The members of this team all wore impressive equipment. Practically all of them wore a mix of bronze and mysterious iron equipment, with the majority being mysterious iron equipment. There were also a few players among them wearing level 10 class-specific set equipment that only dropped from level 10 team dungeons. Although they were only individual pieces at this stage of the game, they were definitely considered top-tier equipment to guilds. The leader of this team was a guardian knight. Judging by appearances, the man looked to be around 25 years of age. There was a nasty smile on the man's face. The man wore a mix of red and white-colored heavy armor and carried a blood-red cross shield and long sword. It can't be, right? That shield warrior has the complete Bloody Brilliance set equipment. That's a level 10 mysterious iron set equipment. The glow from his shield and long sword show that they are both of secret silver rank. How come I have never seen such equipment before? The members of Assassins' Alliance started a quiet discussion when they saw the leading guardian knight. The Bloody Brilliance set equipment could only be obtained from level 10 hard mode team dungeons. The fact that this group of newcomers had gathered a full set displayed just how powerful their team was. They seemed to be players from Dark Star. Making a careful observation, Stabbing Heart suddenly discovered that the guild emblem these players don belonged to that of the guild Dark Star. He then observed the leading guardian knight, suddenly exclaiming in shock, "He's Dark Star's Lone Tyrant." Cruel Sword's complexion immediately turned grim at these words. Lone Tyrant of Dark Star was currently number 1 on the ranking list. In addition, Dark Star had also managed to obtain the first clear of 2 hard mode dungeons. Due to the contribution of these 2 factors, Dark Star was already like the sun at high noon, and they were currently in their heyday. Cruel Sword did not think that Dark Star would make their move so soon. They were already attempting to raid a 20-man team dungeon. If they really obtained the first clear of a 20-man team dungeon, the Assassins' Alliance would truly be in an embarrassing position in White River City. After all, due to obtaining the luxury guidebook of White River City in advance, the Assassins' Alliance had made ample preparations before entering the city itself. As a result, they enjoyed a flourishing period after they entered White River City. Many players even thought that the Assassins' Alliance had the possibility to surpass the first-rate guilds. Hence, now that Dark Star was on the rise, players would naturally compare the Assassins' Alliance and Dark Star, resulting in the Assassins' Alliance's status in White River City becoming very awkward. Oh, isn't this the guild leader of the Assassins' Alliance? What a coincidence. Lone Tyrant laughed as he spoke to Cruel Sword. Unfortunately, you guys have simply wasted your time by coming here, as the first clear of the hard mode Beastman Munition factory already belongs to Dark Star. The other members of Dark Star similarly revealed disdainful smiles as they looked at the members of the Assassins' Alliance. Currently, throughout the White River City region, Dark Star's influence surpassed that of the Assassins' Alliance. Moreover, Dark Star had a much shorter history than the Assassins' Alliance. The Assassins' Alliance's current success lay in the fact that they had a long-established history, so the benefits they provided to their guild members were slightly better. However, Dark Star would definitely surpass the Assassins' Alliance in the future. We'll see about that. Cruel Sword ignored Lone Tyrant's provocation, only coldly replying with a single sentence. Only by personally experiencing it would one understand the difficulty of a 20-man hard mode dungeon. It would be meaningless to argue with a little bastard over who would obtain the first clear of a hard mode dungeon. When Lone Tyrant saw that his provocation had failed, he quickly lost interest and turned to leave. At this moment, a deep and low voice resounded by everyone's ears. "Sorry I'm late." The person speaking was precisely Feng. As he had to repair his equipment, store his items in the bank and register more hard stones on the auction house, he had wasted quite a lot of time before coming here. "Brother Yifeng, you're finally here." Stabbing Heart, who was originally enraged due to Lone Tyrant's provocation, immediately cheered up when he noticed Feng's arrival. He hurriedly went up and welcomed Feng. Meanwhile, this was the first time Cruel Sword had personally met Feng. He discovered that Feng still used a complete bronze set equipment. Feng's level and the quality of his other equipment were also indiscernible. Moreover, looking at Feng's age and appearance, he was obviously just an immature youth. He did not possess the sharp temperament of a top-tier expert at all. However, he had obtained the first clear of the Hell Mode Dark Moon Graveyard with Gentle Snow. Coupling that with the widespread battle footage from before and the fact that Feng was the first player to enter White River City, Feng should possess some real skills. However, they were not here to fight other players in the dungeon. Although Feng had impressive combat capabilities, one could not clear a dungeon by depending on combat capabilities alone. Hence, Cruel Sword did not look favorably upon Feng. Ha! What a joke. So even the famous Assassins' Alliance has to invite someone to raid a team dungeon. Moreover, you've even invited an independent player. It seems that the Assassins' Alliance only amounts to this much. To think that I've always thought of the Assassins' Alliance as an actual opponent, I was truly blind. Lone Tyrant looked at Feng, then turned to look at Cruel Sword again before involuntarily laughing. "You." Stabbing Heart wanted to flare up in rage. However, he had no counter to Lone Tyrant's words. After all, what he said was true. The other Assassins' Alliance members had also lowered their heads in shame. At this moment, their hearts harbored dissatisfaction towards Stabbing Heart. They were already disappointed with Stabbing Heart's previous decision of inviting Feng, so the humiliating situation now only made it worse. Yet, although they wished they could immediately chase Feng away, they dared not voice their opinions. After making fun of the Assassins' Alliance, Lone Tyrant's gaze shifted towards Feng. Pretending to be surprised, he sneered and said, "And here I thought the Assassins' Alliance had invited some amazing person. Isn't this Yifeng, the first player to enter White River City and the previous first place on the ranking list? I am truly sorry about this. I never imagined that you would be so easy to surpass, so I accidentally snatched away your first position. But that's not right. Why can't I find your name within the top 100 of the ranking list? It seems that there is a limit to a person's good luck. Without any real strength, one would quickly be surpassed by others. Isn't that right, little brother Yifeng?" Although Lone Tyrant could not see Feng's current level, he did not think that Feng was anything amazing. Otherwise, why would he choose not to display his level? There was only one possibility for such an action, and it was because he was too shameful to show his level. Feng was clearly the first player to enter White River City, yet a majority of players surpassed him in levels. So it was very logical that he would choose to hide his level in shame. Brother Feng, let's just ignore him and enter the dungeon. Afraid that Feng would grow angry and leave, Stabbing Heart hurriedly dragged Feng away from the players of Dark Star. The players within the White River City region have constantly used the Assassin's Alliance as a comparison to Dark Star. Previously I had felt proud of this matter, but now I can only feel embarrassment. Please don't associate Dark Star with you all anymore in the future. We really can't bear this sort of shame. Lone Tyrant did not care much about an expert who was already past his prime. He shifted his gaze once more to Cruel Sword, mocking him. An apex second-rate guild? They aren't even comparable to a third-rate guild. The Assassin's Alliance has truly declined. If I were them, I would have long since killed myself to avoid the embarrassment. They have actually allowed a lucky noob to join their team. Did they think that, by doing so, they could obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman Munition factory? Who are they trying to kid? How could you say such a thing? This is known as birds of a feather flocking together. A trash of a guild would naturally seek out a trash player to aid them. If this situation happened in our guild, we would have long since expelled such noobs from the guild. Allowing such trash to join our team would definitely lower our intelligence and strength. Hey, you've got that wrong. In reality, the Assassin's Alliance is so powerful that they are not afraid of having a noob as a team member. They could still clear the hard-mode Beastman Munition factory with no problems, even with such a member on their team. This is definitely something Dark Star can't dream of comparing with. The relationship between Dark Star and the Assassin's Alliance had long since been similar to that of fire and water. Now that there was such a good opportunity, the members of Dark Star took this chance to ridicule the Assassin's Alliance. Immediately, the atmosphere on the Assassin's Alliance's side became abnormally depressing. The players from the Assassin's Alliance all resentfully glared at Stabbing Heart. Contrary to expectations, however, Stabbing Heart did not feel any heartache due to these hateful gazes. Instead, he felt apologetic to Feng. Originally, Dark Star merely directed its ridicule at the Assassin's Alliance. Now even Feng had been dragged into this matter. At this moment, Feng could no longer stomach this situation. If this situation continued, they would have no chances of raiding the dungeon, and he did not wish to lose the opportunity. After all, he planned to obtain the wind extinguisher set equipment and basic fire resistance potion recipe from this trip. He did not wish to see Dark Star spoil this opportunity. Having no better choice, Feng stood out from the crowd. With pupils as deep as black holes, he gazed at Lone Tyrant. He then calmly said with a smile, "I'm very curious about something. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beast Munition factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to?" Chapter 210 Eye-Opener. Feng's words struck Lone Tyrant and the others. Immediately the atmosphere became incomparably tense. Neither side spoke a single word, and both sides stood on the cusp of lashing out right now. However, nobody intended to make the first move. After all, everyone present understood that if they took action right now, it would lead to an all-out war between the two guilds. Regardless of who won and who lost in this confrontation, both sides would take heavy losses. Hence, be it Cruel Sword or Lone Tyrant, neither wished for such a situation to occur. As both sides could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. Getting the hard modes first clear ahead of us? With trash like you? Lone Tyrant's complexion abruptly turned cold. With a ridiculing smile, he spoke with contempt. "Good, very good. Let everyone see the truth, then. I really want to see if your strength is as good as that mouth of yours." After he finished speaking, Lone Tyrant led his team into the Beastman Munition factory. Moreover, they chose to immediately start with the dungeon's hard mode without warm-up or preparation. They clearly wished to prove to Feng and the Assassin's Alliance just how wide the difference between them was. Why are they trying to act so bold? They will suffer defeat when the time comes. Stabbing Heart curled his lips, revealing a cold smile. Without personally experiencing the 20-man hard mode Beastman Munition factory, one could not truly gauge the difficulty of the dungeon. Otherwise, they would not have sought Shifeng's help. They had only chosen this method as a last resort. After all, the Assassin's Alliance was in a precarious position right now, and they were in dire need of a breakthrough. Hence, they had to obtain the first clear of a hard-mode dungeon. That's right. Darkstar is nothing. They'll cry with regret once they enter the dungeon. Guild leader, let's hurry and enter. We must teach those bastards from Darkstar the strength of the Assassin's Alliance. That's right. Guild leader, we must get the first clear this time. The players from the Assassin's Alliance wiped away their depression from before. They all cracked their knuckles as their thirst for battle grew. Shifeng remained silent as he listened to everyone's enthusiasm with a faint smile on his face. However, due to Shifeng's actions, the guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Blade, viewed Shifeng in a new light. Cruel Blade considered that Shifeng might not just be all talk. Due to Shifeng's provocation, the team's originally downcast mood underwent a complete change. Right now, everyone was indignant over the injustice they had received rather than depressed, and they immediately wanted to charge into the dungeon and slaughter the boss within. They wanted to obtain the first clear of the hard-mode dungeon, letting the players from Darkstar witness their might. However, Shifeng did not give much thought to Cruel Sword's renewed opinion of him. After all, he had been a guild leader in his previous life as well. If one wanted to increase the unity of a team, they only needed one thing. They needed an enemy. In fact, Lone Tyrant was already an enemy of the Assassin's Alliance. Shifeng merely poured some oil on the already burning fire, further raising their fighting spirits. Naturally, high fighting spirits were only a mental boost, and it would not help the Assassin's Alliance to clear the dungeon. If the Assassin's Alliance wanted to clear the hard-mode team dungeon, they still needed some other key elements. However, Shifeng did not reveal this fact. He merely quietly joined the Assassin's Alliance's team, entering the Beast Munition factory with Cruel Sword and the others. The Beast Munition factory was a dilapidated weapon manufacturing factory. Hence, the terrain inside the dungeon was not particularly complicated. Players only needed to walk down a single path to reach the boss. There were a total of 3 bosses throughout the dungeon. Although the number was low, each boss was extremely powerful. In 20-man hard-mode team dungeons, the bosses were all high chieftain rank. Every one of them had powerful skills, and it was a normal occurrence for these bosses to instant kill an MT. If a team were not familiar with these bosses' skills, failing to grasp the timing of their attacks fully, it would not be strange for a team to team wipe over 10 times. In comparison to these bosses, however, players would have a much easier time clearing the elite monsters within the dungeon. I think that everyone should know what to do by now. However, since this is Brother Yifeng's first time entering this dungeon, I'll give you a short explanation on what you should expect later on. Your task is to go all out, dealing damage while simultaneously evading the skills of the elite monsters. On another note, the monsters here have very high attack power and they deal a ton of damage even to the MTs. Moreover, these monsters are immune to crowd control skills. Hence, healers will be under a lot of pressure. They will have no time to heal anyone other than the MT, so you need to be careful not to pull aggro, Cruel Sword explained patiently. Alright, that's it for my explanation. Let's first use the 4 elite monsters guarding at the entrance as practice for our coordination. Finished speaking, Cruel Sword directed 2 of the team's MT to charge at the 4 axe-wielding level 10 elite Beastman warriors. Beastman warrior, elite rank. Level 10. HP 50, 000/50, 000. As this was a dungeon, the monsters in here had both their HP and attack power greatly increased. They were much stronger compared to the level 10 elite monsters out in the fields. One of the 2 MTs was a shield warrior while the other was a guardian knight. Each of them held the 2 monsters aggro. However, when Shifeng saw the damage these 2 MTs dealt to the monsters, he was immediately stunned. A normal attack from the shield warrior only dealt -32 damage to the Beastman warriors. When the shield warrior used heroic strike, he only dealt -66 damage. Meanwhile, the guardian knight fared even worse than the shield warrior. The guardian knight's normal attack only dealt -24 damage, while his divine strike only dealt -51 damage. Both of these MTs were level 10 players, and both of them wielded mysterious iron weapons. Even if it were a one-handed weapon when faced with an elite monster of the same level, it should not deal such little damage. Thus, Shifeng was shocked by this sight he witnessed. Although the two MTs took care to evade the attacks of the monsters, they were very clumsy. As a result, the number of attacks they received exceeded the number of times they dodged. Moreover, each time they received an attack, they needed to retreat a few steps before they could stabilize themselves. The only fortunate thing was that the damage they received was not high. They received around -300 damage from each attack. Meanwhile, each MT possessed around 2,400 HP. With two monsters attacking each MT simultaneously, each MT received a rough total of -600 damage, a quarter of their total HP. This situation resulted in the healers suffering. However, Shifeng was similarly shocked when he discovered that both MTs possessed around 2,400 HP. What the heck? Isn't their HP a little too high? They both couldn't have only added their free attribute points into endurance, completely ignoring strength and agility, right? However, this was the only explanation that made sense. It explained why, even though both MTs were clearly gaming experts, they required so much effort just to dodge an attack and why their damages were so pitiful. In contrast, a level 10 assassin who similarly used a one-handed weapon could deal over -100 damage to an elite monster like the Beastman warrior. They could even deal over -200 damage if they used a skill. The MT's strength was just abysmal. Their agility was similarly too low, preventing them from dodging attacks that they could have clearly evaded. It was obvious that the players of the Assassin's Alliance have yet to adapt to the battle methods of God's domain. They clearly possessed plenty of expert players, yet they were unable to exhibit their full potential. It was no wonder the Assassin's Alliance became an obscure existence during the early stages of the game. Only after half a year had passed since God's Domain's launch did they gain some achievements. If the Assassin's Alliance battled the boss of the Beastman Munition factory like so, Shifeng would be surprised if they didn't team wipe. It was truly a wonder as to how they managed to clear a 10-man hard mode team dungeon. I wish to say something, is that all right? Shifeng looked at Cruel Sword, asking softly. Although the Assassin's Alliance now possessed Lone Tyrant as a great enemy, the members of the team still had negative opinions of Shifeng. They only kept their mouths shut due to his relationship with Stabbing Heart. However, if Shifeng dared push his luck, they would not sit idle. Speak your mind. As long as it benefits the dungeon raid, we will not reject it. Cruel Sword had managed to discern Shifeng's capabilities somewhat. He could somewhat understand why Gentle Snow would take a fancy to Shifeng. After all, Shifeng indeed possessed strength. Can we replace the two MTs? Shifeng asked, holding nothing back. Chapter 211, Brilliant Effect. Although Shifeng's tone was soft, power filled his voice. It caused the female healers nearby to tremble, nearly failing to cast their heals on the two MTs. The two MTs tanking the 4 elite monsters were similarly shocked stiff, receiving a direct hit from the giant steel axes of the Beastman warriors. Damages of over -400 points appeared above both MTs, and the two retreated close to half a dozen steps before they managed to stabilize themselves. The other damage-dealing team members also froze. They all stared at Shifeng with dumbfounded gazes, thinking that their ears had played a trick on them. Replace the MTs. What kind of joke was this? The two players tanking the elite monsters belonged to the top 3 MTs of the guild. Yet Shifeng wanted to replace them with someone else? Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Shifeng's decision would be understandable if the two MTs had made an error while luring the monsters, or lost the monsters' aggro. However, neither of the MTs made such mistakes. So why should they be replaced? Did they do something wrong? Cruel Sword asked. MTs were the core of a team. A powerful MT could greatly reduce the raiding difficulty of a dungeon. A team should never rashly replace their MTs. Nothing. Shifeng shook his head. Indeed, the two MTs did not make any mistakes up until this point. However, not making any mistakes did not necessarily mean that everything was fine. Capable of holding aggro and taking blows, if this were a normal virtual reality game, There would be no problems if the MTs of a team could perform these two tasks. However, God's domain was different. Just carrying out these tasks was still not enough to secure a victory for the team. Since there are no problems, why should we need to replace the MTs? Cruel Sword wrinkled his eyebrows. The two MTs in question were furious right now, clearly displaying their displeasure. Shifeng was just someone they had invited, yet he dared criticize such powerful MTs like themselves? Wasn't he being too arrogant? Their ability to evade attacks is just too poor. To put it bluntly, they are taking too much damage. When they face a boss, even 4 healers will not be sufficient to keep them alive. Moreover, their damage output is too low. In a boss battle, even 1% of HP could decide victory or defeat. I'm guessing that when you guys faced the first boss of this dungeon, aside from having insufficient damage, your healer's mana ran dry as well. In the end, the result was a complete team wipe, Shifeng said with a smile. Listening to Shifeng's words, the two MTs immediately fell speechless. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Clearly, he had not mentioned the matter of their team wipe to Shifeng before. Yet Shifeng correctly guessed each detail of their previous encounter. Everything Shifeng had just said was clear and logical, and Cruel Sword agreed that he needed to make some changes. I wonder if Brother Yifeng has any suggestions on how we can improve? What kind of MT do we need? Cruel Sword earnestly sought Shifeng's guidance. The other members of the Assassin's Alliance were no fools either. They had discerned the meaning behind Shifeng's words. As a result, the dissatisfaction they felt towards Shifeng in their hearts lessened greatly, while respect slightly grew. Each of them perked up, focusing Shifeng's wise opinion. It's very simple. Look for 2 Guardian Knights who have allocated their free attribute points in the ratio of 2 strength, 1 agility, 2 endurance. It would be best if they have learned both Guardian Aura and Power Aura, Shifeng unhurriedly spoke. Unknowingly, Shifeng had suddenly become the heart of the team. Within moments, Cruel Sword had found 2 Guardian Knights from his guild that fit Shifeng's requirements. However, these Guardian Knights' techniques were not anything impressive, and their equipment was subpar at best. One of them was White Feather, and he only possessed slightly over 1,700 HP. The other Guardian Knight was called Water Lake, and his HP was just over 1,800 points. Furthermore, the two's defense was lower than the previous MTs by more than 200 points. They were on completely different levels. However, Shifeng saw nothing amiss after examining the two's equipment. The remaining problem would be their techniques. Shifeng then continued by explaining to the 2 Guardian Knights how they should battle the elite monsters and how they should dodge attacks. As for how much of his explanation they actually understood, that would depend on their own comprehensive abilities. Following which, Shifeng instructed one of the Guardian Knights to activate Guardian Aura, increasing the defense of the entire team by 20 points. He then instructed the other Guardian Knight to activate Power Aura, increasing the strength of the entire team by 5 points. Shifeng also switched his title to Might of 1,000, greatly increasing the attributes of the entire team. As a result, the HP of the 2 Guardian Knights almost reached the 2,000 HP threshold. The team's jaws dropped when they witnessed the brilliant effect brought about by Shifeng's Might of 1,000 title. Increasing all attributes by 10%? This was an outstanding weapon for dungeon raiding. Such an increase was the equivalent of raising every team member's equipment by an entire rank. With such a brilliant effect, they had far more confidence in dealing with the bosses of the dungeon. Hence, everyone started clearing the elite monsters with great excitement. When they first started out, everyone still felt skeptical about Shifeng's decision to replace the 2 MTs. It was simply illogical to replace their previously powerful MTs with weaker ones. However, shortly after the 2 Guardian Knights began tanking the elite monsters, they immediately discovered that there was a massive difference. Although the Beastman warriors dealt around -450 damage to the 2 Guardian Knights with each hit, these Beastman warriors only managed to land 1 out of every 3 attacks. In comparison, the previous 2 MTs would receive 2 out of every 3 attacks, taking an additional -150 damage every 3 attacks. With such a glaring difference in damage, the burden on the healers greatly lessened. Moreover, as they faced more battles, the 2 new MTs gradually evaded with better efficiency, taking fewer hits as a result. This had allowed the healers to expend less of their mana, thereby increasing their endurance. By the time they arrived before the first boss of the dungeon, Karur, the healers no longer felt any pressure in healing the two Guardian Knights. They even had time to attend to the other team members. Karur was a large and ferocious beastman. He was twice as large as a normal beastman, and his body was fully covered in steel-like scarlet muscles. On his back, Karur carried a mammoth magical saber that was as long as he was tall. Meanwhile, Karur himself was a level 12 High Chieftain ranked boss with a whopping 450,000 HP. Brother Yifeng, I wonder if you have any ideas of how to best raid this boss? When facing with Karur once again, Cruel Sword's thoughts started growing heavy. After all, Karur had already team-wiped them multiple times. MTs should hold aggro properly while everyone else should evade Karur's skills. That should be it, I guess, Shifeng casually spoke after giving the question some thought. Everyone in the team immediately sent contemptful glares at Shifeng. Wasn't this just a bunch of nonsense? Wasn't that obvious? Alright, MTs, take action. You two should take turns tanking the boss. Whoever's HP falls to a critical state should immediately back off and let the other tank. As for everyone else, try to use your attacks to assist the two MTs, Shifeng instructed. Shortly after, the two Guardian Knights charged at Karur. According to Shifeng's knowledge, the hard mode Karur only had two moves. One was the Blade Storm. It was a skill that turned Karur into a tornado, causing -600 damage per second to all enemies within a 12-yard distance. The skill had a duration of 20 seconds. The other skill was Avatar Slash. When Karur used this skill, he would immediately vanish from everyone's sight. He would then randomly reappear behind 3 to 5 players, attacking them and causing -500 static damage. Simultaneously, he would inflict players with a damage amplification effect, causing them to take 10% more damage for 2 minutes. To make things worse, this effect stacked. With these two skills at Karur's disposal, the boss prevented players from turning this raid into a prolonged battle. Otherwise, once the damage amplification effect stacked so many times, Karur's Avatar Slash could instant kill any player. At that time, there would be no way for the battle to continue. Hence, there was only one requirement when facing Karur: resolve the battle in the shortest time possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more difficult it would become. Taking the lead, the Guardian Knight Water Lake brandished his sword, sending a punishment at Karur's head. The attack only caused -126 damage. Compared to the elite monsters from before, Karur's defense was clearly a notch higher. Moreover, such a small amount of damage was practically negligible in the face of Karur's massive 450,000 HP. By contrast, as Water Lake failed to dodge Karur's counterattack, the boss's saber sent him flying. A frightening damage of -1,134 points appeared above Water Lake's head, instantly devouring over half of his total HP. Following which, White Feather promptly dashed forward and activated Righteous Fury. He then used Shield of Vengeance to attract Karur's aggro. The 4 healers on the team did not dare make any mistakes. They immediately cast their heals on Water Lake. +234, +215, +221, +225. A cleric then released an instant cast skill Recover on Water Lake. Every 3 seconds for 15 seconds, the target would recover 70 HP. Simultaneously, a druid also used Life Bloom on Water Lake, recovering 43 HP every 2 seconds for 12 seconds. Immediately, Water Lake's HP recovered to 90%. He then returned to his position on the front lines, coordinating with White Feather to tank the boss. Chapter 212, Raiding Karur. By taking turns attacking Karur, the 2 Guardian Knights quickly established a strong hold on Karur's aggro. However, compared to when they battled elite monsters, the pressure on the healers had visibly increased. Moreover, both Water Lake and White Feather were clearly unfamiliar with the boss's attack patterns. Their movements were somewhat stiff when dodging attacks. Right now they could only dodge every other sent at them. Even so, compared to the last time the Assassin's Alliance had raided Karur, the healers were having a slightly easier time keeping these MTs alive. The healer's mana consumption made this obvious. Originally, Cruel Sword still worried that the two Guardian Knights could not manage. However, based on the results before him, it was clearly an unnecessary thought. The healers managed themselves with perfect order right now, unlike the several raids before where they had to cast their heals desperately, without caring about any proper order. The four healers couldn't even catch their breaths unless they wanted the previous two MTs to die instantly. In reality, such failures were very common. In God's domain, level 10 players had a large threshold to overcome. The levels before level 10 were merely an adaptation period. Once players reached level 10, they would no longer receive any preferential treatment. Hence, entering a level 10 20-man hard mode team dungeon at level 10 was the equivalent of entering a level 5 20-man hell mode team dungeon at level 5. How could it possibly be easy? In addition, bosses would have much higher intelligence. It would take a certain degree of skill to hold the aggro of a boss and prevent it from attacking the ranged classes and healers. MTs especially needed to know how to pin down and restrain the boss monsters, as just having aggro did not mean that the boss would only hit the MT. After all, even with aggro, boss monsters would still find an opportune moment to massacre the healers, the weakest players on the team. When this occurred, MTs had the task of restraining the boss, preventing it from attacking the healers. Hence, the requirements for an MT's techniques were very high. If the previous MTs were currently tanking the boss, they would fare much better than Water Lake and White Feather regarding techniques. They had simply made a mistake during the allocation of their free attribute points. However, there was no way to reset one's attribute points in God's domain, so these two players could only be replaced. Moreover, for a long time, these two players would have to allocate all the free attribute points they obtained from leveling up into both strength and agility. Otherwise, they would cripple their characters. Everyone start attacking now. Berserkers and swordsmen assist the MTs in blocking some attacks. Focus your attacks on the boss's weapons or arms, and aim your attacks where they can interrupt the boss's attack. As for ranged classes, focus on dealing as much damage as you can, Surpassing commanded. Immediately, a group of players charged forward to give Karur a beating, while the ranged players launched their bombardment at Karur. -124, -137, -108, -189, -175. One damage after another appeared above Karur's head. However, the damage was not particularly high. Among these, the highest damage dealt belonged to the Berserker Cruel Sword. His normal attacks could deal around -266 damage with each hit, while a Violent Strike could deal up to -448 damage. Right behind Cruel Sword was Stabbing Heart. As Stabbing Heart was an assassin, his normal attacks could only deal around -120 damage with each hit. However, his attack rate was much faster than Cruel Sword's. Meanwhile, a 5-star Eviscerate decimated 587 HP from Karur. Ranking in third was the team's cute and lovable little sister, the elementalist Wuxia. She was the captain of the Assassin's Alliance's elementalist team, and her techniques were first-rate. She was also one of the famous female elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom. She could rank within the top 100 elementalists within Star Moon Kingdom. Every one of her attacks could deal around -300 to -400 damage, but due to her spells requiring a long time to cast, her overall damage was slightly less than the two aforementioned players. Originally, Cruel Sword had intended to say to Surpassing, "Look. Isn't our team's damage output powerful? Why don't you join our guild? The position of first vice leader will be yours if you do." However, when Cruel Sword saw Surpassing charging at Karur, subsequently slashing his sword at Karur, Cruel Sword was immediately dumbfounded. His words shrunk back into a secluded location in his mind. Surpassing's two casual slashes dealt damages of -395 and -376 to Karur. Immediately after, Surpassing followed up with a level 10 chop. The skill achieved a critical hit, instantly causing -2,137 damage to Karur. He then continued by using Thundering Flash, dealing damages of -643, -832, and -1,102 to Karur, as well as inflicting a damage amplification effect. Shifeng then abruptly jumped up into the air. As he descended, he smashed the abyssal blade covered in the power of thunder and fired down onto Karur's head. Suddenly, Karur let out a soul-piercing scream of pain. Thunder flame explosion instantly caused -3,312 damage, and everyone on the team aside from Shifeng became slack-jawed when they witnessed this scene. If Water Lake had not reacted quickly by using Mach, followed by Righteous Punishment, Shifeng might have snagged most if not all of Karur's aggro. Stabbing Heart, just where did you find a swordsman expert as amazing as him? Mu Qing's exquisite lips parted as she gaped and involuntarily questioned Stabbing Heart. As Mu Qing had not started out in Red Leaf Town, she was not particularly knowledgeable about Shifeng. Since the launch of God's Domain, she had always focused on leveling up and raiding dungeons. Even after she entered White River City, she had not met many players who could surpass her. Hence, Mu Qing naturally considered herself as a top-tier expert. However, Shifeng had utterly shattered that belief. The highest damage she could deal was only around -700 points, and that was when she achieved a critical hit. Meanwhile, Shifeng could casually deal over -700 damage with a single hit. Right now he had even dealt over -3,000 damage to a high chieftain-ranked boss. Mu Qing felt extremely embarrassed to think that she actually thought of herself as a top-tier expert. What a joke. Isn't this big brother amazing? Shortly after I started playing God's Domain, I discovered Brother Yifeng's prowess. With such a massive damage output, the first clear of this hard mode dungeon will definitely be ours this time. Stabbing Heart gleefully said. After all, he was the one who had invited Shifeng to this raid. Now that Shifeng performed so valiantly, shocking everyone on the team, Stabbing Heart felt extremely proud. Scram. You're not Yifeng, what's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, then show me that you can deal over 1,000 damage. Mu Qing glared at Stabbing Heart. Little sister Mu Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I compare to Brother Yifeng? He is the publicly acknowledged God-ranked expert of White River City. His damage alone can trump over a dozen players. I would be satisfied if I had even a third of his damage. Stabbing Heart smiled bitterly. Shifeng was a great expert just like Gentle Snow. He and Shifeng were on entirely different levels, so how could he compare to Shifeng? Previously, the players who still had some complaints about Shifeng now had none. Shifeng was simply too amazing. Not only were his attacks incredibly powerful, but the timing and techniques he applied to interrupt the boss's rhythm continuously were also praiseworthy. Every time one of Shifeng's swords attacked Karur, his other sword would simultaneously strike at Karur's saber, shifting the boss's attack slightly. This situation allowed the two MTs to dodge Karur's attacks with far more ease, greatly reducing the burden on the healers. At this moment, everyone finally understood what a true swordsman was. Aside from having fierce attacks, Shifeng could also nimbly assist the MT. With such a swordsman on the team, raiding the dungeon became much easier than before. By making a rough estimate, their chances of victory had risen by at least twofold. At this moment, Cruel Sword suddenly sent a private message to Mu Qing. Mu Qing, you're one of the great beauties in our guild. You can see how amazing Yifeng is. It would be a shame not to recruit him into our guild. It wouldn't be too good for a brute like me to invite him directly. Can you use your charms to persuade him to join us? If you manage to pull Yifeng into our guild, I can guarantee that your current treatment will increase by threefold, and you will also be promoted to an elder of the guild. Cruel Sword also tried to think of a few other methods to recruit Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance. However, he immediately discovered that the Assassin's Alliance did not have any great benefits to Shifeng. With Shifeng's techniques, even first-rate guilds would willingly wage a bloody battle with each other to recruit him. As for the price tag the Assassin's Alliance could offer, any first-rate guilds could easily double or triple the amount. Hence, the only option Cruel Sword had remaining was to play the relationship card. Looking at Shifeng's age, he should only be in his early 20s. He was at the age where he should be both vigorous and passionate. Meanwhile, a great beauty like Mu Qing was perfect for this situation. Although Cruel Sword hated resorting to such methods, the competition in God's Domain was just too intense. There were plenty of guilds using similar tactics. If he continued being conservative, he might regret it in the future. Guild leader, are you for real? Mu Qing excitedly asked. Of course, Cruel Sword earnestly replied. Guild leader, leave it to me. With this young lady's charm, I will definitely recruit Yi Feng into our guild. Mu Qing laughed coquettishly, her large eyes shifting towards Shi Feng. Cruel Sword had similarly notified Stabbing Heart of his plan. However, Stabbing Heart simply shook his head and smiled bitterly after he heard it. Stabbing Heart really wished to say, if even a saint like Gentle Snow and a demoness like Zhao Yueru failed to capture Yi Feng's heart, I'm afraid Mu Qing will not have any chances at all. Although Mu Qing was indeed a beauty as pretty as a flower, when Stabbing Heart gazed at Mu Qing's flat chest and recalled Gentle Snow's and Zhao Yueru's outstanding lethal weapons, they were on entirely different levels. However, Stabbing Heart did not try to ruin Mu Qing's beautiful fantasy. At this moment, Karur's HP had decreased to 50%. Suddenly, Karur let out an angry bellow. Everyone, get away from the boss. Shi Feng knew that Karur was about to use Blade Storm. With Shi Feng's reminder, the elites of the Assassin's Alliance quickly distanced themselves more than 20 yards from Karur. Shortly after, Karur started spinning, transforming into a tornado that engulfed everything around it. Even after Karur's Blade Storm ended, nobody from the team had died. At worst, there were some players who had their HP damaged to a critical point. However, they were healed back to full HP by the healers very quickly. Following which, the team proceeded to decrease Karur's HP to 40%. Karur then started using his Avatar Slash. Although Karur only used Avatar Slash once every 20 seconds, there were bound to be some players who were extremely unlucky, chosen as targets for 7 or 8 consecutive times. For these unlucky players, surviving would be difficult regardless of how they held on. As one team member after another fell, Karur's HP also decreased to 10%. Karur went berserk. His speed and attack power soared by 30%, and he now had a critical hit effect. White Feather unfortunately received a critical hit. Even with Protection Blessing activated, he instantly lost over 1,400 HP. Moreover, when White Feather received this hit, he only had around 60% of his total HP remaining. Hence he instantly died. White Feather's death greatly increased the pressure on Water Lake. To make things worse, there were only 12 players left alive in the team, while Karur still had 4% of his HP remaining, almost 20,000 HP. Helpless, Shi Feng could only choose to use one of his trump cards, the Flame Burst. During the short 2-second cast time, Karur had used Avatar Slash once more, instant killing 3 more players. One of the 3 players killed was even a healer. This was truly a desperate situation. Meanwhile, Karur still had 3% of his HP, which meant that he had around 13,000 HP remaining. At this moment, the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand started glowing a dazzling white. The white glow surrounding the abyssal blade shone like a miniature sun. Its presence alone raised the surrounding temperature by several folds. Shi Feng activated Wind Blade and arrived behind Karur. Lightly jumping up, Shi Feng brandished the abyssal blade at Karur's back, instantly forming 6 sword images. The 6 sword images resembling the sun instantly devoured Karur, causing frightening damages of -2,153, -2,203, -2,178, -4,356, -2,206, -4,422 to appear above Karur's head. Under this tremendous might, Karur's 4-meter-tall body shot like a cannonball towards a steel wall. Boom. An indentation in the shape of Karur immediately formed on the steel wall. Meanwhile, Karur was thoroughly charred black, as void of life as a stone. Chapter 213, Dark Warlock Salou. Karur is down. We won. What was that skill? How could it be so frightening? The surviving members looked at the charred Karur, all involuntarily gulping a mouthful of saliva. The scene Shi Feng displayed before was simply unheard of. It was as if the thing he brandished was not a sword but a miniature sun. Even when standing at a distance of over 30 yards, they could feel the scorching temperature through the pain and burning of their skin. Meanwhile, the damage Shifeng had dealt was even more shocking. Of his 6 last strikes, not one had dealt lower than -2,000 damage to the High Chieftain-ranked boss. Among them there were even 2 that achieved a critical hit, causing over -4,000 damage. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful skill. Stabbing Heart Jaw also hung open. Although he knew that Shifeng was amazing, he never imagined that he would be this amazing. Cruel Sword was also awestruck. Originally, he had prepared for another failure. He never thought that Shifeng would have a move like this hidden. Shifeng had sent a level 12 High Chieftain boss flying and instantly caused more than -10,000 damage. This was definitely the highest damage Cruel Sword had seen so far. At this moment, Cruel Sword's gaze grew even more fervent when he looked at Shifeng. He couldn't help but wish that he could drag Shifeng into the Assassin's Alliance right this instant. Mu Qing reacted quickly. This moment was her best chance to get closer to Shifeng. Hence, Mu Qing immediately walked up to Shifeng's side, acting excited as she pulled on Shifeng's arm. "Big brother Yifeng, this move of yours is just too amazing. Just what sort of skill is it? This is my first time seeing such a skill." Mu Qing eyed Shifeng as she spoke in a soft and supple tone, her slender eyelashes constantly fluttering. Admiration filled her gaze and her expression was fragile, invoking any man's protective instincts. Flame Burst. It's a universal special skill that any class can use. Shifeng could clearly feel a sense of warmth and softness on the arm she clung to. However, he did not put much thought into it. He deemed that Mu Qing had only done such a thing due to her excitement. Hence he casually gave her the answer. "A special skill, is it? How unfortunate. Originally, I thought of inviting brother Yifeng to help me grind for one." Mu Qing's excitement withered when she heard Shifeng's words. One could only come across something like a special skill serendipitously. It was not something that one could obtain through effort. Indeed, how could such a powerful skill be so easily obtained? "Let's take a look at the drops then," Shifeng said with a laugh, looking at Mu Qing's disappointed expression. Reminded by Shifeng, everyone finally recalled the fact that Karur, who had just died, was a High Chieftain-ranked boss. The loot he dropped would doubtlessly be bountiful. They had forgotten this fact due to their shock at Shifeng's strength. Following which, the surviving healers started reviving their fallen allies. Only when everyone was revived did Cruel Sword begin to collect the loot. Karur had dropped a total of 5 pieces of equipment, and all of them were mysterious iron rank. Compared to the boss of a 10-man dungeon, Karur had dropped an extra 2 to 3 pieces of equipment. Among the 5 pieces of equipment, there was a level 10 Great Shield, a level 10 Longbow for rangers, a level 10 Breastplate for berserkers, a level 10 Staff for healers, and the last piece was a level 10 Breastplate for swordsmen. The breastplates for berserkers and swordsmen in particular were pieces of set equipment. As for money, everyone in the team received 32 coppers. In general, it was a great harvest. As Shifeng previously had an agreement with the Assassin's Alliance, the Wind Extinguisher breastplate was given to him directly. Wind Extinguisher breastplate, chest piece, plate armor, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Defense plus 83. Strength plus 7, agility plus 10, endurance plus 6. Restricted to swordsmen. Part of Wind Extinguisher set equipment, 1/6. 2-piece effect. Increase damage by 10%. 4-piece effect. Increase attack speed and movement speed by 15%. 6-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 3. When attacking, 15% chance to increase attack power by 50 points for 20 seconds. Regarding attributes or set effects, the Wind Extinguisher set equipment definitely possessed a qualitative increase compared to the Silver Moon set equipment. Shifeng's best available option was to gather this whole set now and upgrade his equipment. However, it would not be an easy task. After receiving the Wind Extinguisher breastplate, Shifeng was in no hurry to swap it out with his current breastplate. After all, once he made the change, he would lose one of the set effects of the Silver Moon set equipment. He only intended to make the change after he collected 4 pieces of the Wind Extinguisher set equipment. After distributing the equipment, everyone advanced towards the next boss. Now that Water Lake possessed a level 10 mysterious iron-ranked shield, his defense and HP had both increased significantly. As a result, they easily dealt with the monsters they met on their journey. Within 10 minutes they arrived at a fighting arena. In the middle of the arena, Warlock, a Beastman assassin, stood there. He was also the second boss of the Beastman Munition factory. Warlock, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 400, 000/400, 000. Although Warlock's HP was lower than Karur's, Warlock was in reality much harder to deal with than Karur. Unlike Karur, Warlock was an assassin. During battle, Warlock would unpredictably disappear and reappear at another location. He would also frequently attack players while ignoring aggro, choosing to attack players on the run line rather than those on the front line. More importantly, Warlock had 3 skills that rendered players speechless. The first skill he possessed was Armor Break. Every one of Warlock's attacks would inflict a stackable armor break effect. To any plate armor classes, this could be a fatal skill, as once the armor break effect reached 10 stacks, their defense would essentially reduce to 0. Even if it were an MT that possessed over 2000 HP, Warlock could still kill them with just 2 to 3 hits. Before the healers could replenish the MT's lost HP, the MT would have already succumbed to Warlock's stunning attack speed, dying helplessly. The only fortunate aspect for players was that the armor break effect only had a short duration of 30 seconds. Players raiding Warlock only needed to swap out their MTs when the effect stacked up to 5 times. Warlock's second skill was Killing Feast. When activated, Warlock would attack all enemies within an 8-yard radius a total of 16 times. Throughout the duration of this skill, Warlock would enter a state of invulnerability. Moreover, Warlock would carry out these 16 attacks very quickly. He would finish all 16 attacks in just 2 seconds. When Warlock activated this skill, there were only the 2 MTs within range. These 2 MTs would die with a 100% guarantee. Thus, players needed to share the burden of this attack. This would also place an extreme pressure onto the healers. Warlock's third skill was called Vanish. When activated, Warlock would randomly ambush a player. If the ambushed player were a cloth armor class, then without question that player would die. Only players that belonged to a plate armor class would have any hopes of surviving Warlock's ambush. At this moment, everyone in the team looked towards Feng, intending to obtain his opinion on how to deal with this second High Chieftain boss. Contrary to their expectations, Feng did not tell them any strategies to raid the boss. Instead, he instructed 1 healer and 2 MTs to test the waters. Otherwise, he might have to explain how he obtained his strategy. After making a few tests, Feng started explaining his strategy for the initial stages of the boss fight. In reality, the plan was very simple. All plate armor classes would become tanks during the early stages of the raid, taking turns tanking Warlock. After all, Warlock's damage was not particularly high. It would only become powerful after the armor break effect stacked so many times. So, as long as one belonged to a plate armor class, they could withstand Warlock's damage. Naturally, it was the same when dealing with Warlock's Killing Feast. In short, players only needed to surround and beat up this boss. After 8 minutes passed, Warlock, the second boss of the Beastman Munition factory, fell. The main reason for Warlock's fall was because Feng was simply too strong. Feng had practically tanked Warlock by himself. Feng was extremely nimble when dodging Warlock's attacks, and Warlock could very rarely land an attack on him. This, in turn, resulted in a decrease to Feng's damage output. With a stable tanker like Feng, the healers enjoyed a rather easy time throughout this raid. They could spread their attention towards other members of the team, allowing everyone to have an easier time dealing with the boss. Problems only arose when Warlock used Vanish and appeared behind a cloth armor class. These unfortunate players could only curse their own bad luck as they accepted their deaths. Chapter 214, Dungeon Cleared. After Warlock died, he dropped a total of 4 pieces of mysterious iron equipment. Everyone received a share of 34 copper coins and a large amount of EXP. Meanwhile, Feng obtained a pair of wind extinguisher leg guards. increasing his collection of the wind extinguisher set equipment to 2 pieces. Everyone on the team looked at each other with a smile after they had killed Warlock, a high chieftain-ranked boss, with such ease. They all felt blissful from the fact that Shifeng had joined their team. Right now, no one on the team felt the same panic they had when they first entered the dungeon. They could joke around with each other and had even become pals with Shifeng. Occasionally, they would even ask Shifeng to teach them a few battle techniques. While Shifeng gave out casual pointers, the team members' admiration for Shifeng gradually grew. Under Shifeng's casual guidance, many players in the team exhibited noticeable improvement. Soon after, everyone arrived at the final throne room. Here they met the final boss, the Dark Warlock Salou. Dark Warlock Salou, High Chieftain rank. Level 12. HP 500, 000/500, 000. Elsewhere, while Shifeng and the others had arrived before the final boss, Dark Star's lone Tyrant still tangled with the first boss of the Beastman Munition factory, Karur. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant and his team had already experienced 3 team wipes. Moreover, Karur's avatar slash had caused all 3. They had not improved one little bit since their first battle. Lone Tyrant grew hysterical at this situation. He did not know why a 20-man dungeon would have such a huge increase in difficulty compared to a 10-man dungeon. After pondering for a long time, Lone Tyrant discovered the reason for their failures. This boss needs to be dealt with as quickly as possible. However, our overall damage simply isn't enough to finish him. Unless the team's equipment is further upgraded, the possibility of clearing this dungeon doesn't exist. Do we really have to go and upgrade our equipment before trying again? Lone Tyrant wore a hesitant expression as he glared at Karur. Due to his previous boasting, he was now stuck between a rock and a hard place. However, Lone Tyrant suddenly came to a realization. If the damage of his own team were insufficient to deal with Karur, then the Assassins' Alliance, who had poor quality equipment, would have even less of a chance of killing Karur. At this moment, the team from the Assassins' Alliance must certainly be stuck at the first boss as well. When Lone Tyrant thought about this, his mood immediately lifted. He decided to reflect on their raiding strategy, giving the boss another try. Meanwhile, in the magnificent throne room of the Beastman Munition factory, the Assassins' Alliance had already investigated the Dark Warlock Salou's skills. Aside from Dark Arrow being Salou's most basic attack, Salou was immune to all controlling effects. Salou also possessed 2 killing moves. One of them was a skill called Shadow Wound. When cast, the boss would fire 12 dark arrows. Each dark arrow would cause -800 damage and inflict a fear effect that lasted 6 seconds. The other was a skill called Summon Flame Giant. The Flame Giant was a level 12 special elite with 50,000 HP. Each Flame Giant that Salou summoned possessed self-immolation effect that dealt -300 flame damage to all targets within a 10-yard range every second. The Flame Giant was also the largest hurdle to overcome when raiding the Dark Warlock Salou, as the self-immolation was an AoE dot. If any players other than MTs received -300 flame damage every second, they would last 4 to 5 seconds at most. Meanwhile, Salou would summon an additional Flame Giant every 1 to 2 minutes. Factoring in the fear effect from Shadow Wound, many players in the team would die under the combination of these 2 skills. Even if this combination did not immediately kill them, with 3 Flame Giants running about, they would similarly end in destruction. 3 Flame Giants would mean -900 total damage per second. Even Shifeng could not last 3 seconds under this damage, much less the other players in the team. However, if they focused their attacks on the Flame Giants summoned instead, they would waste precious time. As a result, Salou would fully recover his HP due to his battle recovery. A battle of attrition like this would only end with the healers exhausting their mana and a team wipe. Meanwhile, after sending a group of half a dozen players to test the waters, everyone learned Dark Warlock Salou's true strength. As a result, their hearts sunk and their confidence wavered. Ignoring the fact that each of Salou's dark arrows could cause -800 damage to their MTs and -1000 damage to everyone else, the Flame Giants alone were extremely difficult to deal with. After all, none of the melee players could go near a Flame Giant, and even if only the MTs tanked it, the healers still wouldn't be able to cope with the high damage. Not to mention there was also Salou's AoE skill, Shadow Wound, that would suddenly cause -800 damage. The flame giant itself could cause over -300 damage to the MT with its attacks. Coupling that with the flame giant's self-immolation effect, its prowess could rival that of a boss. If they suddenly received an attack from Salou's Shadow Wound in addition to the flame giant's attacks, even their MTs might instantly die. Moreover, if they did not kill the first flame giant within 1 to 2 minutes of its summoning, Salou would summon the second flame giant. Under the simultaneous attacks of 2 flame giants, their MTs wouldn't have a chance. With their current equipment and levels, it was impossible for them to face Dark Warlock Salou head-on in battle. Thinking up to this point, everyone's moods grew somber. Isn't this only hard mode? Why is the difficulty so high? What would happen if this were hell mode? Stabbing Heart was similarly bitter after seeing Dark Warlock Salou's capabilities. The guild leader of the Assassin's Alliance, Cruel Sword, wrinkled his brows, falling into deep thought. Salou's rating difficulty was clearly much higher than the previous 2 bosses. As expected of a final boss, it won't be easy to clear this hurdle. At the very least, Cruel Sword did not have any good methods to raid Salou. While everyone was discouraged. Why don't we give it a try first? It's not like we're completely helpless right now, Shifeng suddenly said in the team chat. Shifeng's words were like a ray of hope. Brother Yifeng, can we really raid this boss? Mu Qing blinked her mesmerizing eyes, her delicate body sticking close to Shifeng as she asked. It should be possible. We can only find out if we try it, right? Shifeng merely shrugged as he spoke, his calm appearance giving Mu Qing a slight surprise. Following which, Shifeng gave a brief overview of his raiding plan. Shifeng's plan was simple. He alone would kite the summoned flame giants while the other members of the team would focus their attacks on the boss. In this situation, 3 of the 4 healers on the team would be responsible for healing the MTs, while the last healer would be responsible for keeping Shifeng alive. However, this plan was very risky. Its success relied heavily on Shifeng's ability to kite the flame giants. As the throne room did not provide a wide area for movement, Shifeng needed to be mindful of his positioning. Any mistakes could lead to a team wipe. However, nobody rejected Shifeng's proposal. They did not even have the slightest opinion about Shifeng's plan. They had long since been convinced of Shifeng's strength. Since Shifeng shared his plan, he must be very confident about it. Thus, they believed that Shifeng could really pull it off. Water Lake, you'll activate Darkness Aura. White Feather, you'll activate Crusader Aura. Let's start the raid then, Shifeng said. A Guardian Knight's Darkness Aura could provide an additional 5 points dark resistance to allies, decreasing the darkness damage they received. Meanwhile, the Crusader Aura could increase allies' movement speed by 10%, letting everyone have an easier time evading the flame giants. With these 2 auras, the team would have a much easier time raiding the boss. Water Lake was the first to dash at Salou. While Salou was still in the process of casting a spell, Water Lake smashed Shield of Vengeance into Salou's face, causing -181 damage. Water Lake then followed up with Righteous Punishment, dealing -201 damage. However, neither of these attacks had interrupted or delayed Salou's chanting, and shortly after, a streak of dark light skewered Water Lake through the chest, causing -800 damage to him. A moment later, 3 healing lights landed on Water Lake's body, recovering over 700 HP of his HP. After Water Lake solidified his grasp on Salou's aggro, Shifeng instructed the other players to initiate their attacks. After a moment, Salou pointed his staff towards the sky. A large azure-green fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the throne room. Immediately, Shifeng tossed out the blazing meteor at the azure-green flame giant, causing -621 damage and instantly becoming its main target. Seeing the flame giant charging at him, Shifeng spun around and fled, luring the flame giant away from the rest of the team. He then started circling around the hall with the flame giant right behind him. As Salou's HP continued decreasing, the flame giants he summoned also grew stronger. Unfortunately, Shifeng lured away all of the flame giants Salou summoned, spoiling his fun. After more than 10 minutes, Salou released a resentful bellow. His body fell to the throne as he passed away. Chapter 215, Basic Fire Resistance Potion. From beginning to end, Shifeng had lured a total of 9 flame giants, kiting them around the throne room. Due to his actions, the flame giants had not been able to showcase their prowess even once in this entire battle. As a result, the Dark Warlock Salou became very easy to deal with, breathing his last under everyone's heavy bombardment. Even an amazing boss could not compete against a reincarnated player. Their only fate was to be a plaything, unto death. Seeing Salou fall, everyone jumped in celebration. The Beastman Munition factory belonged to the category of expedition dungeons. Unlike the Dark Moon Graveyard, which was a survival dungeon, players only needed to kill the final boss in an expedition dungeon to clear it. There was no need to leave the dungeon for the clear to be official. At this moment, the White River City Region System announcement had already appeared. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the first team to conquer the hard-mode Beastman Munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Assassin's Alliance for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard-mode Beastman Munition factory. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. As it was not the first clear of Hell mode, the main god system would not be so generous as to reward them with reputation points. Normally, players would only receive EXP for obtaining the first clear of hard mode. Also, the race for team dungeons was categorized into 2 types: hard mode and hell mode. Normal mode was not taken into consideration as no time challenge existed. Normally, the main god system would implement a clear time for team dungeons. The clear time set by the system depended on the type of team dungeon and its difficulty. Meanwhile, the hard mode Beastman Munition factory's clear time was set at 3 hours. The main god system would usually set the clear time at a very high bar. Only if players had achieved the standard of an elite team determined by the main god system would they have a chance to clear the dungeon in this set amount of time. Meanwhile, under Shifeng's command, the Assassin's Alliance had only spent 2 hours and 22 minutes to clear the hard mode Beastman Munition factory, surpassing the estimated time. This proved that the team's strength was already above the standards of a normal elite team. However, everyone on the team knew full well that this achievement was all due to Shifeng's contributions. After a round of mad celebration, everyone finally welcomed the most exciting moment. They began examining the item drops of the Dark Warlock Salou, the final boss monster of the Beastman Munition factory. Compared to the previous 2 bosses, the loot from Salou was far more bountiful. Salou had dropped a total of 7 items. Among them, 5 were level 10 mysterious iron ranked helmets, each being a part of a set equipment for different classes. With great luck, Salou even dropped a basic fire resistance potion recipe. As for the final item, it was a secret silver staff meant for elementalists. Elemental Scepter, Staff, Secret Silver rank. Level 10. Intelligence plus 15, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 4, Endurance plus 10. Increases elemental damage by 5%. Increases casting speed by 10%. Durability 80/80ths. With just a glance, one could immediately tell that this was a top-tier staff meant for elementalists. When the mages in the team looked at the details of this staff, drool nearly leaked from their mouths. Although these mages had quite a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment on their persons, their weapons and equipment were all below level 10. They were clearly much weaker compared to level 10 weapons and equipment, not to mention a secret silver ranked staff. Cruel's sword immediately handed the elemental staff to Mu Qing. However, nobody in the team expressed any dissatisfaction about Cruel's sword's decision because Mu Qing's strength was indeed very powerful. Moreover, her damage was ranked number 1 amongst all the mages present. Following which, Cruel's sword handed the Wind Extinguisher helmet, Wind Extinguisher arm guard, and basic fire resistance potion recipe to Shifeng. Similarly, nobody in the team had any gripes about this decision. If it weren't for Shifeng, they would not have cleared this dungeon in the first place. With this, Shifeng now had 4 pieces of the wind extinguisher set equipment. Although he did not possess all 6 pieces, they were sufficient for him to replace the bronze-ranked Silver Moon set equipment. Brother Yifeng, you've helped us out so much, yet you're only taking so few items. I am truly embarrassed about this, so please let me pay you another 100,000 credits as compensation. Otherwise, if the other guilds discover this matter, they will definitely make mock us for being insincere. Cruel Sword said with a laugh as he looked at Shifeng. Putting aside the advertising benefits brought about from obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory, just the equipment they obtained was already of considerable value. It was especially true for the secret silver-ranked elemental scepter. The value of this staff alone could compare to half a dozen pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. Hence, spending an additional 100,000 credits to compensate Shifeng was a minor matter. To put it another way, the Assassins' Alliance had made a huge profit from this deal. After all, the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon held extraordinary significance, as up until this moment, any guild had yet to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard-mode team dungeon. Obtaining the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman munition factory had undeniably allowed the Assassins' Alliance to break free from their awkward position in White River City. They no longer had to suffer the suppression from Dark Star. Of course, by giving Shifeng 100,000 credits, Cruel Sword also had the intention of deepening the relationship between Shifeng and the Assassins' Alliance. Cruel Sword still wished to recruit Shifeng into the guild. Shifeng could easily see through Cruel Sword's intentions. However, he merely smiled in reply, receiving all that Cruel Sword offered without hesitation. Cruel Sword had no idea that Shifeng did not really care about this equipment. Even if it were the wind extinguisher set equipment, it was simply a temporary set of equipment for Shifeng. Meanwhile, amongst these items, the one Shifeng paid the most attention to was the basic fire resistance potion recipe. Basic fire resistance potion. After consumption, increases fire resistance by 15 points for 1 hour. Currently, this item had no market value. However, when the various large guilds started raiding the level 25 flame nest, the value of this basic fire resistance potion recipe would soar beyond one's imagination. Its worth would not be less than a piece of fine gold equipment. Players were not allowed to use the Flaming Sun scripture when in a dungeon. Meanwhile, equipment that increased a player's fire resistance was extremely rare. The quickest way to increase one's fire resistance was through the use of a basic fire resistance potion. If players did not possess this potion, raiding the flame nest would only be possible in their dreams. If Shifeng started looking for a potion maker to craft the basic fire resistance potion now, he would carve out an additional path to wealth for the future. Even 10 pieces of secret silver equipment could not rival what he could earn with these potions. Brother Yifeng, are you free tomorrow? At this moment, Muqing walked over to Shifeng after receiving a silent hint from Cruel Sword. Sweetly, she said, my party is planning to raid the old ruins, a high-level 10-man team dungeon, tomorrow. However, one of the original party members had applied for leave due to some personal matters. I'd really love it if you would join me. Will you? After a team dungeon was cleared, it would have a cooldown period of 3 days. Hence, they needed to wait for 3 days before they could enter the Beastman munition factory again. Standing to the side, Cruel Sword inwardly clapped his hands at Muqing's performance. Relationships needed care and gentle nurturing. Although he could tell that Shifeng had no particular interest in Muqing, with increased interactions, who was to say would happen in the future. I still have something that I need to do tomorrow. Let's find some other time to go dungeon diving. Shifeng could naturally tell what Muqing was trying to do. However, he simply waved his hand and tactfully rejected her. Although the old ruins was a high-level team dungeon, there was nothing there that could rouse his interests. He would only waste time by going there. Now that he had changed into the 4 pieces of wind extinguisher set equipment, his attributes had greatly increased once again. He should be able to attempt the continuation of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, now. Muqing's innocent eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. She did not think that her charm, which had only brought her success so far, would fail against Shifeng. Was she really lacking in charm, or were Shifeng's defenses just too high? Chapter 216, Surpassing Imagination. Beastman Munition Factory. Boss, we've already team-wiped 4 times now and have lost 20% of our experience. If we are to continue to die at this rate, we might not even be a high enough level to enter the dungeon's entrance. Why don't we give up? Alright then. Everyone get some rest. Afterwards, we'll head to a 10-man dungeon to upgrade our equipment. Lone Tyrant currently wore a gloomy expression on his face. They had tried all sorts of methods to raid the High Chieftain-ranked boss, Karur, yet ultimately they still failed due to a lack of damage. Before he had even made a solemn vow to kill Karur. Now that he thought about it, he felt that his decision had been slightly rash. Fortunately, the players from the Assassin's Alliance had absolutely no chances of clearing the dungeon. Otherwise he would be utterly humiliated. Just as the members of Dark Star were resting. Suddenly, 2 system notifications relating to the Assassin's Alliance rang out beside everyone's ears. In the beginning, the members of Dark Star thought that they had heard wrong. Hence they quickly called up the announcement interface. The extraordinarily large and clear words proved them wrong. The Assassin's Alliance had indeed obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman Munition Factory. Immediately the atmosphere surrounding the members of Dark Star sunk. Why was there such a large difference between their 2 teams? Weren't they supposed to be stronger than the Assassin's Alliance? How could the Assassin's Alliance have already obtained the first clear, while they were still stuck at the first boss? Lone Tyrant felt like he had just been given 2 tight slaps to his face when he looked at these notifications. His cheeks felt as if they were on fire. He felt even worse when he recalled Shifeng's words from before. If the nobodies that you've looked down on suddenly obtain the first clear of the hard-mode Beast Munition Factory a step ahead of you, then what would you all amount to? At this moment, those words were like sharp swords, continuously slashing at Lone Tyrant's pride. Lone Tyrant truly never imagined that such a situation would occur. However, Lone Tyrant was no fool. He did not believe the Assassin's Alliance had relied on only themselves to clear the dungeon. The only possible way they could do so was with Shifeng's help. Just where did this mysterious person come from? In reality, Dark Star wasn't the only one to have been shocked by this piece of news. When the announcement spread throughout the entire White River City region, it had grabbed the attention of many other guilds. The Assassin's Alliance's position in White River City was self-evident from the fact that their development speed had surpassed even that of a first-rate guild. However, Dark Star's fame had recently suppressed Assassin's Alliance, adding to the fact that they had not produced any significant results from the team dungeons. Their status in White River City had become slightly awkward. Now that they had obtained the first clear of the Beastman Munition Factory, their fame instantly soared. This allowed the Assassin's Alliance to regain their rightful reputation. From now on, their development speed would definitely be faster than before. White River City's Adventurers Association. Brother Zhang. The Assassin's Alliance has obtained the first clear of the hard-mode Beastman Munition Factory. Ling Feilong suddenly rushed into Shadow's guild hall, announcing the news with a face filled with excitement. In God's domain, as long as guilds registered themselves at the Adventurers Association, they would be provided a free lounge for their own personal use in the various large cities. Guilds could carry out meetings and rest in this room, and they could also receive quests from the Adventurers Association. Why are you shouting? Who doesn't know of this matter? Zhou Yuhu, who was resting in the corner of the room, rolled his eyes at Ling Feilong. Of course I know of this. However, there is another hidden truth to this matter. Ling Feilong shot a glance at Zhou Yuhu, before shifting his gaze towards the person sitting in the guild leader's seat, Zhang Luowei. A hidden truth. Speak. Ling Feilong's words caused Zhang Luowei, who had previously been indifferent towards this matter, to grow interested. Ling Feilong's previous report about his efforts to recruit Yifeng had nearly caused Zhang Luowei to lash out in anger. Shifeng had actually demanded to become the guild leader of Shadow. Did Yifeng even place him in his eyes? Moreover, he had asked for 60% of the guild's shares. What did he take them for? Did he really think they were fools? Meanwhile, the most shocking thing was that Ling Failong had actually suggested that Zhang Luowei accept Shifeng's conditions. Hence, Zhang Luowei now looked down on Ling Failong, resulting in Ling Failong receiving cold treatment within the guild. Brother Zhang, look at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list. Yifeng is among the names. Ling Failong called out his system interface, pointing at the Assassin's Alliance's first clear name list as he spoke excitedly. So, Zhou Yuhu laughed disdainfully. If they really allowed Yifeng to join Shadow, he would no longer need to remain in the guild. The Assassin's Alliance is a through-and-through second-rate guild. They were clearly on an expedition to clear the Beastman munition factory, yet, why would they suddenly let an outsider join their team? Previously, for a long time, the Assassin's Alliance could not even obtain a single first clear of a level 10 team dungeon. However, they are now the first ones to obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Why is that? This matter definitely has something to do with Yifeng. Yifeng's relationship with the Assassin's Alliance is anything but shallow. Originally, the Assassin's Alliance was only a normal second-rate guild. However, after entering White River City, their development speed suddenly soared like crazy. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. Again, why? Yifeng was the first person to enter White River City, and the White River City guidebook is also selling like hotcakes now. There is a very high likelihood that Yifeng sold the guidebook to the Assassin's Alliance in advance, allowing them to make ample preparations beforehand. Hence, after they entered White River City, they developed with flying speeds. Right now, Yifeng has even helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain a first clear. Regarding fame or background, the Assassin's Alliance now stands at the very top of White River City. They have even surpassed many first-rate guilds. This is a clear proof of Yifeng's capabilities. If Yifeng joins Shadow within a month, we can stand our own ground in White River City. Ling Failong had made a thorough investigation of Yifeng, and the more information he uncovered about Yifeng, the more frightened he became. Yifeng's accomplishments far surpassed his imagination. This was also the reason Ling Failong became even more determined to hug a golden leg like Shifeng. At that time, what would Zhang Luowei amount to? What would Lan Hailong amount to? Don't even think about it. In the future, if you ever dare to mention Yifeng's name to me again or tell Lan Hailong about this matter, you better be prepared for the consequences. Zhang Luowei's countenance suddenly turned livid. With a tone filled with killing intent, he said, Yifeng is just a clown jumping about on the stage. The Assassin's Alliance is an apex second-rate guild with an immense background. Their guild leader, Cruel Sword, is even a long-established expert. He has personally nurtured the Assassin's Alliance to its current status, so it is not unusual for him to produce such results. To begin with, what sort of impact could that Yifeng even have? In my opinion, that Yifeng would at best take on the role of a bystander. Being reprimanded by Zhang Luowei in such a way, Ling Failong immediately revealed a fearful expression. Hurriedly nodding his head, he said, Yes, I understand, Brother Zhang. I definitely won't mention this again in the future. Inwardly, however, Ling Failong smiled brightly. He was even more assured of Yifeng's might now. After all, if Zhang Luowei did not feel greatly threatened by Yifeng, why would he be so angry at the mention this expert? In fact, Ling Failong had long since told Lan Hailong about this matter, and Lan Hailong had instructed him to contact Shifeng secretly once more. Once he attained certain achievements in God's domain, would he still be afraid of not being able to earn money? With wealth, would he still need to be afraid that Zhao Ruoxi wouldn't welcome his embrace of her own volition? Her family might very well obediently hand her over to him. Just as everyone discussed the Assassin's Alliance's first clear, Shifeng had already swapped out his old equipment for the 4 pieces of the wind extinguisher set equipment and had arrived at the library of White River City. Compared to the dilapidated house used as a library in Red Leaf Town, the library at White River City was a true library. Not only did it possess a majestic atmosphere, but its appearance was also splendid and magnificent. It was like a Babylonian shrine, and it was situated right in the heart of the city. The people going through the entrance of the library were mostly nobles of White River City and mage-class NPCs. There were even some who possessed Tier 2 classes. Hence, the library was not a place where the common folk could simply visit. Meanwhile, Charlene, the Tier 3 divine official whom Shi Feng searched for, currently recuperated within this wealth of knowledge. Chapter 217. Thoughtful Rain. At the entrance of White River City's majestic library. Aside from a large number of NPCs entering and leaving the premises, there were also plenty of players surrounding the library's entrance. However, no matter how hard they tried, they still could not enter the library. Hence, a majority of these players were currently trying to befriend some of the NPCs here, increasing their intimacy in the hopes of these NPCs taking them along into the library. There were even some attractive female players that tried to seduce the NPC nobles. Meanwhile, the players that attempted these actions were mostly mages such as elementalists, cursemancers and summoners. As for why these players tried to get into the library, it was mainly because of the amazing skills they could learn within the library. Aside from obtaining these skills from monsters and dungeons, the library also possessed some of the more common high-level mage skills. As for healers, they would have to visit the Light Temple to learn their respective skills. Meanwhile, all melee classes could learn new skills from their respective class instructors in the Apocalypse Temple. These players had read about the library in the White River City guidebook by Shi Feng. Hence they had all come here to obtain new skills. After all, compared to upgrading their weapons and equipment, it was much easier to upgrade their arsenal of skills. As long as players could learn some of these high-level skills, their overall prowess would massively improve. However, learning a skill was very expensive. Players also needed to do a series of quests and waste precious time to obtain a skill. Hence, Shi Feng never thought of obtaining his skills through such means. After all, the skills he had learned so far were not any weaker than those high-level class-specific skills. So he naturally would not waste time trying to obtain them. Seeing Shi Feng walking towards the library's entrance, the spectating players by the sidelines revealed sneers on their faces. Look, another new guy is trying to enter. How many players has that been already? Let's watch the guard kick him out. Most of these players had suffered a loss at the hands of the gatekeeper. As none of them possessed an entry pass, the guards had chased them all away. There were also some players who tried to cause a scene after being refused entry. However, these players were either jailed or sent flying away with a kick. Just as Shi Feng was about to walk towards the tightly shut large steel doors, a female elementalist pulled on Shi Feng, stopping him. The guards here will kick out any player without an entry pass. It is best if you do not try to approach them, the female player warned Shi Feng. Shi Feng already knew this. However, since the other party had approached him with kind intentions, Shi Feng turned his head and looked at the female player that had stopped him. Immediately, Shi Feng discovered that the female player who stopped him was very beautiful. Amongst all the female elementalists he knew, only the flame witch Zhao Yueru might trump this girl's beauty. Moreover, the equipment on this girl fully comprised of mysterious iron equipment. Although her weapons and equipment were all below level 10, they were still extremely valuable. As the girl before him was an independent player, it was much more difficult for her to obtain such equipment compared to a member of a guild. However, for some unknown reason, Shi Feng felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at this female player. Yet he could not recall when he had met her before. He then used observing eyes and took a look at this girl's name. Thoughtful Rain. Shi Feng had no recollection of this ID, and he was very sure that there was no female expert in his previous life with such a name. Since she was not a female expert, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with her? Shi Feng shook his head. There was no point thinking about it if he couldn't remember. It might just be a misconception due to his reincarnation. Thanks, Shi Feng said. Thoughtful Rain faintly smiled. She thought that since Shi Feng had shown his appreciation, he must have a kind personality, unlike others who would reply to goodwill with malice. Hence, she pointed towards the group of players a short distance away that was currently surrounding a few NPC nobles, softly saying, Your attitude isn't so bad after all. If you wish to enter the library, it is best if you obtain an entry pass first. You can also try to befriend one of those NPC nobles. They possess some entry passes. Miss Rain, are you trying to enter the library as well? Shifeng asked. But those NPC nobles are simply too vile. So, I was just about to leave in search of an entry pass somewhere else. Thoughtful Rain nodded her head. However, when she recalled those fat and oily NPC nobles, an expression of disgust appeared on her face. Since that is the case, why don't you enter the library with me? Shifeng asked. He had no ulterior motives in inviting her along. He was simply trying to repay Thoughtful Rain's kind reminder. Enter. Thoughtful Rain asked in confusion, do you have an entry pass? No. Shifeng shook his head. He then smiled as he explained, however, I have other methods. It shouldn't be possible, right? The guards here will only allow those with an entry pass or those related to the library to enter. Thoughtful Rain revealed an unconvinced expression as if saying, you're tricking me. Shifeng merely smiled at her reaction, not bothering to explain. He then walked towards the large metal doors. Before Thoughtful Rain could stop Shifeng, the guard on duty had already noticed him. The spectating players in the distance all started snickering at the thought of the misfortunate about to befall on Shifeng. This noob is trying too hard to impress the beauty he just met. I want to watch the guard put him in his place. With his figure, I'm guessing that the guard will send him flying over 10 yards. If he continues making a ruckus, the guard might even capture him and hang him by the library's entrance for display. That isn't right. The guard kicked that last berserker over 10 yards. I bet that he will fly 15 yards away. Just as everyone wore mocking smiles, the guard moved forward and blocked Shifeng's path. Halt! The powerful and mighty guard at the entrance suddenly blocked Shifeng with his spear. He then coldly said, you will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library. I'm a demon hunter. Will that do? Shifeng swapped out his Might of 1,000 title for the Demon Hunter title, asking. So, it is Lord Demon Hunter. Please pardon my rudeness. The gatekeeper immediately retracted his spear, showing Shifeng extreme respect. This situation immediately stunned the spectating players standing at a side. Their mouths gaped as the scene left them speechless. Even after they tried countless methods to obtain an entry pass from the NPC nobles, they still failed. Yet the noob before them had actually made the gatekeeper kneel before him in respect just by uttering a single sentence. Could this be the rumored secret signal? Or was it the entry password? Shifeng nodded towards the guard. He then pointed at Thoughtful Rain, saying, she is a friend of mine. However, she does not possess an entry pass. I wonder if she can enter with me? I can be her guarantor. Of course. Since she is a friend of the Lord Demon Hunter, she is naturally allowed to enter. The guard took a look at Thoughtful Rain, immediately noticing that she was an exquisite beauty. He then returned his gaze to Shifeng, an understanding look on his face as he hurriedly said, in addition, here is a library member's emblem. This will allow Lord Demon Hunter's friend to enter the library freely in the future. Saying so, the guard respectfully passed the library member's emblem to Shifeng. Shifeng was slightly stunned. God's domain had only undergone one evolution as of this moment. He never thought that these NPC guards would be so intelligent already. Though he felt slightly shocked, he had no hesitation when accepting the library member's emblem from the guard. An entry pass could only provide a single entry into the library for players. However, one could not complete the process of learning a new skill with a single trip. Meanwhile, there was no limit to the number of uses for the library member's emblem. Players could enter the library without any restrictions if they possessed this emblem. Originally, obtaining the library member's emblem for a friend was a special right reserved for nobles in White River City. Shifeng did not think that even a demon hunter would have such rights. Miss Rain, please hold on to this library member's emblem properly. In the future, you simply need to wear it on your person, and none of these guards will bar you from the library, Shifeng said, handing the emblem to Thoughtful Rain, who was currently still in a daze. Following which, the two of them entered the library under everyone's stunned gazes. Some of the players were immediately dumbfounded. A few female players also revealed their envy as they watched Thoughtful Rain. At this moment, the players who had previously mocked Shifeng ran up to the library's entrance. Halt! The gatekeeper blocked all the players, coldly saying, "You will need to present your pass if you wish to enter the library." "I'm a demon hunter." "Will that do?" These players repeated Shifeng's words, inwardly praising themselves for their clever minds. "How brave! You actually dare to impersonate the Lord Demon Hunter." When the guard swept a glance over these players, he failed to discover any of them in possession of the Demon Hunter title. Immediately the guard flared with anger. In the end, all these smart people ended up in tragedy. Chapter 218, Starstreak Trading Firm. After Shifeng and Thoughtful Rain entered the library. Thoughtful Rain's eyes flashed with a hint of shock when she saw the spectacular scene inside the library. The interior of the library was like something from a fantasy world. Countless documents and materials were displayed all around the library, and a massive transparent crystal globe occupied the center. This crystal globe was like a supercomputer. One could search for any information available pertaining to the Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, numerous open-air meditation rooms made of magic crystals decorated the surroundings of the crystal globe. Inside these meditation rooms, players could either research new spells or practice using their current spells. Normally, only Tier 3 and above mage classes would research new spells. The players at this stage of the game had yet to possess a deep understanding of magic, so researching new spells was out of the question for them. Moreover, the spells that players currently used were only entry-level spells. However, along with the increase in their levels, the spells they used would also grow more complex. If they did not possess a specific degree of understanding of magic, they could stop dreaming of casting any high-tier spells. As a result, many mages in God's domain had given up on their adventuring career, switching to a lifestyle class instead. In fact, magic wasn't the only thing that had stringent requirements for players. It was the same for battle techniques. The more powerful a battle technique was, the higher its requirement would be of a player's control over their body. As a result, this requirement had created a gap in strength between the players of God's domain. It was one of the reasons that some players could advance to a Tier 5 class, while some failed even to reach Tier 3. Although it would be of some help if players increased their levels and attributes, such factors would make little difference the further players advanced in God's domain. This was also the reason why God-tier powerhouses were so rare. Thus, Shifeng continuously trained his body day in and day out, in addition to spending a large number of credits to purchase nutrient fluids to improve his body's physique. It was all meant to improve his brain's potential and performance. Only by developing his brain's potential could he master his body in the game and obtain extraordinary battle prowess. He could then advance to a Tier 5 class and take the challenge to advance to the Tier 6 godhood, reaching the pinnacle of God's domain. Let's part ways here, I still need to look for someone. If you want to learn high-level skills, the Tier 2 instructor over there can help you. Shifeng pointed towards a mage in white robes standing by the large crystal globe. Thank you. Thoughtful Rain appeared slightly embarrassed as she expressed her gratitude. Originally, she had intended to help Shifeng. Never would she have imagined that she would be the one who received help instead. She then said, "Seeing as you are so familiar with this place, are you perhaps a professional player?" "I guess you can put it that way," Shifeng nodded. "Let's add each other as friends then. I don't normally play games, so I usually buy my game equipment from others. In the future, if I am looking to purchase equipment or do a quest, I can also look to you for some help." Thoughtful Rain beamed a smile as she sent Shifeng a friend request. "That's fine, but if you need help with a quest, it would be best if you contact me about it in advance." Shifeng accepted the friend request. He did not think that, by coming here to do a quest, he would actually meet a potential female customer. When his workshop started its operations in the future, aside from raiding dungeons to obtain equipment, they would also need to look for tycoons and various corporations for sponsorship. However, it was extremely difficult for an upstart workshop to obtain sponsorship from a large corporation. Newly established workshops usually depended on rich players who were willing to spend large sums of money. Only after becoming a large guild would a workshop attract the sponsorship of large corporations. Although Shifeng's workshop had yet to start its operation officially, there was already one customer waiting at the front door. His luck was relatively good. After Shifeng left, Thoughtful Rain inspected Shifeng's ID. Oh. He is Yi Feng, White River City's #1 expert. As Shifeng had kept his ID hidden, it was only revealed after Shifeng accepted her friend request. Although Thoughtful Rain was not a gaming expert, having a poor understanding of the gaming world, Shifeng's fame had long since shaken the White River City region. He had also received many titles such as White River City's #1 independent player, God-ranked expert and so on. Furthermore, Shifeng had also personally penned the luxury version of the White River City guidebook she had bought. So how could she not know who Shifeng was? No wonder why I thought he looked familiar. It turns out that he is Yi Feng. This looks interesting. Thoughtful Rain's bright red lips slightly lifted upwards as she lost herself in her own thoughts. On the library's uppermost floor, Star Moon Hall. Several level 180 Tier 1 knights stood guard outside of Star Moon Hall. These knights wore rigid expressions. Under normal circumstances, even normal nobles were not allowed into the Star Moon Hall. However, these knights did not stop Shifeng this time. On the contrary, they immediately parted the crystal doors for Shifeng upon his arrival. I've been bitterly waiting for you for so long. Why have you only decided to come now? Charlene asked, smiling sweetly from her seat next to a shiny stone table. The woman currently wore a set of pure white, magical robes. The delicate and luxurious robes radiated a faint silvery glow, making Charlene appear as though she were a flawless noble saint. She crossed one thigh over the other, revealing fair, supple skin. It was almost as if Charlene was trying to toy with Shifeng. At this moment, Charlene was no longer a level 20 Tier 3 divine official, but a level 180 Tier 3 divine official. Aside from the few Tier 4 tyrants, Charlene could very well be considered the most powerful person in White River City. Why are you standing there daydreaming? Come over here and sit. We have plenty of time to have a lengthy chat. Charlene smiled faintly as she pointed towards the empty seat beside her. Shifeng instinctively shuddered when he faced a gold digger like Charlene. He felt as if he were being stared at by a nine-tailed fox, his wallet no longer safe. However, to obtain the clue for the epic quest, Shifeng had no choice but to advance, taking a seat beside Charlene. Shifeng took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table. He then asked in a soft tone, "Esteemed Lady Charlene, I've brought the 10 gold coins you requested. I wonder if you can tell me the location of the Bible of Darkness now?" Charlene made a slight waving motion and the gold coins on the stone table immediately flew to her lily-white hand. Giggling, she played with the shiny coins in her hand. "I didn't think that your money-making speed would be so fast. This big sister has truly underestimated you." After storing the gold coins, Charlene unhurriedly said, "However, I now have a new piece of information. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? Moreover, this information is extremely accurate. It will definitely help you in locating the Bible of Darkness." Shifeng's lips involuntarily twitched at Charlene's words. She was going to ask for more money. "Say it. How much do you want?" Shifeng truly felt regretful now. Due to the successful sales of hard stones, Shifeng now had over 70 gold coins on his person. If he had known something like this would happen, he would have stored all his money in the bank before coming to the library. However, there was also another possibility. Only when players possessed a certain amount of money could they trigger the revelation of new information. If so, without a doubt, Shifeng had reached this goal. Not much. An additional 40 gold coins would be enough. Of course, you can choose not to listen to this new information. I'm not trying to belittle you, but with your current strength, it is impossible for you to locate the Bible of Darkness by relying on the old clue. Are you sure you don't want to know this new clue? Charlene blinked her eyes at Shifeng, her body radiating a holy aura. Those affected by this aura would find it hard to refuse Charlene's request. A total of 50 gold coins. At this moment, Shifeng wanted to shout, "Why don't you just rob me and be done with it?" However, Shifeng endured it. As long as he could obtain the reward for the epic quest, spending 50 gold coins was nothing in comparison. Here is 40 gold coins. Feng ground his teeth as he placed another 40 gold coins on the stone table, forming a small gold mountain. Charlone's eyes shone as she saw the small mountain of gold. After snagging the gold coins, she unhurriedly took out a letter and handed it to Feng. She then said, "This is a contract for White River City's Starstreak trading firm. As long as you bring this contract to President Henry, he will tell you how to reach the Dark Denver." Chapter 219, Background. Starstreak Trading Firm? Feng was slightly confused by Charlone's words. After all, this was the second phase of an epic quest. Yet Charlone did not send him on a dangerous mission, but simply to find a person instead? The difficulty of this task was simply inconceivable. Could money really make the devil turn millstones for you? Can spending money reduce the difficulty of a quest? Feng wondered. Giving the situation some thought, it wasn't exactly impossible. Right now, a first-rate guild's daily liquid funds only amounted to 6 to 7 gold coins at best. Even if Fantasy Extinguisher had the full support of the first-rate guild, the Fantasy Shrine, it would have been impossible for him to gather 50 gold coins. Even if the Fantasy Shrine possessed 50 gold coins, they would not simply allow Fantasy Extinguisher to spend it. After all, a large guild could make major improvements to itself with 50 gold coins. If Feng had not received a daily income of over 100 gold coins from selling the hard stones, he would not pay 50 gold coins even if it killed him. According to the main god system's principle of equal value exchange, there was a very high possibility that he could reduce the difficulty of the epic quest by paying 50 gold coins. In any case, Feng did not lack money right now. After all, he had a daily income of over 100 gold. His earnings could rival the total sum of all the famous guilds' liquid funds in White River City. It was not an exaggeration to say that his personal wealth could rival an entire city's. If he could reduce the difficulty of an epic quest by paying some money, he would definitely do so. If he had known about this earlier, he would have waited a few more days before coming to meet Charlone. If he gathered 500 or 600 gold coins, he might be able to go to the Dark Den immediately to complete the quest. He would save plenty of time and trouble. "Thank you, Lady Charlone." Feng respectfully received the contract. "I have faith in you. Don't make me wait too long. As more time passes, the strength of the great demon will also increase. At that time, even I might not be able to challenge it. As for you, you'll just have to live the remainder of your life as a walking corpse," Charlone warned. System. Second phase of the epic quest, Darkness Descends, Gospel Project. Accepted. Quest content. Go to Starstreak Trading Firm and look for President Henry for more information about the Dark Den rewards unknown. Although Feng did not know the exact contents of the quest, he felt that it should not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After all, he was only meeting Henry to learn more information and not heading directly to the Dark Denver. Starstreak Trading Firm was very famous throughout White River City. The range of operation of the Starstreak Trading Firm was not limited to White River City alone. It also operated in the 7 cities surrounding White River City. It was a massive trading firm. With such a wide reach, the amount of information they possessed would be immense as well. It was no wonder Charlone sent him to meet President Henry. Soon after, Feng bade farewell to Charlone. If he remained here, the remaining 20 gold coins in his pockets might very well end up in Charlone's pockets instead. After leaving the library, Feng hailed a horse carriage and hurried over to Starstreak Trading Firm. As the horse carriage galloped through the wide streets, Feng could see players who had just arrived at White River City all around. Through the passing of time, the atmosphere in White River City had grown livelier. There was a high possibility that, in just another few days, the streets of White River City would be packed with people. 10 minutes or so later, the horse carriage halted in front of the storefront of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store appeared luxurious. The building had a total of 6 floors. This store was definitely one of the tallest buildings in White River City, making it extremely eye-catching. Moreover, it was situated in a very good location, right in the heart of the trade area. The bank of White River City was also just next door, while the auction house was only a short distance away. There were only 8 shops in total situated within this golden district. Among them, 3 shops occupied the largest areas. Each occupied 2 to 3 times more land than the other shops. Naturally, Starstreak Trading Firm was one of these shops. Moreover, Starstreak trading firms similarly occupied such a golden district in the other 7 cities. It was obvious just how powerful the background of Starstreak Trading Firm was. During the initial stages of God's Domain, countless first-rate guilds had tried to form connections with the Starstreak Trading Firm to conduct business. Unfortunately, these guilds failed to meet even the shadow of President Henry. Yet right now, Surpassing could get in touch with President Henry through his quest. Surpassing couldn't help but admit that an epic quest was truly awe-inspiring. Although the price of failure was similarly horrifying, as long as he could complete it, the benefits he could obtain were unimaginable. The best example for this was the Demon Hunter title and Demon Mask Surpassing had received from completing the first phase of the Darkness Descends quest. These 2 items had been of great help to him. I wonder what sort of rewards I could obtain from completing this phase of the quest. Surpassing inwardly felt anticipation. As of this moment, Surpassing had finally realized why the Fantasy Shrine would hold nothing back in helping Fantasy Extinguisher complete his epic quest. After all, the profits they could reap from this quest was just astonishing. If a mere independent player like him could receive such profits, what could a guild accomplish? Hence, this was the reason the Fantasy Shrine had risen to the top of Black Dragon Empire during the early periods of the game in the past, suppressing all the other first-rate guilds. Unfortunately, Fantasy Shrine was doomed to normality in this life. Unless Fantasy Extinguisher managed to find another epic quest, Fantasy Shrine would not have any chances of achieving prominence. However, such a discovery was extremely unlikely. In the past, Surpassing had only accepted 1 epic quest throughout the decade he had spent in God's Domain. Moreover, he had only received it by chance when he was around level 150. One could imagine just how rare an epic quest was. At this moment, Surpassing suddenly received a system announcement. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 silver coin. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Ouroboros for becoming the fastest team to conquer the hard mode Crystal Ruins. All players within the team will be rewarded with 50,000 EXP and 1 Tier 1 gemstone of random attribute. This system announcement undeniably caused a sensation among the players in White River City. Right now, the independent players who had arrived in White River City all had impressive techniques. Meanwhile, a large majority of them were unwilling to join a small guild. They all wished to join a large top-tier guild. However, these independent players would not determine a guild's strength solely through the fame of the guild. After all, every time a guild started out in a new virtual reality game, they had to start from the very bottom. Moreover, there would always be some nameless guild suddenly rising in the ranks, becoming the tyrant of this new virtual reality game. Similarly, there was also plenty of well-known guilds that had vanished without a trace. Hence, players would usually determine a guild's strength through their dungeon raiding capabilities. This situation also caused the system announcements to be extraordinarily important to guilds, as this was the basis of reference for independent players. In fact, the players who had previously intended to join the Assassin's Alliance had all changed their minds to join Ouroboros instead. After all, not only was Ouroboros a first-rate guild, but they had also obtained the first clear of a hell mode dungeon. Regarding wealth, influence, or strength, Ouroboros was far more powerful than the Assassin's Alliance. Even an idiot knew which guild to choose. This was the difference in backgrounds. As expected of Gentle Snow, her speed is astonishing. I've only just recently helped the Assassin's Alliance obtain the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon, yet in the blink of an eye, she too has obtained one already. If she had not suddenly stopped playing God's Domain, she might have turned Ouroboros into a super guild in the past. Surpassing inwardly exclaimed. How great would it be if he could recruit Gentle Snow into his own guild? If Shifeng incorporated the cleric god Violet Cloud, the tyrant bear Kola, the skillful fire dance, and his own past experiences into his own guild, they would have no trouble becoming a first-rate guild, or even a super guild in the future. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng suddenly felt that he really needed to upgrade his team's strength. After all, a guild couldn't rely on a handful of apex experts for support. They needed a stronger backbone. The best-case scenario for Shifeng right now was to recruit some of the future powerhouses who were still obscure existences right now. However, the guild he established by himself did not possess a deep background or great fame. These experts were no fools. If Shifeng tried to recruit them, they might not even consider the option before rejecting him. Hence, the foremost thing Shifeng needed to do was to establish a guild with a strong background and limitless potential. Only by doing so could he attract those nameless experts. Chapter 220 Tier 4 Magic Scroll. First floor reception hall of Starstreak Trading Firm. The Starstreak Trading Firm's store was different from normal stores. As it specialized in big businesses across cities, it had its own specialized reception room set up in the building. At the same time, there was also a sales area located on the first floor of the building. The sales area sold various merchandise such as clothing, weapons, equipment, potions, alchemy products, magic scrolls, and much more. This place was just like a supermarket in reality. A trading firm was different from the auction house. As the auction house charged players exorbitant processing fees, the items sold there were far more expensive than the items sold in normal stores. Earning money in God's domain was no simple task. Hence, rather selling their wares at the auction houses, losing 15% of their profits in the process, a large majority of the players in God's domain would prefer to spend more time selling their wares at trading companies or stores. Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? The beautiful and dignified young lady at the receptionist counter smiled at Shifeng. I wish to meet President Henry. Please tell President Henry that Lady Charlene sent me to speak with him, Shifeng said. Please wait for a moment. I will notify the president immediately. The receptionist immediately took out a multicolored communication crystal, transferring Shifeng's information through the crystal. After several minutes, Mr. Yifeng, the president is waiting for you in the president's office on the third floor. Thank you. Immediately, Shifeng walked towards the spiral staircase in the distance. When he arrived before the president's office on the third floor, he met two level 150 guards who stood by the office's door. Average players were absolutely not allowed to enter the president's office. In the past, countless guild executives had queued up in front of this office. They had wished to meet with President Henry to discuss matters of renting out the first floor of Starstreak Trading Firm's store for business. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch even the shadow of President Henry. However, when Shifeng walked up to the office, the two ferocious-looking guards immediately parted the sturdy mahogany doors for him. Inside the luxurious and spacious office, a man in his 50s sat on a sofa in the middle of the room. The man had an elegant and dignified appearance. This person was indeed President Henry of Starstreak Trading Firm, and he was a well-known financial magnate in White River City. Your Excellency Yifeng, please sit, President Henry said when his eyes met Shifeng's, his finger pointing to the beast-skin sofa before him. President Henry, this is the contract that Miss Charlene wanted me to bring to you. Shifeng sat down. He retrieved the contract from his bag, handing it over for Henry's inspection. No need. Before you arrived, Her Highness Charlene had already notified me of your coming here. I've also learned some information about you from Her Highness Charlene. The young truly are promising, Henry praised. He then said, since you are here now, I feel reassured. Reassured? What are you reassured about? Shifeng had a bewildered look on his face. Just what was President Henry saying? Also, just what did Charlene tell Henry? Oh, did Her Highness Charlene not tell Your Excellency about it? Confused, Henry said, this contract was set between me and Her Highness Charlene. As long as Her Highness can save the Starstreak Trading Firm from its current predicament, she will obtain 20% of Starstreak Trading Firm's shares and the Tier 4 magic scroll that was obtained from the ancient ruins. You say 20% of the company's shares and a Tier 4 magic scroll? Shifeng's expression froze. Charlene was simply ruthless. Charlene had sent him to deal with the predicament, yet she would receive a Tier 4 magic scroll in addition to 20% of the company's shares. That's right. I've already mentioned this to Her Highness. As long as Your Excellency can save us from this predicament, that Tier 4 magic scroll will belong to Your Excellency, Henry said, nodding his head. May I know what kind of magic scroll it is? Shifeng was incredibly curious about the Tier 4 magic scroll. In the past, the most powerful magic scroll Shifeng had seen was only a Tier 4. If he sold the scroll, the minimum price for it would be 500 gold coins. If it were an amazing Tier 4 magic scroll, he could even sell it for over 1,000 gold coins. However, players who obtained a Tier 4 magic scroll were not usually willing to sell it. It is a Tier 4 position teleportation scroll. With it, one can teleport to anywhere they wished within an instant. However, this scroll was made using the technology of an ancient civilization. In our current era, we have no way of replicating such technology. Hence, this scroll is the only one that currently exists in Starmoon Kingdom. It is priceless, Henry said pridefully. This scroll was his most precious treasure. He had always been reluctant to part with it. If it were not for the trading firm facing a great predicament, he would never willingly offer this Tier 4 magic scroll as a remuneration. Hearing Henry saying so, Shifeng came to a realization. If he had the Tier 4 position teleportation scroll, he could teleport directly to the Dark Denver. He would not even have to waste time searching for its exact location. It was no wonder Charlene was so confident in her information. President Henry, I wonder what sort of predicament your trading firm wishes me to solve? Shifeng asked. To be honest, bandits have snatched one of our shipments carrying precious merchandise, costing the trading firm massively. To make up for the loss, our trading firm had to pay a large sum of money as compensation, which in turn resulted in our trading firm facing its current crisis. So, I hope that Your Excellency can help us resolve this predicament. Otherwise, if this problem drags on for another month, our trading firm will have to declare bankruptcy, Henry unhurriedly explained. Then, President Henry, are you telling me to get rid of those bandits and retrieve your stolen merchandise? It would be best if that is possible. Then which band of bandits stole your merchandise? The Black Scorpion Corps of Black Cloud Ridge, led by Black Scorpion himself. He is a level 180 Tier 3 Shadow Warrior. If you can get rid of him and retrieve our merchandise, I would greatly appreciate it. Hearing the words Tier 3 Shadow Warrior, Shifeng nearly fell off of his seat. Was President Henry telling him to deal with a Tier 3 NPC? Only players who did not know how to write the word death would accept this request. Not to mention a month, Shifeng would still fail this task even if he had 2 years to complete it. This had to be a joke. Shifeng had originally thought that the epic quest's difficulty had been reduced. Rather, wasn't this the exact opposite? Noticing Shifeng's troubled expression, Henry once more unhurriedly said, If Your Excellency feels that this request is too difficult, there is a second option. It is also for this reason that Her Highness Charlene sent Your Excellency here. Shifeng slightly recovered from his shock as he heard that there was a second option. In reality, our trading firm also feels that it is impossible to retrieve the merchandise. The only possibility for Starstreak trading firm to get through this predicament is for us to collect 30,000 gold coins within a month. Her Highness Charlene has always praised Your Excellency as a business prodigy. If Your Excellency manages our Starstreak trading firm, I believe that we can achieve that goal. Seeing Henry's anticipating gaze, Shifeng only wanted to curse. Just because he managed to earn a few coins, he was suddenly a business prodigy. What kind of sick joke was this? Earning 30,000 gold in a month. Moreover, he didn't actually have 30 days at all. Considering the time when the Great Demon would appear, Shifeng would at most have 20 days to earn 30,000 gold coins. Even if he currently earned 100 gold or so per day, 10 days would only net him 1,000 gold, while 30 days would only net him at 3,000 gold. That was only 1/10 of the required amount. Players were still stuck in the initial stages of God's domain right now, so it was impossible for anyone to make that much money. If one added a week's earnings of every player in the White River City region together, it might equal 30,000 gold. How was he supposed to earn that sort of money? He might as well become a bandit and snatch the money from someone else. No, that's not right. Even if he tried to steal it, there was no way he could get that much money. Before Shurfeng could reject the quest, a system notification popped up before him. System, Epic Quest Phase 2, Gospel Project accepted. Quest content. You have become the manager of Starstreak Trading Firm. Earn 30,000 gold coins within a month and resolve Starstreak Trading Firm's predicament. Rewards unknown. Chapter 221, Astonishing Decision. It's not even going to give me a choice? Shurfeng laughed bitterly as he looked at the system notification. Shurfeng did not even have the right to reject an epic quest. Shurfeng was truly confused as to how Fantasy Extinguisher had actually managed to complete this epic quest. In theory, he shouldn't be able to complete the quest even if he sacrificed the entire fantasy shrine. When converted to credits, 30,000 gold coins was the equivalent of 300 million credits. One could even buy a large company with that kind of money. Moreover, compared to the difficulty of earning 300 million credits in reality, it was much harder to earn 30,000 gold in God's domain. Naturally, it was impossible for Shurfeng to earn 300 million credits in reality right now. To speak frankly, if he were capable of such a thing, he would have long since done so. Why bother playing God's domain at all? However, it would still be better for him to develop himself in God's domain, as God's domain had more prospects. Earning credits in God's domain would be much faster than earning credits in reality. Your Excellency Yifeng, from now on, the entire Starstreak trading firm will be under your command. We will carry out any orders you give. Also, I would like to introduce you to someone. If your Excellency needs anything, simply let her know, Henry said, clapping his hands once. At this moment, the large doors of the office suddenly opened, and a beautiful girl with golden blonde hair stepped into the office. The girl with blue eyes wore a beautiful purple dress. The edges of her dress brushed against the red carpeted floor. The girl had a fair and pretty face, and her long wavy hair, which reached her buttocks, fluttered in the wind as she moved. Her bangs covered her sea blue left eye, while her uncovered right eye looked just like a shiny blue gemstone. As she walked closer to Shurfeng and President Henry, her thin red lips formed a tranquil yet attractive smile. Anna, from today onwards, His Excellency Yifeng will be the acting president of Starstreak Trading Firm, while you will be His Excellency's assistant. You must properly assist His Excellency, understood? Henry asked. Yes, President. I will not disappoint His Excellency Yifeng. Following which, Henry sent a beaming smile at Shurfeng as he said, Your Excellency Yifeng, from today onwards, the Starstreak Trading Firm's fate will be in your hands. Anna is very familiar with the Starstreak Trading Firm, and she is also very intelligent and capable. If you have any commands, please don't hesitate to let her carry them out. System. Player has activated the NPC administration system. Please call out the NPC administration interface to manage your subordinated NPCs. Seeing Henry's smile in addition to Anna's attractive appearance, Shurfeng was slightly stunned. He could almost feel cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Henry obviously worried that Shurfeng would not give it his all in helping them. Thus, Henry had given Shurfeng this benefit. Fine. Leave the matter of Starstreak Trading Firm to me, then. Shurfeng laughed bitterly. He never imagined that he could obtain a beautiful assistant in God's domain. Not even a guild leader would enjoy such treatment. Also, Shurfeng felt relieved at the fact that he was not required to give 30,000 gold to Starstreak Trading Firm. Instead, he only needed to help the trading firm make 30,000 gold. Without a doubt, the difficulty of the quest had greatly reduced. Immediately, Shurfeng called out the system interface, investigating the NPC administration interface. Anna, Yifeng's assistant. Gender, female. Age 20. Loyalty 50. Charm 86. Physique, 60. Wisdom, 91. Level 50. HP, 10,000. Her wisdom is so high. Shifeng was shocked when he saw the information displayed. In God's domain, wisdom determined an NPC's potential. Normally, NPCs would not have wisdom exceeding 50 points. If an NPC's wisdom reached 60 points, they would possess extraordinary statuses in God's domain. Meanwhile, those with 70 points in wisdom were usually Tier 2 mages. As for NPCs who had 90 points in wisdom, they were usually characters such as Charlene, a Tier 3 divine official. However, Anna was far more amazing than Charlene. Charlene had a Tier 3 class, so her attributes would have been increased, resulting in her wisdom reaching 90 points. However, Anna did not possess any class right now. If Anna obtained a Tier 3 class, her wisdom would exceed 100 points. Although it was only a difference of 10 points, wisdom increased slower as it reached higher numbers. Similarly, the difference between a single point in wisdom would also become greater. An NPC with 100 points in wisdom was the equivalent to Magistrate Weissman of White River City, an apex Tier 4 wizard. With such a powerful subordinate, Shifeng's mood improved greatly. Although 30,000 gold was a huge sum of money, if Shifeng earned it through the Starstreak trading firm, he would still have a thread of hope of succeeding. Since he was already capable of earning 100 gold per day by himself, if he utilized Starstreak trading firm's influence, he had a very high possibility of earning the 30,000 gold coins. After all, Starstreak trading firm had shops based in 8 cities, and every one of them was in the heart of the trade areas of each respective city. Meanwhile, the total population of these 8 cities exceeded 5 million players. With such a large player base, it would be very easy for Shifeng to make money. Thinking up to this point, a flash of inspiration struck Shifeng. All this time he thought of opening a shop in White River City. Only he did not possess the sufficient reputation or money to do so. After all, not to mention purchasing a shop located within the trade area. Even the cheapest shop in White River City required players to have 500 White River City reputation points in addition to 1,000 to 5,000 gold coins. Although the price looked high, in reality, it was not as expensive as one would imagine. After all, the hardest part of purchasing a shop was the required 500 reputation points. By the time players obtained 500 White River City reputation points, a lot of time would have passed, and they would have long since collected the necessary coins to purchase a shop. Moreover, the coins at that time would not be as valuable as right now. At that time, one gold coin would at most be worth around 200 credits, unlike the current situation where one silver coin could sell for more than 100 credits. By becoming the acting president of the Starstreak Trading Company, Shifeng had essentially obtained the most valuable shops in 8 different cities. What did this situation hint at? Nobody had a better understanding of this situation than Shifeng. Shortly after, under Anna's lead, Shifeng left the president's office to tour the Starstreak trading firm. In truth, however, even without exploring the place, Shifeng already had a thorough understanding of the Starstreak trading firm. NPCs were different from players in that they could only sell common goods. Even the equipment they sold was common rank, and very rarely would there be a bronze-ranked item for sale. However, it would be a different story altogether if the store were run by a player. On top of everything else, Shifeng was also the officially acknowledged chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. Just as Anna guided Shifeng around the Starstreak trading firm, a few players who came to purchase some necessities such as food, water, scrolls, and potions were immediately dumbstruck when they noticed the duo. That NPC is beautiful. Just who is that player? Isn't he too good at getting the ladies? He has even managed to land an NPC sister. This won't do, I need to convince him to teach me. The scene of Shifeng and Anna walking together immediately attracted the attention of plenty of players. In reality, such attention wasn't just due to Anna's beauty. It was also due to the fact that Shifeng had managed to get together with a female NPC. Such a feat was far more stunning than just getting together with a beautiful female player. Countless male players glowered at Shifeng in envy. Meanwhile, this information spread throughout the forums like a storm, especially the footage of Shifeng and Anna strolling through the sales area. This footage became a sensation among players, and it allowed them to gain a new perspective on God's domain. Fortunately, Shifeng had not used his true appearance at that time. Instead, he wore the identity of Black Flame. This should be enough. Shifeng looked at the surrounding onlookers as he revealed a faint smile. The reason he had asked Anna to come out for a stroll was precisely to attract attention. He then spoke to Anna. I've decided to change the Starstreak trading firm's business model. I wonder if that would be all right? Anna's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. She looked at Shifeng with a confused expression as she thought, he has just taken the position as the acting president, yet he is already taking such a bold and decisive action? Is this person really a business prodigy? However, Shifeng was her boss. Moreover, President Henry had already instructed her to listen to Shifeng. Hence, she nodded her head saying, if Your Excellency wishes to change the business models, I wonder what Your Excellency needs me to do. Very simple. I wish to hire adventurers to craft items for me, then sell the items they have crafted. So, I need you to get someone to refurbish the 8 shops we own. The first and second floors of the building will be used to sell our wares, while the 4th to 6th floors will be rebuilt as a workspace. Also, get the news out that we are hiring lifestyle players. Whether they are just normal people or adventurers, as long as they reach our standards, we will offer them 30% more than what others are offering. Listening up to this point, Anna grew shocked. This wasn't just a change in the business models. This was practically a change of occupation. Chapter 222, Trump Card. Immediately after Shifeng gave his command, Anna started making the necessary preparations. Compared to a normal NPC, Anna was simply too smart. In just a short amount of time, she had already finished carrying out Shifeng's request. During the time Shifeng brainstormed on how he was going to utilize the Starstreak trading firm to earn 30,000 gold, the entire Starstreak trading firm had also started its renovation. Following Shifeng's request, the first and second floors were outfitted with sales counters. The first floor sold only the commonly used items, while the second floor would sell exquisite and precious items. Meanwhile, the 4th to 6th floors were refurbished into workshops for lifestyle players. Out of those 3 floors, the 4th floor consisted of solely forging rooms, while the 5th floor consisted of potion-making rooms. The 6th floor consisted of workshops for the remaining classes and a warehouse meant for the use of both NPCs and players. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm's renovation had attracted the attention of many players. Due to the footage of Shifeng and Anna from before, plenty of players had arrived the trading firm to take a look out of curiosity. Yet by the time they arrived, they discovered that the Starstreak trading firm was actually undergoing renovations. This situation made all the players grow even more curious. Just what was going on here? Your Excellency Yifeng, the matter you requested has been completed. Does Your Excellency have any other instructions? Anna spoke gently as she walked up to Shifeng, a tranquil smile on her face. Good. How many people did you manage to recruit? Shifeng asked. From the 8 cities, we've recruited 245 potion makers. Among them, 209 are basic potion makers, 29 are intermediate potion makers, and 7 are advanced potion makers. In addition, we also recruited 228 forgers. Among them, 188 are basic forgers, 31 are intermediate forgers, and 9 are advanced forgers. Anna took out a name list and placed it on the table. That's quite a lot. Shifeng was very satisfied as he looked at the number of NPCs on the list. If a first-rate guild's upper management saw such numbers, they would surely be shocked beyond recovery. After all, these were all genuine potion makers and forgers. They were not apprentices. With such a frightening force, one could instantly turn a third-rate guild into a super guild. This was the amazing aspect the Starstreak trading firm. If it were a player-established store, they could not recruit nearly this many high-level NPCs. The best NPCs they could recruit would only be apprentices. On the other hand, the Starstreak trading firm had easily recruited this many potion makers and forgers. These NPCs were far more capable than player apprentices. The only downside was their slightly lower efficiency, slow improvements and much lower growth potential. Your Excellency, I feel that it isn't very appropriate to offer such a high salary. Since we are hiring so many people, we will also have to provide an equally large number of materials. We will take a huge loss through this transaction. If we continue down such a path, not to mention a month, the Starstreak trading firm will go bankrupt within 10 days, Anna said worriedly. In order to hire all these people, the Starstreak trading firm had offered 30% more than the market price. The trading firm also had to bear the failures of these crafters. This was simply madness. Moreover, whether it was potions or equipment, neither could earn them a lot of money. The sales of these items were similarly average. Only those master-level characters would earn a lot of money from their craft. Right now they were simply taking a loss by recruiting so many people. Anna truly could not understand why Shifeng would invite all these people to work here. Wouldn't it be better to purchase the finished products from these crafters? That way their trading firm would not have to suffer any losses. Unfortunately, Anna had no idea just how important these potion makers and forgers were to the current players of God's domain. You don't need to bother with this. The remaining thing we need is to convince the basic potion makers to continuously make the basic recovery potions and basic mana regeneration potions that they are adept at making. As for the intermediate and advanced potion makers, get them to make intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. For the forgers, get all of them to make only whetstones, Shifeng said with a smile. There were plenty of NPC potion makers and forgers in God's domain. Meanwhile, only players with their own shops had the right to hire these NPCs. Otherwise, even when players provided the materials, these NPCs would refuse to make anything for these players. However, there was a downside to getting these NPCs to make items. Simply put, they were slow. The number of items they could craft within a day was fixed. As for the advantage, NPCs had a much higher success rate, so they did not waste as many materials as players did. Meanwhile, during the later stages of God's domain, as player-made items grew in abundance, the usefulness of these NPCs would similarly start to wane. Right now, however, these forgers and potion makers were of great use to Shifeng. It was especially true for the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion. These two items were very useful to players, as they could save their lives during a crucial moment. Although these two items were common products, and their respective recipes were also available for sale at the Potion Making Association, the players at this stage of the game were simply incapable of crafting them. Meanwhile, these two potions were only available for purchase from hidden NPCs, and only a limited amount was sold each day. They were items that a majority of the players in God's domain had no chance of enjoying. If these NPC potion makers crafted these two potions, their success rate would be more than 70%. The materials needed to make an intermediate potion were only around 30 to 40 copper, yet each completed bottle could sell for 5 to 6 silver coins. If Shifeng deducted the cost of hiring, he would still make a profit of 4 to 5 silver coins. So, why wouldn't he carry out this transaction? Players needed these items the most right now. If the Starstreak trading firm sold these items, they would make a killing. There were also the whetstones. This was an item that all players lacked. Currently, each stack of hard stones sold for 13 silver coins, while a stack of whetstones sold for 40 silver coins. When comparing the success rate of forging apprentices and an official forger, how could the former even hope to win over the latter? The only problem was materials. As the Starstreak trading firm had previously only purchased finished products from forgers and potion makers, they did not have any materials of their own stored up. Now they needed to provide the materials for these crafters. Although the trading firm could purchase the more common materials at low prices, Shifeng needed to be the one to gather the materials required to make intermediate recovery potions, intermediate mana regeneration potions and whetstones. However, Shifeng was not afraid of this. The herbs needed to make the intermediate recovery potion and intermediate mana regeneration potion were not very expensive. After all, these herbs were utterly useless to players right now. The players in God's domain at the moment were still apprentice potion makers. Crafting basic recovery potions was already impressive. Why would they bother wasting materials to make unrewarding potions? As a result, the herbs required to craft intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions were very cheap. As for hard stones, Shifeng wasn't worried. After all, he still had a humongous stock in his warehouse. He had enough for these NPC forgers for a long time. Moreover, he could also continue purchasing them from Aqua Rose. He would not lack hard stones at all. He would also sell these items in 8 different cities. With all of these advantages, it would be challenging not to make a profit. Moreover, Shifeng also revealed one of his trump cards. Advanced Whetstones. Advanced Whetstones were much stronger than a normal Whetstones. Not only did they recover twice the amount of a weapon's durability, but they could also increase the weapon's damage. Shifeng had already intended to sell each for 7 silver coins, and 1 stack would sell for 1 gold 40 silvers. As long as he placed the advanced Whetstones on the 2nd floor, a majority of the players would fight over it, especially the large guilds. Oftentimes, just a 1% difference in damage could decide the victory or defeat of a boss raid. Meanwhile, the advanced Whetstone provided a 3% increase to a weapon's damage. So, how could the various guilds who were currently in a rush to raid dungeons miss out on this item? They would definitely be in a mad rush to purchase them. Previously, Shifeng had kept all the advanced Whetstones for his personal use. Later on, he passed some of them to his teammates, leaving him with 800 or so for himself. With this amount, the Starstreak trading firm should be able to last a relatively long time. However, Shifeng's plans were not limited to this. Now that he had such a large market available to him, he should fully utilize it, as he would not have a similar chance like this in the future. Hence, Shifeng thought up this plan. He intended to fully manipulate the Starstreak trading firm to help him set up his own shop in the future. Afterwards, Shifeng left the follow-up work to Anna, while he departed the Starstreak trading firm alone. Chapter 223, Popular Starstreak. Inside a hotel in White River City. Along with God's Domain's evolution, players understood the importance of rest. If they grinded monsters without rest, not only would their stamina decrease but their concentration would also fall. Hence, after a day of battle, players would now rest at the hotel, having a drink and chatting with each other. Players discovered that places like restaurants, hotels, and bars allowed them to recover stamina and concentration more quickly. After relaxing for 2 or 3 hours, they would feel refreshed and filled with energy. Did you hear? The Starstreak trading firm seems to be undergoing renovations. I heard that they are going to release new products for sale. Who doesn't know about this? After I made some inquiries, I found out that the Starstreak trading firm has also recruited tons of potion makers and forgers. The trading firm is even hiring lifestyle players right now. However, no players have dared apply for a position yet, thinking that it wouldn't be a reliable job. I wonder what sort of new items they are going to sell. Aside from the common usage items, what else could an NPC-owned store sell? They can't possibly offer bronze equipment or rare potions, right? That sounds about right. While the players in the hotel conversed, a male player suddenly pushed open the saloon doors, panting. Big news! Starstreak trading firm has finished its renovations and has officially opened for business. The panting ranger exclaimed to his companions loudly. Why are you making a fuss? Aren't they just reopening their business? We don't lack basic potions or common equipment right now, so we don't need to replenish our stock. As the leader of the party, the shield warrior rolled his eyes as he watched this embarrassing companion of his. Others would make fun of them for the ranger's unsightly appearance. Indeed, just like the shield warrior had feared, the other players in the hotel sent belittling glances, mocking smiles on their faces. Leader, listen to me, that ranger excitedly said. I saw whetstones inside the shop. There are also intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions. Moreover, the basic potions are cheaper than anywhere else. What did you say? There are whetstones? The shield warrior froze, stunned. The entire hotel fell silent. Let's go. Take us there immediately. We have to buy all of them now. The shield warrior abruptly stood up, casting charge and arriving at the ranger's side. Grabbing the ranger by the arm, he immediately rushed out of the hotel, running towards the Starstreak trading firm. The other players inside the hotel were dumbfounded by this scene. What? Crap, they're going to buy out the whetstones. We need to hurry as well. After entering White River City, players' need for whetstones had not decreased in the slightest. On the contrary, their need had grown. It was especially true when they faced high-level monsters, as the durability of their weapons reduced at a much faster rate. As a result, the popularity of whetstones had exploded. The available supply was far from meeting the demand. By the time everyone had arrived at the Starstreak trading firm, a sea of people had already obliterated the shop's doors. Aside from whetstones, the players present also fought to purchase the intermediate recovery and mana regeneration potions like Madman. Meanwhile, this information had quickly spread to the ears of the various guilds. Guild leader, I've already collected a large sum from all our members, and we've managed to purchase 30 stacks of hard stones. This amount should be enough to last us a long time, Stabbing Heart spoke through the system communicator. Good. The moment the money-making team sends over the latest batch of gold coins, immediately return all the money we borrowed from our members, Cruel Sword excitedly said. Aside from the Assassins' Alliance, other guilds also frantically gathered funds. Snow, just what is happening at that Starstreak trading firm? Why would they suddenly start selling these items? Zhao Yueru wrinkled her crescent brows when she looked at the latest news that she had just received. She then said helplessly, "We've already spent a lot of money to purchase our previous stock of hard stones. We don't have any money to purchase any more right now. I've heard that the Starstreak trading firm is also selling limited edition advanced whetstones right now. Rumor has it the advanced whetstones effects are at least double that of normal whetstones. In addition, it also provides a 3% damage buff. Although it is slightly more expensive, costing 7 silver coins per piece, we would have a much easier time raiding the dungeon bosses with them." Gentle Snow shook her head, a helpless expression appearing on her beautiful face as she said, "Under normal circumstances, NPCs would never sell these items. However, there is something strange going on. A player has created a connection with the Starstreak trading firm. I'm just wondering who could possibly achieve such a feat also, who would possess enough funding to supply so many whetstones and intermediate potions. This is simply unbelievable. Send someone to investigate this matter immediately." Recently, she had managed to raise 20 gold coins and had purchased hard stones with that money. Yet the Starstreak trading firm now sold whetstones. She had not received any information before this incident, causing her to suffer disaster. Currently, the issue of weapon durability had caused a roadblock in their dungeon raiding progress. Everything would be too late by the time their guild's forgers managed to turn those hard stones into whetstones. Other guilds would have long since surpassed them. They needed to obtain the whetstones right this instant, especially the advanced whetstones. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room in the Forging Association, Shifeng currently crafted advanced whetstones. He did so to increase his forging proficiency and earn money. The present market was not the same as before. With the Starstreak trading firm around, he could now sell the advanced whetstones he made in 8 cities. Although the advanced whetstones were somewhat expensive, players from the 8 cities would still buy them. Even if Shifeng forged advanced whetstones 24 hours a day, he still wouldn't meet the demand of the 8 cities. Currently, gold coins poured into the Starstreak trading firm's accounts with every passing moment. Shifeng did not even dare open the money system notification. Only 1 short hour had passed since Starstreak trading firm reopened, yet already, it had earned over 300 gold coins. However, this was only the beginning. Things would become more exciting later on. Aside from making money, Shifeng's goal in making advanced whetstones was to upgrade himself to an advanced forging apprentice. If he became an advanced forging apprentice, he could learn the advanced book of magic he had obtained from Stonemer Town. Previously, he only had White River City as the sole market for his wares. Now, however, he had 8 markets. He also did not need to foot any of the high processing fees, so he could not waste this chance. Feng intended to gain an impressive reputation and prestige among the 8 cities. However, the advanced whetstones alone were not enough to achieve this result. Moreover, advanced whetstones could not increase his reputation, as these things did not carry his personal mark. Only the Starstreak trading firm would gain reputation from these advanced whetstones. Most importantly, after everyone had a taste of the benefits of the advanced whetstones, they would fervently investigate how they could obtain the recipe. After all, the recipe for the advanced whetstone was not unique. Players could obtain them from multiple team dungeons. By the time Feng opened his own shop, he would no longer possess the advantage he had right now. Thus, he needed to become an advanced forging apprentice and learn the advanced book of magic, creating the one and only mana armor kit. Once he thoroughly spread the Black Flame Forger's reputation with the mana armor kits that only he could create, tons of players would search him out. Chapter 224, Runic Gold. In the quiet and steamy forging room, a deep blue flame burned brilliantly as it refined one hard stone after the next. Originally, forging advanced whetstones had a low success rate. Yet when Feng made them, the process was as smooth as flowing water. Whether regarding production speed or quality, both were equally amazing, and one couldn't help but give praise when witnessing this scene. Although the repetitive task was slightly cumbersome, when Feng's thoughts wandered to the fact that each advanced whetstone could sell for 7 silver coins, endless motivation flowed into him. After 3 hours had passed since Feng started this laborious work, he had made 180 advanced whetstones. His speed could practically rival the efficiency of 3 or 4 forgers combined. Also, without noticing it, Feng had also recovered his previously lost level, returning from level 14 to level 15. His current leveling speed was far more efficient than grinding normal monsters. Having decided to take a short rest, Feng examined his current forging proficiency. It was already at 1,253 points right now. He needed 3,000 proficiency points to be promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. As long as he continued to work hard for 2 or 3 more days, he could become an advanced forging apprentice. If other players knew of Feng's promotion speed, they might become stupefied. After all, throughout the entire White River City region aside from Feng, there was not a single intermediate forging apprentice to be found. Feng's forging promotion speed was monstrously fast. Based on this speed, if I focus solely on forging, I can become an advanced forging apprentice in 2 days, just in time for the next transaction with Aqua Rose. I can rake in another large sum of money from Aqua Rose. Feng made a rough estimation, growing excited. He greatly profited every time he met with Aqua Rose. If he could make another large sum this time, he would have mostly dealt with the matter of setting up his workshop. Later on, he only needed to think of a way to recruit a large number of players that could serve as the backbone of the guild in the future. If he wished to establish a guild with tens of thousands of members, he needed at least several hundred players to serve as the backbone of the guild. Otherwise, he could not manage so many players properly. Hence, Feng had decisively bought the office building to establish his workshop. It would save him the trouble of having to move to a new workshop in the future, limiting such issues related to the guild's development. Gentle Snow? When Feng heard the ringtone for his communicator, he discovered the caller was Gentle Snow. However, she was not looking for Yifeng but Black Flame instead. It just so happened that Feng had reasons to look for Gentle Snow as well. Previously, he had intended to use the ID of Black Flame to establish the lifestyle guild, the Horizon Alliance. However, he never found the chance to do so. Now a chance had arrived. Currently, he was temporarily in charge of the Starstreak trading firm, which possessed shops in 8 different cities. Moreover, these shops were all located in the heart of each city. Regarding materials, workplace, or a place to sell items, Feng now had everything a lifestyle player would need in his possession. If he factored in Gentle Snow's advertising, establishing the Horizon Alliance was practically a done deal. If Horizon Alliance successfully developed, it would be worth a gold mine. He could obtain both funding and materials through this lifestyle guild. At that time, Feng would not have to worry about Zero Wings development. Black Flame, are you interested in making a deal? Gentle Snow immediately asked without any greeting. A deal? I wonder what sort of deal Miss Snow wishes to make? Shifeng asked, curious. I know that you are related to the matter of the Starstreak trading firm, so I wish to purchase some whetstones from you, especially the advanced whetstones. I'll pay credits and I'll buy as many as you have right now, Gentle Snow said. So, you desire the whetstones. This should be simple. However, I need gold coins far more than credits right now. If Miss Snow has a lot of them, I can definitely sell you my entire stock. Shifeng did not refute Gentle Snow's claim. After all, it was not strange that she had discovered his relation to the Starstreak trading firm. Previously, he had used the appearance of Black Flame to stroll through the trading firm with Anna openly. Moreover, many players had recorded a video of that scene. Since Gentle Snow had seen Black Flame before, she could easily figure out the relationship between him and the Starstreak trading firm as long as she saw one of those videos. I'll pay you 3 times of the market price via credits. Gentle Snow did not want the other guilds to catch up to them. Hence, she did not mind spending some extra credits. Miss Snow, there is no need to continue. You and I both know how important gold coins are right now. If you do not have the sincerity to conduct this trade, let us just forget it altogether. I am sincere about this deal. However, I've recently purchased a large batch of hard stones, so I don't have any excess gold coins at the moment. How about 5 times the market price? Gentle Snow felt helpless right now. Black Flame certainly had a powerful backer supporting him, so he might not value credits as much as gold coins. However, she truly had nothing she could use to trade. She only had credits. Let's just forget about the credits. Don't you have a lot of hard stones right now? Shifeng revealed a faint, bitter smile. If he were not required to earn 30,000 gold coins within 20 days, he would have definitely agreed to 5 times the market price. However, gold coins were much more important to him right now. This matter affected his own future development, so he could not compromise. Hence he suggested, let's exchange using hard stones then. Exchange. Gentle Snow's beautiful face froze. Stunned, she asked, what will the ratio of exchange be? That will depend on you. For the normal whetstones it will be a 1-to-4 ratio. As for the advanced whetstones, I require a 1-to-9 ratio, Shifeng stated calmly. Fine. However, I want only advanced whetstones. Moreover, I want to conduct the trade immediately. After giving the matter some thought, Gentle Snow felt that this exchange seemed reasonable. However, Gentle Snow inwardly cursed at Shifeng for being too hateful. It is as expected of the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. If she allowed the forgers in her guild to make whetstones right now, they could produce 1 whetstone with every 4 or 5 hard stones. Meanwhile, Shifeng had accurately suggested trading 1 whetstone for 4 hard stones. The result of this exchange was just slightly better than the result the forgers in her guild could produce. So, Gentle Snow agreed to trade the majority of their stock of hard stones for advanced whetstones, leaving the remainder for the forgers in her guild to increase their forging proficiency. Alright then. Look for an NPC named Anna once you arrive at the Starstreak trading firm. She will conduct the exchange immediately, Shifeng instructed, chuckling. Soon after, Shifeng disconnected the call, resuming his production of advanced whetstones. Shifeng's trade with Gentle Snow was only a small interlude. After Gentle Snow had exchanged 4 stacks of advanced whetstones with Anna, under Shifeng's instructions, Anna made the exchange mechanism open to the public. The exchange ratio was the same as he previously mentioned to Gentle Snow. As a result, many players who lacked the money to purchase whetstones started frantically exchanging their hard stones. They no longer needed forging apprentices to rip them off. With this, not only could the Starstreak trading firm deal with its material supply issue, but it could also make a profit from this exchange. This scene caused many lifestyle players to have second thoughts about applying to work at the trading firm. 2 days later. System. Congratulations. You are the first player to be promoted to an advanced forging apprentice. Obtain 200,000 EXP, rewarding 5 runic gold. Finally. Still, the system is really generous this time, To think it would even give me a rare item like Runic Gold. Feng involuntarily smiled when he saw the system rewards. Runic Gold could increase the forging success rate of an item by 10%. Simultaneously, it would have a chance to upgrade the rank of the forged item by 1. Unlike Runic Steel, which could only upgrade an item's quality to a maximum of fine gold rank, Runic Gold could increase an item's quality up to dark gold rank. However, Feng's joy focused on the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. Ever since his forging proficiency had reached 2,000 points, the advanced whetstones no longer rewarded 1 proficiency point 100% of the time. They only had a 70% chance to reward a proficiency point. Meanwhile, after he reached 2,500 points, there was only a 40% chance of obtaining 1 proficiency point, while at 2,800 points, that chance further decreased to 20%. After spending 2 days forging away, he finally managed to earn the promotion to an advanced forging apprentice. After becoming an advanced forging apprentice, Feng immediately retrieved the advanced book of magic from his bag, choosing to learn it without hesitation. Suddenly, a golden glow surrounded Feng's body, and within Feng's mind, the knowledge of producing the magic armor kit appeared. During these 2 days, aside from continuously producing advanced whetstones and raising his forging proficiency, Feng had also made sure to train his body during the day. Incidentally, he also bought that office building in the city center for his workshop. Feng had to pay a total of 60 million credits in installments. He first paid 20 million credits, while he would pay the remaining 40 million in full within 3 months. Feng had also earned over 10 million credits from selling the White River City guidebooks. He used 5 million or so to purchase various gaming facilities and other items to complete his workshop. That way, when it was time to attend the university's fellowship party, he would have 5 million credits and a luxurious workshop to back him up. He was no weaker than Shadow right now. Comparing workshop facilities and environments, Feng's workshop utterly destroyed Shadow's. Chapter 225, Mana Armor Kit. While Feng had been stuck in the forging room for the past 2 days, many of the players that had just entered the city were amazed by the scene they witnessed. They never imagined that such benefits would be available in the city. Whetstones were no longer items solely monopolized by guilds. They could be purchased at the Starstreak trading firm along with the rare intermediate recovery and mana potions. Compared to other shops in White River City, the Starstreak trading firm's stock was far more thorough. Most importantly, the Starstreak trading firm was the only location that sold advanced whetstones. This item had become the Starstreak trading firm's signature item and was only sold in limited numbers every day. With such an advantage, the Starstreak trading firm instantly obtained a strong foothold in the 8 cities it occupied, suppressing the other shops. During these 2 days, players no longer visited other shops to purchase their items, as they could simply purchase everything they needed at the Starstreak trading firm. As a result, business boomed for the trading firm. Meanwhile, a huge incident also happened in White River City, and even Feng, who was extremely knowledgeable about God's domain, was shocked. 10 guilds had suddenly grouped, forming an entirely new single guild. This matter sent shockwaves throughout the entire White River City region. Many of the second-rate and third-rate guilds started panicking at this news. They all increased the treatment they offered to their members and continuously tried to recruit new members into their guilds. Simultaneously, they also increased their speed of annexing smaller guilds. As for the unrated guilds, they started to form alliances to resist the annexation of these second-rate and third-rate guilds for self-preservation. White River City, which originally had hundreds of guilds contending with each other for supremacy, suddenly entered a new phase where only a handful of powers contended with each other. In reality, a dozen or so unrated guilds coming together to form one large guild would not greatly affect these second-rate and third-rate guilds. The main reason this merger frightened these powerful guilds was the guild at its core. It was none other than the top-tier third-rate guild Dark Star. Furthermore, Dark Star had a new guild leader. Lone Tyrant had suddenly become Dark Star's new guild leader, while the previous guild leader had been chased out of his own guild. Originally, Dark Star already had Lone Tyrant, who was ranked first on the ranking list. They also managed to obtain the first clear of several hard mode team dungeons. Previously, they had even competed against the Assassins Alliance over supremacy in White River City. However, due to lacking a powerful background, they could not grow any stronger within a short time. Now that Lone Tyrant had become the guild leader, not only had Dark Star annexed a large number of guilds, but they had also managed to recruit quite a few hidden experts. Just a short time after the merger, Dark Star had obtained the first clear of 2 hard mode team dungeons, and one of them was even the first clear of a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. As a result, Dark Star's fame soared once again. They were no longer beneath the Assassins Alliance. They might have already surpassed the Assassins Alliance. Currently, Dark Star's influence in White River City could rival that of a first-rate guild. They had become one of the tyrants of White River City. On another note, for reasons unknown, the first thing Lone Tyrant did after he unified those unrated guilds was place a bounty on Shifeng's head. Moreover, the bounty he set was rather generous. As long as someone could kill Shifeng to level 0, he would immediately reward the person responsible with 5 million credits and an elder position in Dark Star. Meanwhile, any player who killed Shifeng once could receive a reward of 200,000 credits. In a virtual reality game, such a high bounty was mind-blowing. Right now, major corporations in the real world were only offering an annual salary of 5 million credits or so when recruiting well-known top-tier experts. On the other hand, Shifeng was not even a great character from a first-rate guild. Such a high bounty on an unknown player was a first in the world of virtual reality. Even though they did not know what sort of enmity Lone Tyrant had with Shifeng, many players had expressed their sympathies for Shifeng. Meanwhile, Lone Tyrant's tyrannic actions had undeniably garnered the attention of many independent players, compelling them to join Dark Star to develop themselves further. However, from Shifeng's point of view, Lone Tyrant was simply a lunatic. He had snatched away only one first clear away from Lone Tyrant. Was there really a need to be so unforgiving? Moreover, Shifeng was really confused as to when Dark Star had become such an amazing existence. They had actually managed to annex more than 10 unrated guilds within such a short amount of time. One should know that each guild would have at least 1 to 2,000 members. In the case of a larger guild, there might be even 5 to 6,000 members. Yet Dark Star had actually devoured and incorporated them in a single go with room to spare. Even the Assassins Alliance did not possess a background strong enough to carry out such a feat. Although Dark Star was very powerful right now, Shifeng considered the bounty on his head no more than a joke. If Shifeng were only a normal expert, he might have trembled in fear as he could not continue mingling in White River City. However, was Shifeng a normal expert? Oh, he wasn't. In a situation where everyone else had yet to familiarize themselves with God's domain fully, Shifeng already had 10 years' worth of experience playing in God's domain as an expert swordsman. As of this moment, Lone Tyrant, the current first-ranked player on the ranking list, was only level 14. However, during the time Shifeng had spent cooped up inside an intermediate forging room producing advanced whetstones, he had already recovered to level 16. Shifeng was leaps ahead of Lone Tyrant regarding EXP they had. Moreover, with his current level and equipment, Shifeng had dared to face an absolute powerhouse head-on from his previous life. So, why would he possibly be afraid of Dark Star? This time, however, Shifeng could not use the same strategy he had with Martial Union within Red Leaf Town. There was nobody in White River City who dared provoke a tyrannic tiger like Dark Star. Moreover, Dark Star had too many members. Shifeng would go bankrupt if he placed a bounty on all its members. Not to mention whether it was gold coins or credits, Shifeng was sorely in need of both right now. Hence, Shifeng chose to ignore Dark Star and instead focus on his own matters, producing mana armor kits. Compared to normal armor kits, mana armor kits were far more powerful. Aside from providing additional defense, normal armor kits only provided a small bonus to attributes. On the other hand, mana armor kits provided a significant bonus. Moreover, mana armor kits could be equipped on both plate and cloth armor. The materials needed to produce them were also very basic. No expensive or rare materials were necessary at all. Basic mana armor kit. Materials required: 10 copper ore, 3 bronze ore, 1 basic recovery potion or 1 basic mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical basic armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Basic physical armor kit. Defense plus 80. Strength plus 3, endurance plus 4, agility plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Basic magical armor kit. Defense plus 30. Intelligence plus 3, endurance plus 4, vitality plus 3. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 10 equipment or above. Intermediate mana armor kit. Materials required: 15 iron ore, 5 fine iron ore, 1 intermediate recovery potion or 1 intermediate mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit. Defense plus 200. Strength plus 10, endurance plus 12, agility plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit. Defense plus 60. Intelligence plus 10, endurance plus 12, vitality plus 10. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Advanced mana armor kit. Materials required: 20 silver ore, 8 mithril ore, 2 advanced recovery potion or 2 advanced mana regeneration potion. Can be crafted into either physical or magical advanced armor kit. Bound to character after equipping. Advanced physical armor kit. Defense plus 400. Strength plus 30, endurance plus 40, agility plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. Advanced magical armor kit. Defense plus 150. Intelligence plus 30, endurance plus 40, vitality plus 30. Maximum binding limit per character: 3. Can only be bound to level 50 equipment or above. As long as a player bound 3 mana armor kits to their equipment, they would have the equivalent of an additional piece of precious equipment. Whether in a normal battle or dungeon raid, the mana armor kits would provide an immense improvement to a player. Who could resist such an enticing item? Chapter 226, Attracted by Fame. On a street located in the heart of the trade area, a man hiding himself under a hooded cloak hurriedly walked into the tall building, the Starstreak trading firm, by the roadside. Due to its raging popularity, there were plenty of players entering and leaving the Starstreak trading firm. Moreover, players who wore cloaks were common at the trading firm, so the hurried man did not attract the attention of other players. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover 2 exquisite long swords strapped to his back. Of the 2 swords, one released a faint glow that resembled a black flame, while the other released a green stream of light. One could easily tell that these 2 swords were extraordinary items. Moreover, the style of this man's equipment clearly indicated it was a set equipment, and a high-quality set equipment at that. This person was none other than Zhou Xian, currently disguised as Black Flame. Previously, after spending most of his day hiding in a forging room, Zhou Xian had forged a total of 600 basic mana armor kits. 400 of them were physical armor kits, while the remaining 200 were magic armor kits. A large amount of copper ore, bronze ore, intermediate recovery potions, and intermediate mana regeneration potions was required to make so many armor kits. Fortunately, Zhou Xian had these materials in spades. With the Philosopher's Stone, Zhou Xian could refine stones into ores. There was no need for him to purchase any at all. As for basic potions, he simply needed to spend some money to purchase a large stock of them. However, when compared to the value of the basic mana armor kits, the cost of these potions was practically negligible. Zhou Xian had even resolved the issue of production success rate, which was the most troublesome factor when producing the basic mana armor kits. For starters, as an advanced forging apprentice, Feng possessed a 20% success rate when forging the basic mana armor kits. After factoring in the Book of Forging and the various supporting tools he possessed, his success rate was further boosted to 66%. Although there was still the chance of failure, each try would only cost him 70 copper coins. With Feng's current wealth, he would not feel even an itch from losing such a meager amount of money. After arriving at the third floor of the Starstreak trading firm, Feng quickly discovered a long line of people in the hallway. These people were currently queued up outside an office. A majority of these people consisted of NPCs, while the minority were players. Hey, do you know what first come first served means? You mannerless brute. You actually dare break the rules that Lady Anna has set. Bro, you sure have guts, huh? Aren't you afraid of Goddess Anna kicking you out? Regardless if it were the NPCs or players queued up in the hallway, all of them sent fierce glares at Feng. However, their anger did not stem from their hatred of meeting Feng for the first time. Instead, they were afraid of Feng's rudeness earning the ire of Lady Anna. They had been painstakingly waiting to meet Lady Anna for a long time now. If Lady Anna chased all of them away in a fit of rage, it would be a tragedy. What are you guys queuing for? Feng asked curiously. Feng casually glanced at the people queued up in the hallway. Just from a rough estimate, there should be over 200 people present. This was in no way a small number. Moreover, looking at how all of these people referred to Anna as Lady Anna or Goddess Anna, with both admiration and respect, Feng couldn't help but grow astonished. You dare come here without even knowing this? Everyone immediately rolled their eyes at Feng. They looked at Feng as if he was a noob, their gazes filled with disdain. The Starstreak trading firm is currently hiring a large number of forgers and potion makers. If we're chosen and can work for Starstreak, we will enjoy a private workshop all to ourselves. Moreover, the trading firm will provide us with an endless supply of materials. If we perform well, the trading firm will even reward us with our very own private research room and provide us with all the materials we need to carry out our research. In other words, as long as we can become a forger or potion maker of Starstreak trading firm, both money and fame will be available for our picking. Speaking up to this point, everyone couldn't help but sigh incessantly. They felt great envy towards those who had already become forgers and potion makers of the Starstreak trading firm. However, when a female player suddenly walked out from the office with a disappointed look on her face, everyone's mood immediately dampened. Due to Starstreak growing more and more famous, the number of NPCs and players who wished to join the trading firm had also grown explosively. Hence, the test's difficulty had also been increased. It was no longer as easy as the trading firm's initial recruitment. How many consecutive eliminations have that been already? I think this should be the 7th. The test is becoming more and more challenging. Previously, 1 of every 5 applicants would succeed. Now only 1 out of 8 succeed. I wonder what the chances will be when it is my turn. The people queued near the back started growing anxious. Anna sure is strict. Feng revealed a bitter smile. Although having such strict selection criteria wasn't a problem, players were still fundamentally different from NPCs. Especially for players who were timid and introverted, it was a little extreme to reject them after undergoing only a single test. Cream Coco, the female player who had just walked out from Anna's office, was one such example. In the past, Cream Coco was a genius forger who had the title as one of the 10 great master forgers of Starmoon Kingdom, and Feng was fully intent of recruiting her into his guild in this life. He did not think that shortly after Cream Coco had left the Assassin's Alliance, she would immediately come to Starstreak, only to be rejected once more. Fortunately, Feng had made a trip to Starstreak trading firm. Otherwise, he would similarly be shedding tears of regret with Cruel Sword. Another failure. Where am I supposed to head to now? At this moment, Cream Coco wore a dejected expression. Previously, she had been chased out of the Assassin's Alliance due to her production success rate being overly low. Now, Starstreak trading firm had also rejected her. After these consecutive failures, she no longer knew where she should head. Am I really not cut out for forging? Maybe I should go adventuring and fight like the other players. However, I am a sports idiot. How am I supposed to fight like the others? Hello. Are you here to apply for a job at Starstreak trading firm? Shifeng asked, blocking Cream Coco's path. Cream Coco nodded as she glanced at Shifeng. Currently, she did not have the mood at all to pay any attention to a stranger. Are you interested in taking another test? Shifeng asked with a smile. Shock flashed in Cream Coco's eyes. Immediately, she lifted her head and focused on Shifeng. For a moment she had even thought that Shifeng was one of Starstreak's personnel. However, when she failed to find the Starstreak trading firm's emblem on Shifeng's clothing, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Haha, who do you think you are? Starstreak's president? Can you let someone who has already been rejected take the test again? If you wish to pretend, at least think of the time and place. Look at where you are at right now. At the very least, you should get a Starstreak emblem before putting up your act. A tall and beautiful cleric sneered as she sent a disdainful gaze at Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not get angry at this girl's provocation. Instead, he used observing eyes on this tall beauty. Melancholic smile. Level 10. Cleric. Seeing this name, Shifeng was shocked. Although not as famous as Cream Coco Melancholic Smile, the tall beauty of a cleric before him was also one of Starmoon Kingdom's future master forgers. Shifeng truly did not think that the Starstreak trading firm could be so attractive as to lure two future master forgers. My bad, I forgot to introduce myself. I am. Just as Shifeng was about to introduce himself, Anna suddenly walked out from the office as she called for the next batch of interviewees. However, the moment her eyes spotted Shifeng, she hurriedly walked over to Shifeng in a panic. Meanwhile, everyone else revealed ridiculing smiles as they watched Shifeng. They fully intended to enjoy the show that was about to play out. You've humiliated yourself big time now. Shifeng actually dared pretend to be Starstreak trading firm personnel. Now that he had been caught in the act, he would definitely be shown the way out. Your Excellency, this subordinate is extremely sorry for this. I did not think that these people would disturb you. I will immediately send them away. Anna glared at Cream Coco and Melancholic Smile, hurriedly apologizing to Shifeng. Chapter 227, Master Black Flame. Ah. Everyone who wore a mocking smile a moment before was so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they heard Lady Anna speak to Shifeng. Their jaws nearly hit the floor. They swallowed the ridiculing words they had prepared as their faces turned extraordinarily pale. Cream Coco was similarly shocked by this scene. However, she accepted this news relatively quickly. This is too great. I have another chance. Cream Coco's disappointed expression instantly shifted to excitement as she looked at Shifeng. Seeing Lady Anna's humble attitude towards Shifeng, even going as far as to refer to Shifeng as Your Excellency, Cream Coco was sure that Shifeng was no ordinary character. Since such a great character was willing to give her another chance, the flame of hope within her instantly ignited. On the other hand, Melancholic Smile's current mood was the exact opposite of Cream Coco's. At this moment she looked at Shifeng with a face filled with astonishment. She then shifted her gaze towards the beautiful Anna. Melancholic Smile discovered reverence in Anna's mesmerizing bright blue eyes as she gazed at Shifeng. Clearly Anna was not acting. Moreover, when Anna noticed Melancholic Smile's gaze on her, she glanced at Melancholic Smile, and the reverence in her eyes instantly transformed into rage. Melancholic Smile immediately panicked. It's over. It's over. Why is my luck so terrible? Previously I got kicked out of the guild after offending one of its upper echelons. Now before I have even set foot in the Starstreak trading firm, I have offended one of its great characters. Melancholic Smile's thoughts were chaotic and her heart was distraught. She did not know how she should explain herself to Lady Anna to get out of this mess. Shifeng couldn't help but smile when he noticed Anna's furious glare and Melancholic Smile's flustered expression. However, when Melancholic Smile noticed Shifeng's smile, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble, dread filling her heart. It seems that I can no longer stay in the Starstreak trading firm, Melancholic Smile lamented. If she had known about this beforehand, she would not have attempted to speak out of turn, interrupting Shifeng's happy occasion. In the end, she had dug her own grave. However, Shifeng's following words shocked Melancholic Smile. Anna, don't mind me and continue your evaluations, Shifeng instructed Anna. He then shifted his sights to Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, softly saying, I will conduct both of your tests. Everyone else continue as usual. Yes, Your Excellency, Anna respectfully replied. Compared to a few days ago, Anna's current loyalty had risen from 50 to 70 points. Although it wasn't a particularly high number, it was passable. At the very least, Anna would not cause him any trouble. Do I still have a chance? Melancholic Smile never thought Shifeng would give her another chance. After all, she had spoiled Shifeng's happy occasion. Logically speaking, he should have chased her out of Starstreak instead. Following which, Shifeng led both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile up to the 4th floor of the building. Just who is he? Isn't he too amazing? He had actually made Lady Anna bow before him. If I could achieve a similar feat, I could die without regrets. Some of the players watched Shifeng's departing figure with admiration, inwardly guessing Shifeng's identity. In the entire White River City, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop. Even Ouroboros' currently most famous guild had not accomplished such a thing. Yet Shifeng had succeeded in doing just that. Moreover, he was in the upper echelon of the Starstreak trading firm. His position was far above Anna's. So, how could this piece of news not be shocking? Just how powerful of a backer must Shifeng have to cooperate with the Starstreak trading firm? Meanwhile, when some of the male players saw Shifeng leading away both Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile, they inwardly cursed and called him an animal. One was not enough for him. He is practically abusing his authority. Inwardly, these male players felt both envy and disdain for Shifeng. Inside a forging room on the 4th floor, Shifeng prepared 5 sets of materials to craft whetstones for each of the 2 girls. Looking at the materials placed on the stone table, Melancholic Smile's thoughts slightly lagged. She never thought that Shifeng would truly give them a test and not have any unscrupulous thoughts towards them. What is it? Have you not learned how to make whetstones yet? Shifeng asked curiously when he noticed Melancholic Smile's dazed expression. The Forging Association sold the recipe for whetstones. Moreover, it was available for only 30 copper coins. Logically speaking, every player who aspired to become a forger should have learned the recipe, not to mention players who had managed to enter White River City. Ah, that's not it. I know how to make them. Melancholic Smile hurriedly shook her head, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She felt ashamed of herself for completely misunderstanding Shifeng's intentions. On the other hand, Cream Cocoa had a much purer mind than Melancholic Smile. She had not overthought things like the cleric had. However, she was still extremely nervous at the thought of having to make a whetstone in front of Shifeng. She felt deeply afraid that she would fail the test. Shifeng had given each of them 5 sets of materials, and his requirement was for them to achieve at least 2 successful attempts. However, during her time at the Assassin's Alliance, Cream Cocoa could only make 1 or 2 whetstones out of 10 sets of materials. Before you start, I'll give you 2 a demonstration. Shifeng retrieved a set of materials from his inventory. With a wave of his hand, he started producing the whetstone. You are a forger as well? Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile asked in astonishment. Ah, how forgetful of me. I still haven't introduced myself. As Shifeng had kept both his name and level hidden, others could not discover who he was. I am Black Flame, a forger. You are the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom. You are Master Black Flame, the one that developed the Glimmer chestplate. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile immediately grew flustered. They would never have believed that they would meet the legendary Master Black Flame. After all, he was the person responsible for elevating the status of forgers, turning it into the most popular lifestyle class in Star Moon Kingdom. Simultaneously, he had also given the various large guilds a reason to support and nurture their forgers. One could say that Master Black Flame had done every forger within Star Moon Kingdom a favor. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Black Flame was actually the ordinary and detached-looking man before them. In their eyes, Black Flame should have either been a handsome young man or a strange old man. However, Black Flame did not match either description. Although Black Flame looked different from what they had imagined, that did not stop their growing excitement. If this man before them was the famous Black Flame, that would explain why Lady Anna showed so much respect. It also explained how the Starstreak trading firm could possess items such as the advanced whetstones. Noticing cream cocos and melancholic smiles, excited and hungry gazes, cold sweat dripped down Shifeng's forehead. He coughed dryly and said sternly, "I will only demonstrate this once. If you cannot complete 2 whetstones, you can show yourselves out. I won't accept you into the firm." The 2 girls instantly calmed after being admonished by Shifeng. Afraid that they would miss out on something, they both heightened their concentration as they watched Shifeng's hands. However, Shifeng's actions rendered them speechless. Shifeng's production speed was simply too fast. Moreover, his actions were as smooth and natural as flowing water. One would easily find themselves mesmerized. Before they could react, Shifeng had already finished producing a whetstone. "All right, it is your turn now." Shifeng smiled calmly as he pointed the 2 towards the materials on the stone table. He was already an advanced forging apprentice. Even if he did not utilize the Book of Forging, he still had an 80% success rate when producing whetstones. However, even if he succeeded in making one, he would not receive any additional proficiency points. He had only done so to test the 2 girls' potential. After all, they were both future master forgers. If they could not gain any inspiration after watching him work, it proved that they had only become a master forger due to luck. Chapter 228, Meteoric Rise. As the level of technique Shifeng demonstrated was slightly high, in addition to his strict requirement, cream cocoa and melancholic smile immediately grew serious. Shifeng's forging techniques had clearly undergone refinement hundreds and thousands of times. It was not something inexperienced forgers like them could hope to compare to. However, they had, more or less, noticed the key points in Shifeng's demonstration. Soon after, the 2 girls stepped up to their separate forging tables. As if they had received some enlightenment, they held up the forging materials and fell into deep thought. As expected of future master forgers, Shifeng revealed a faint smile when he noticed their actions. At this point, it was impossible for the average player to possess sufficient materials to practice their forging with, not to mention the precious materials to produce items. However, Shifeng was different from these inexperienced forgers. During his 10 years of playing God's Domain, he had encountered plenty of master forgers. In their free time, these players would usually discuss forging. For players with their skill level, their conversations were no longer about simply playing a game, but instead, counted as true research. Shifeng had experienced many such conversations. Coupling that knowledge with an endless supply of materials to use as practice, he had naturally learned the craft fairly quickly. However, in terms of talent, Shifeng was far from being a match of the girls currently before him. After all, at the end of the day, Shifeng was still a player more suited to battle and adventure. The only thing he could do was combine the knowledge he had gained from listening to those masters with his own understanding of forging techniques and display it. Although it would not be of great help, it would be enough as long as they could realize their own deficiencies. At this stage of the game, a majority of the players had a relatively high success rate when producing whetstones. They should have at least a 40% success rate. They should be able to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. If they had passable techniques, it wouldn't be unusual if they could even produce 3. However, a majority of the players at this stage could only produce 1 whetstone out of 5 attempts. Although the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm were not comparable to the intermediate forging rooms in the Forging Association, they should still be much better than the basic forging rooms. When making a common item like the whetstone, the forging room should increase a player's success rate by at least 5%. Due to this, Shifeng required the both of them to produce 2 whetstones out of 5 sets of materials. After a period of silence, the 2 girls finally started their first attempt at producing the whetstone. 3 minutes later, both had produced their first whetstones. They wore joyful expressions as they handed their products to Shifeng for evaluation. A failure. The same goes for this one. Shifeng shook his head after he checked the information on the two items. Both whetstones were of poor quality, and they yielded 0 effects when used. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were both disappointed by these results. They knew they did not have many chances remaining. If they did not produce 2 whetstones out of the remaining 4 sets of materials, without a doubt, they would be chased out of the trading firm. After experiencing failure on their first try, the 2 girls spent more time reflecting before their second attempt. After reflecting for more than 10 minutes, the next action the 2 girls took astonished Shifeng. Within a single breath, the 2 had used up all 4 sets of materials. Moreover, their production speed was much faster than before. After producing all 4 whetstones, the 2 smiled at each other. They then placed their completed whetstones on the table, awaiting Shifeng's evaluation. You 2 have really surprised me. Out of 4 pieces, both of you actually managed 3 successes. Shifeng couldn't help his shock when he looked at the information displayed before him. Very good. From today onwards, you 2 are officially members of the Horizon Alliance. Here is the contract. If there aren't any problems, just sign it. Horizon Alliance. It isn't the Starstreak trading firm. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile were confused when they took a look at the contract. After all, their goal in coming here had been to join the wealthy and powerful Starstreak trading firm. However, after they read the contract, they discovered that the benefits stated were abnormally good. Even Cream Cocoa, who had come from the Assassin's Alliance, found the offer quite attractive. After all, not only would they be provided with limitless materials and forging designs, but they would also obtain 15% of the profits once the item sold. They would also earn a minimum monthly salary of 2,000 credits. On the other hand, the other guilds only provided their forgers with 5% of the profits and a low monthly salary. The materials these guilds provided were also very limited. Under normal circumstances, the best materials would be given to the forgers with better techniques, leaving remaining forgers wanting. I can't reveal what kind of relationship the Horizon Alliance has with the Starstreak trading firm. However, I can tell you one thing. The Horizon Alliance is a lifestyle guild. It is not like your usual adventure and battle guild, and lifestyle players will be the core of this guild. Moreover, in the future the Horizon Alliance will expand its market much further than the Starstreak trading firm. We won't only sell our products in 8 cities, but in every city throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, you guys will not have to worry about materials. As long as you can produce items of sufficient quality, you won't need to worry about failing to sell the item. Shifeng calmly smiled as he continued. Of course, if you don't want to, you can choose to join the Starstreak trading firm instead. It all depends on you. Cream Cocoa and Melancholic Smile considered their options carefully. At present, the Starstreak trading firm was undeniably the better choice if they wished to develop themselves further. Moreover, they had never even heard of the Horizon Alliance, not to mention a guild run by lifestyle players. I am willing to join the Horizon Alliance. However, Cream Cocoa signed the contract without hesitation. Melancholic Smile simply shook her head at this sight, thinking that Cream Cocoa was simply too naive. However, although she thought in such a way, she had similarly signed her name on the contract she received from Shifeng. The reason she had chosen was the man currently before her. Not only was he the chief forger of Star Moon Kingdom, but he also had deep ties with the Starstreak trading firm. One could also say that, without the advanced whetstone, the Starstreak trading firm would not be enjoying its current popularity. Most importantly, it was the Horizon Alliance's future potential. Good. Since you 2 have signed the contract, you are now official members of the Horizon Alliance. From this moment onwards, you 2 can use the forging rooms in the Starstreak trading firm anytime you want. If you lack materials, just notify Anna and she will provide them for you. You 2 only need to focus on advancing into a true forger, Shifeng said, smiling. With 2 potential master forgers joining, Shifeng felt much more optimistic about Horizon Alliance's future. Shifeng also made Melancholic Smile the Horizon Alliance's temporary manager. While she managed the Horizon Alliance, she was also tasked with poaching some of the forgers and potion makers with potential from the Starstreak trading firm. After all, Feng was only an acting president of the trading firm. Starstreak trading firm's forgers and potion makers belonged to Starstreak only, not the Horizon Alliance. When Feng completed the second phase of the epic quest, he would no longer have any relation to the Starstreak trading firm. He would not be able to sell items through the Starstreak trading firm any longer. In other words, he and the Starstreak trading firm would draw a line between each other. So he naturally had to recruit players with potential to his side. Soon after, Feng placed the basic mana armor kit for sale on the second floor of the Starstreak trading firm. He priced each basic mana armor kit at 20 silver coins. Although this price could rival that of a piece of level 10 bronze equipment, Feng did not mind. After all, he had no fear that this item would not sell. He only feared that it would sell too quickly, thus he had set such a high price. Feng then returned to his forging room and resumed forging basic mana armor kits. The 600 basic mana armor kits were just a drop in the bucket. He still needed to produce a lot more to meet demand. Not to mention, Feng still had a mountain in the form of 30,000 gold coins weighing down on him. Moreover, plenty of guilds had started growing greedy after seeing Feng make so much money from selling the advanced whetstones. They all started thinking up of plans to obtain the recipe for themselves. Hence, during the past few days, many guilds had started investigating the origins of the advanced whetstone. Feng couldn't help but admit that a guild was indeed far more powerful than an individual. Within a short amount of time, these guilds had discovered the origins of the advanced whetstone. They had even managed to obtain its recipe. The Moonlight Forest. Treasures filled this place. Aside from having plenty of treasure chests and field bosses, the drop rate for gemstones here was much higher than other maps. The various large guilds in White River City had long since regarded the Moonlight Forest as a cash machine. On the other hand, independent players had no share of these bountiful resources. Guild leader, the intermediate forging apprentices in our guild have successfully produced advanced whetstones. The intermediate apprentice potion makers have also managed to produce intermediate recovery potions and intermediate mana regeneration potions, a ranger reported. Very good. It just so happens that White River City's bazaar will be held tonight. We can use this chance to show off Dark Star's strength. Lone Tyrant smiled satisfactorily. He had long since grown impatient after witnessing the Starstreak trading firm rake in an ocean of wealth. Now that their guild could similarly produce and sell advanced whetstones and intermediate potions, he was one step closer to becoming the true tyrant of White River City. Chapter 229, Black Flame Effect. Starstreak trading firm at the premium goods counter on the second floor. Due to the raging popularity of the advanced whetstones and the fact that only a limited amount was available for sale each day, many guilds and players could normally be seen queuing and waiting at the counter. Today, however, fewer people were present on the second floor of the trading firm. No one waited in line at the premium goods counter. Those present were only independent players just window shopping, and not a single guild player wandered the spacious hall. Nobody present even asked about the availability of the advanced whetstones, and such a situation had caused Anna, the manager of the trading firm, to grow anxious. Immediately, she started an investigation into the cause of this sudden lack of customers. She then forwarded her findings to Feng, letting him decide what to do with it. Although I have long since expected this, they certainly took action quickly. Is Dark Star trying to start a price war with us? Feng revealed a calm smile after he read the message Anna had sent him. The reason the Starstreak trading firm's business would suddenly grow cold was mainly due to Dark Star. Dark Star had managed to nurture forgers and potion makers capable of producing advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. Furthermore, they had widely trumpeted the fact that they offered their products for a much lower price. Originally, a stack of advanced whetstones sold for 1 gold 40 silvers at the Starstreak trading firm. However, Dark Star sold them for only 1 gold per stack. As for the intermediate potions, both types sold at a price 1 silver coins cheaper. Although the prices were greatly reduced, the advanced whetstone and intermediate potions were originally products that sold at greatly inflated prices. Even if one reduced their selling price, they would still earn several times the base cost of the items. Hence, in order to solicit customers, Dark Star would naturally initiate a price reduction. As for the players looking to purchase these items, they would purchase these items for the lowest price. This was the natural law of human nature. Nobody would be so foolish as to purchase an item of equal quality for a higher price. However, a price reduction was only the beginning of Dark Star's strategy. To make matters worse, Dark Star had even made a decisive change to the exchange mechanism. Although the exchange rate they used for normal whetstones was similar to the Starstreak trading firms, they had reduced the advanced whetstones to hard stones ratio from a 1:9 ratio to a 1:7 ratio. This ratio was just slightly higher than the production requirements of intermediate forging apprentices. Compared to the Starstreak trading firm, Dark Star's exchange rates were far more lucrative. As a result, many players had turned to Dark Star to trade their hard stones. Now that the Starstreak trading firm had lost its main source of income for hard stones, even if they relied on the hard stones Shifeng had previously accumulated, they would sooner or later run out. Without the necessary basic materials, how were they supposed to produce anything? Moreover, Dark Star also possessed an advantage that Shifeng did not. They had more people producing the advanced whetstones. As more time passed, Dark Star would obtain more advanced whetstone recipes from raiding dungeons. They could endlessly increase the number of people capable of producing advanced whetstones in their guild. Meanwhile, the Starstreak trading firm only had Shifeng. However, Shifeng currently had neither the manpower nor the time to waste raiding a low-level dungeon for the recipes. If this situation persisted, Dark Star would surpass the Starstreak trading firm eventually. Soon after, Shifeng passed on his verdict to Anna. Since Dark Star wanted to start a price war, he would gladly engage. Hence, he adjusted the prices and exchange rates to equal Dark Star's. However, this change would only take effect in White River City. The prices and exchange rates would remain the same in the other 7 cities. Simultaneously, Shifeng also took this chance to reveal the basic mana armor kit. Anna was very efficient in her work. Shortly after Shifeng assigned her the tasks, she had completed all of them. Moreover, she had also added an additional counter on the 2nd floor specifically for selling the basic mana armor kits. Visiting players quickly discovered the new addition. There's a new counter here. What's this basic mana armor kit? Won't we know once we take a look? Originally, one of the elite parties present on the 2nd floor had only come to the Starstreak trading firm with the intention of purchasing some normal whetstones for future use. However, when they noticed the appearance of the new counter and a new product, curiosity got the better of them and they decided to investigate. Crap. This is insane. Is this thing made of silver? They're actually charging 20 silver coins for a broken armor kit. I can get a piece of level 10 bronze equipment with that kind of money. They're even limiting the sales of this thing to 50 pieces a day. This is too expensive. Even though we are an elite party, our harvest from a single dungeon raid will, at best, amount to 2 to 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Moreover, not only do we risk losing experience, but we also need to spend money on potions and repairs after a raid. One armor kit already amounts to our party's total harvest in a single day. Wait a minute, why are the attributes of this armor kit so high? We can bind a total of 3 pieces on per character. The total attributes of 3 pieces is even higher than a level 10 mysterious iron ranked breastplate. Look. Every armor kit is marked with a black flame. Don't tell me this is something made by the Black Flame Forger. Originally, the members of the team had cursed the Starstreak trading firm for trying to rip them off. However, the moment they noticed the attributes on the mana armor kits and the Black Flame mark, they involuntarily shuddered. Who is Black Flame? He was someone every veteran player throughout Starmoon Kingdom knew. Although the Glimmer chestplate was outdated at this point, it was an undeniable fact that the item had once caused an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Moreover, due to its gallant appearance, many players still held onto their glimmer chest plates. The ones that held the black flame mark looked even more awesome, and countless collectors wished to possess of one of these pieces. Unfortunately, such marked pieces were exceedingly rare, and right now each piece was already worth 50 silver coins on the black market. Yet even at such an insane price, nobody would willingly sell theirs. Now Black Flame had revealed himself once more. He was even selling such powerful mana armor kits. It was just like the saying that had circulated Star Moon Kingdom: anything produced by Black Flame would definitely be a premium product. How much money do we have right now? Speaking softly, the leader of the elite party suddenly asked in the party chat. Brother Qin, we barely have 43 silver coins if all 6 of us pool our money together. We have only managed to collect this after much difficulty to repair our equipment and buy some potions. You can't be thinking to trade a portion of the hard stones we collected for normal whetstones, then sell the rest. Also sell all of the gemstones we previously obtained. Before anybody discovers this armor kit, we need to buy as many as we can. As long as we can equip our MT and healer with 3 of these mana armor kits, we can easily clear normal mode party dungeons. Furthermore, by the time Starstreak sells out on these mana armor kits, we can resell our extras for a high price. We should be able to earn back most of what we have spent. When the other party members realized the logic behind their party leader's words, they immediately started pooling their money and sold all of their expendable items to buy as many basic mana armor kits as they could. If both their MT and healer could have an additional piece of mysterious iron equipment, they could greatly reduce the number of deaths when they raided a dungeon. With an additional 240 defense and 12 endurance, their MT strength would soar to the next level. Their MT could tank boss monsters with much greater ease. Not to mention their healer would also receive an upgrade. Soon after, the elite party's MT and healer each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment. The party also bought an extra piece for future use. In reality, it wasn't just this particular elite party that had found out about the basic mana armor kits. Several other elite parties and independent players that had wandered into the Starstreak trading firm had secretly sold off their assets after discovering the armor kits. Some of the players who were wealthy in reality even went as far as to purchase coins at a high price to purchase the armor kits. As a result, 50 basic mana armor kits silently disappeared from the Starstreak trading firm. During the night, when the moon was bright and the stars were few, many players would come to the pub to relax and chat. Old Qin, why is your party so happy today? You guys even bought such expensive alcohol to drink. Don't tell me it's your birthday? A party leader of another elite party asked. Our 3-headed wolves party is very happy today. Here, I'll treat your 9-headed birds party to this bottle of ice blue spirit. Did you guys strike it rich? Why are you being so generous? This is a high-quality spirit that costs 3 silver coins. Of course. Today our party managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon for the first time. We also managed to get a piece of mysterious iron equipment for our MT from that dungeon raid. Tomorrow we plan to raid another hard mode party dungeon. The other players inside the bar were immediately shocked when they heard that someone had managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon. They all sent envious gazes at the player called Qin. Throughout White River City, the number of independent parties that managed to clear a hard mode party dungeon could be counted on one's hands. Old Qin, stop boasting. Did you think I don't know about your party's strength? Not to mention hard mode, you guys still have to struggle through life and death to even clear a normal mode party dungeon. The party leader of the 9-headed birds frowned in disbelief. Haha. If it were in the past, of course it would be impossible. However, our party's MT has over 1,000 defense and 1,600 HP right now. Qin gleefully boasted. The party leader of the 9-headed birds was greatly shocked by this information. After all, he and the other party leader had known each other for a long time now, so he knew Qin from top to bottom. Previously, the 3-headed wolf's MT had not been so powerful. He was even weaker than the 9-headed bird's MT by a small margin. After some probing, the 9-headed birds spent 20 silver coins to obtain the secret the 3-headed wolves used to clear a hard mode party dungeon. The main reason for the three-headed wolves' success was the contribution of the basic mana armor kits. During the day, the three-headed wolves were one of the parties that had secretly bought the basic mana armor kits from the Starstreak trading firm. With their newly improved MT and healer in addition to their familiarity with the dungeon they cleared, they finally managed to achieve the feat that all independent parties aimed for, clearing a hard mode party dungeon. Chapter 230 Crazy Night. The Night Bazaar of White River City had been organized to allow players to conduct business with each other. Due to Dark Star's incessant advertising, the bazaar today had grown lively. Many guilds had collected a large amount of hard stones and coins to purchase the advanced whetstones from Dark Star. Players busied themselves with setting up stalls throughout the plaza where the bazaar would occur. As one had to pay a steep processing fee to use the services of the auction house, many players had opted to sell their accumulated loot today instead. Meanwhile, of the many stalls set up at this plaza, the most attention-grabbing one belonged to Dark Star, as there were several hundred players currently lined up before Dark Star's stall. Seeing this, Lone Tyrant's heart fluttered with joy. By the time tomorrow arrived, Dark Star would become the wealthiest guild in White River City, and very soon, they would even surpass the Starstreak trading firm. They would become the possessor of White River City's economic lifeline. At that time, even Ouroboros would not be a match for Dark Star. Half an hour after the bazaar started, something odd happened. This incident caused plenty of guilds to grow sluggish in their thoughts, and even Lone Tyrant was utterly dumbfounded. "Can someone tell me just what has happened here?" Lone Tyrant bellowed, pointing towards the empty plaza. "Boss, I made some inquiries just now and found out that the Starstreak trading firm has similarly reduced the prices of their items. Aside from having the same prices as we do, they have also released a new product. I hear that the product is a basic mana armor kit made by Black Flame. As long as one binds this armor kit to their equipment, they will receive a great improvement to their attributes and defense. If a player binds 3 pieces to their equipment, then it would be the equivalent of having an additional top-tier Mysterious Iron-ranked breastplate. However, Starstreak has limited the sales of the armor kit to 50 each day. So, everyone went to queue up for the item instead." "Black Flame? Isn't that the chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom? Why would he work with the Starstreak trading firm?" Lone Tyrant's brows wrinkled. He had also heard rumors about Black Flame. However, the man was simply too mysterious, so nobody had a concrete idea which major power stood behind him. The public only knew that there was a deeply hidden major power supporting Black Flame. "So what if he is the chief forger?" Lone Tyrant sneered. "Since Black Flame can create such a good item, we only need to make it as well. Immediately investigate the basic mana armor kit. Find out where we can get the forging design. I truly wish to thank Black Flame for giving us this great business opportunity. Boss is the best. I'll investigate it immediately." Meanwhile, at the Starstreak trading firm, there was already a sea of people lining up outside the building, selling 1 stack of hard stones for a low price. "Come over here if you are interested. Level 10 bronze axe for 30 silver coins. Buying silver coins for a high price. I'll take as much as you have." Unknowingly, a market had formed outside of the Starstreak trading firm. Although players could not set up stalls there, they could still do face-to-face trading. Albeit troublesome, nobody would mind such a small matter. After all, they were currently trying to make as much money as they could. By the time the Starstreak trading firm started selling the basic mana armor kits again, they would buy as many as possible. While everyone stood in line outside the building, many had struck up conversations with one another. They started to boast about the effects of the basic mana armor kit. What the three-headed wolves party had accomplished had especially become the envy of many independent parties. Meanwhile, the more this news spread, the more it was blown out of proportion. Currently, the rumors mentioned that the three-headed wolves had originally not been able to clear even a normal mode party dungeon. However, after their MT and healer had each bound 3 basic mana armor kits to their equipment, the party immediately succeeded in raiding a level 10 Hell mode party dungeon. They had even obtained a secret silver-ranked shield and many other mysterious iron set equipment pieces from the raid, increasing their team's prowess to that of a party of experts. Some said that the three-headed wolves were currently stronger than even the elite members of a first-rate guild. This rumor had caused many independent players to long for the basic mana armor kits. They wished to obtain the armor kits and achieve great success. Aside from independent players focusing on the basic mana armor kit, the various guilds had also started taking action. They tried to think of ways to contact Black Flame. They wanted to purchase a large number of the armor kits from him directly. After all, if they could equip every member of their elite team with 3 basic mana armor kits, their team's strength would rise to an entirely different level. At that time, conquering the 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon would no longer be a dream. Taking a step back, even if they could not clear the Hell Mode, if they could manage to clear the Hard Mode, they could still reap a lot of benefits. Hence, it was a must for them to obtain the basic mana armor kits. Snow, is Big Brother Black Flame offline? Zhou Xian asked, worried. Gentle Snow nodded her head, saying bitterly, I have truly underestimated Black Flame. Originally, I thought that he would suffer a small setback after Dark Star revealed the advanced whetstones and intermediate potions. However, I would never have imagined that he would reveal such a card, catching everyone by surprise. Gentle Snow had believed that she had a good understanding of the man called Black Flame. However, time and again, Black Flame continued to surpass her expectations. It was as if Black Flame had brought out 2 cards, one white and one black, forcing others to guess which card he would reveal. In the end, however, he had done the unpredictable by taking out a gray card, catching everyone by surprise. Night in God's domain was day in reality. At this moment, Shifeng had already logged off from the game and started training his body. Hence, he had absolutely no idea about the current goings-on in White River City. Ever since Shifeng had moved to his new apartment, the first thing he did after waking up every morning was drink a bottle of nutrient fluids. He would then complete 20 sets of muscle-strengthening exercises and a 10-kilometer morning run. The nutrient fluid is as extraordinary as expected. My current physique should be on the level of a normal member of the school's fighting society. After ending his morning run, Shifeng made a rough estimate of his body's current condition. However, if he wanted a more accurate estimate, he would need to test his abilities in an appropriate training room. After training and strengthening his body these past few days, Shifeng was no longer as frail and thin as he used to be. Currently, Shifeng's body had grown much sturdier, giving others a faint feeling that it was packed with vitality. As usual, after completing his daily workout routine, Shifeng paid a visit to the workshop to check on its current renovation progress. A gaming workshop occupied an entire office floor of such size. In the past, such a notion was simply inconceivable. However, along with God's domain's growing influence, it wouldn't be odd even if a gaming workshop took up an entire office building, not to mention a single floor. In the past, Shadow was one such example. However, the Shadow of that time possessed a lot of members. It had even established 10 great city-states under its name. It was only normal to have such a large workshop. Brother Feng, you're here. The workshop's renovation is complete. We are just waiting for the gaming facilities we ordered to arrive and we'll set them up. After we finish that, our Zero-Wing workshop will finally take shape. Blackie excitedly said. At that time, those who we recruit to our guild might just join without hesitation after seeing our workshop. A few days ago, Shifeng had suddenly paid a visit to Blackie's dormitory. He notified Blackie that he had already purchased a workshop in the city center. In the future, Blackie would not need to live in the dormitory disturbed by others. Blackie could simply live in the workshop and focus on playing God's domain. Moreover, there was a high-class restaurant situated a floor below the workshop. The well-known Big Dipper Training Center was also located on the street next to their building. Compared to living in the university's dormitory, it would be far more comfortable for Blackie to live in the workshop. In the beginning, Blackie had thought that the workshop Shifeng had mentioned would only be a house of 50 to 60 square meters. Even so, that would still be a relatively comfortable place to live. However, when Blackie arrived at the building floor and discovered that the entire floor was meant for their workshop, Blackie had nearly thrown out his back in shock. Shortly after, that shock had turned into immense joy. After all, this large workshop of theirs was far more amazing than Shadow's. With such an amazing workshop, would they even need to worry that they couldn't surpass Shadow in the future? Oh right. Blackie, how are things on your side? How much longer do you guys need before getting out of there? Shifeng asked. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.